Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the Government's response to one petition.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Déclaration de ministre. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Niagara West, Glanbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House of both official languages report of the Canadian delegation to the Organization for Security and Cooperation in the European Parliamentary Assembly, respecting its participation at the 11th Winter Meeting held in Vienna, Austria, February 23rd and 24th, 2012.
The Honourable.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Rapport de délégation interparlementaire. Presenting reports from committees. Présentation de rapport de comité. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Motion. The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we've tried to reach out to the government to encourage a fuller debate on their Budget Implementation Act, which is a very complicated and detailed bill, which we believe needs more thorough examination. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to seek unanimous consent to move the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, clauses 52 to 67, 163 to 169, 315 to 325, 578 to 594, and 699 be removed from Bill C-38, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 29, 2012, and other measures, and do compose Bill C-38A. That Bill C-38A be deemed read a first time and be printed. That the order for second reading of the said bill provide for the referral to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. That Bill C-38 be reprinted and amended, reprinted as amended, and that the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council be authorized to make any technical changes or corrections as may be necessary to give effect to this motion. Mr. Speaker, we're proposing this motion in order to give a full examination as parliamentarians to a very important and far-ranging bill, and that's why we're submitting this motion.
Does the Honourable Member have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? No, there's no consent.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neige-Témiscouata Basque. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have tried to get some agreement with the government so that this bill be studied in a reasonable time, given that this is a very huge bill and it includes so many provisions and amends so many acts. So therefore I ask unanimous consent of the House to move the following motion: that notwithstanding any usual practice of the or standing orders of the House, that 163 to 169 and other articles be withdrawn from the bill, and this be of Bill C-38, that the bill that these other provisions become Bill C-38A, and that the bill be sent to Fisheries and Oceans Committee, that the legal officers of the House and Council be authorized to bring the necessary amendments or necessary administrative corrections to the bill in order to give effect to this motion. And therefore, we move this motion in order to be able to have the fulsome debate that this bill requires because of its broad scope and the number of pieces of legislation that it amends. Does the Honourable Member have unanimous consent of the House to move this? No, there's no unanimous consent.
Well, Mr. Speaker, again, in the spirit of wanting to reach out to the other side and to have a full debate of a very complicated omnibus bill, I would seek unanimous consent to move the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, that clauses 223 to 303, 350 to 367, 432 to 467, 603 to 619, and 685 to 698 be removed from Bill C-38, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 29, 2012, and other measures, and do compose Bill C-38A. That Bill C-38A be deemed read a first time and be printed. That the order for second reading of the said bill provide for the referral to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. That Bill C-38 be reprinted as amended, and that the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council be authorized to make any technical changes or corrections as may be necessary to give effect to this motion. Mr. Speaker, we are proposing this motion in order to have a full debate and be able to bring in expert witnesses on some very key changes that the government is proposing. Thank you.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? No. There's no consent. Motions.
The honourable member for Rimouski Neja Temiskoteli Basque. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And still in the same spirit of wanting to analyze this bill in a proper manner, I ask for the unanimous consent of the House to move the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing orders or usual practice of the House, that sections 298 to 302, 420 to 496 to and the interpreter regrets the numbers are being read too quickly. That these provisions be removed from Bill C-38, which was tabled recently in the House, and that these sections mentioned become Bill C-38A, that it be deemed for the first time and reprinted, and that second reading of the bill provide for a referral of the bill to Government Operations Committee, and that Bill C-38A be reprinted as amended, that the House officers be authorized to make technical changes. Mr. Speaker, we table this motion in order to be able to ensure that this bill, which is significant but also very broad in its scope, be properly studied by the various committees given the number of bills that it amends or modifies. Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House?
Well, Mr. Speaker, again, in the spirit of having a full debate on some very, very important and very complex legislation, and in an effort to reach out to our colleagues on the other side of the House, I would like to seek unanimous consent to move the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, clauses 412 to 419, 473 to 475, 506 to 515 be removed from Bill C-38, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 29, 2012, and other measures, and do compose Bill C-38A. That Bill C-38A be deemed read a first time and be printed. That the order for second reading of the said bill provide for the referral to the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food. That Bill C-38 be reprinted as amended, and that the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council be authorized to make any technical changes or corrections as may be necessary to give effect to this motion. Mr. Speaker, we're proposing this motion because we believe Canadians deserve a full democratic debate of some very complicated and far-reaching changes that are included in this bill. Thank you.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? No, there's no consent.
Honourable member for Rimouski Neja Temiskoteli Basque. Mr. Speaker, always in the same spirit of compromise and reasonable debate on such a huge bill, and also in order to move more towards democracy, I move, and I ask the unanimous consent of the House to move the following motion, that notwithstanding any standing orders or usual practice of the House, 68 to 310 of the Bill C-38, which was tabled March 29th in the House, the bill to implement certain provisions of the budget, be reformulated as Bill 38A, that the bill be reprinted as such, and the second reading should provide for referral to the Natural Resources Committee, and that C38A be reprinted as amended, that the law clerk and other officers be authorized to bring technical and administrative changes as required to the bill in order to give effect to the current motion. So I move this motion, Mr. Speaker, in order to be able to have this debate that Canadians and Quebecers are asking on this massive bill, because it amends so many other pieces of legislation. Thank you. Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to move this motion? No, there's no unanimous consent. Motions.
Province, and they are asking us to take a look at the Charter of Rights and Freedoms in regards to the right to self-defense and to make appropriate amendments in legislation for that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to table a petition signed by literally tens of thousands of Canadians who call upon the House of Commons in Parliament to take note that asbestos is the greatest industrial killer that the world has ever known, and they point out that more Canadians now die from asbestos than all other industrial and occupational causes combined, yet Canada remains one of the largest producers and exporters of asbestos in the world. They also point out, Mr. Speaker, that Canada spends millions of dollars subsidizing the asbestos industry and blocking international efforts to curb its use. And therefore, these petitioners call upon Parliament to take note and recognize and to ban asbestos in all of its forms and institute a just transition program for asbestos workers in the communities they live in, to end all government subsidies of asbestos both in Canada and abroad, and to stop blocking international health and safety conventions designed to protect workers from asbestos, such as the Rotterdam Convention. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to present a petition on behalf of many Canadians, most of them in my riding, which draws to the attention of the members of Parliament that 21% of Canadian childcare is publicly funded. In these tough economic times, in order to make ends meet, both parents need to work outside the house. Therefore, the petitioners are calling on Parliament to enact a universal public childcare. I have another petition, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, this petition is calling on the government to bring forth legislation that will help prevent life-threatening anaphylaxis by requiring that peanuts and tree nuts, like walnuts, to be sold either prepackaged or in closed bins, and that necessary label be mandatory. Approximately 1.2 million Canadians suffer from food allergies, and the petitioners believe that the legislation they're seeking will help to prevent the possibility of cross-contamination in stores selling foods and other commodities. And I want to thank the Nicky Forrest family for bringing that forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the honour to present two petitions this morning. The first is from over 200 petitioners from southwestern Ontario. They're pointing out that Canada is the only nation in the Western world and in the company of China and North Korea without any laws restricting abortion. So they're calling on the House of Commons and Parliament assembled to speedily enact legislation that restricts abortion to the greatest extent possible. The other petition, Madam Speaker, relates to the definition of a human being. The petitioners here from the Waterloo region calling upon the House of Commons to confirm that every human being is recognized by Canadian law as human by amending Section 223 of our Criminal Code in such a way as to reflect 21st century medical evidence. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions.
U.S. Minister Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a petition here that I'm presenting on behalf of thousands of Canadians, mostly in British Columbia. They are concerned about stopping the proposed Vancouver Airport Fuel Facilities Corporation's transport of toxic jet fuel anywhere into the Fraser River estuary, and the building of a marine offloading terminal and fuel storage facility. They recognize that the Fraser River is a Canadian heritage river, and its estuary lies within a globally significant Pacific migratory bird flyway, and 11% of the wetlands of the estuary have survived human activity, and this is a a critical area. They also recognize the Fraser is vital to the survival of the Pacific salmon, and the Fraser is one of the world's largest salmon river. And this proposed VAFFC terminal is to be sited in the Fraser, and it's prone to flooding and severe shaking and liquefaction during earthquakes. So they're very concerned about that, and they raised this issue through their petition. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions.
West Glanbrook.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today to bring to attention to the House two petitions I received which call upon Parliament to confirm that every human being, even preborn children, are recognized by Canadian law. Currently, Canada's 400-year-old definition of human beings says a child does not become a human being until the moment of complete birth, contrary to 21st century medical evidence. Therefore, Madam Speaker, children in the womb receive absolutely no legal protection in Canada. The first petition calls upon Parliament to confirm that every human being is recognized by Canadian law as human by amending Section 223 of our Criminal Code in such a way as to reflect 21st century medical evidence. The second petition points out that 72% of Canadians would like there to be some legal protection for preborn children and calls on Parliament to open up a respective dialogue on abortion in an effort to determine what sort of protection should be granted to children before they're born. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Petition the Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to present a petition from residents of Toronto Danforth. Hundreds of residents have signed a petition protesting the raising of the eligibility age for old age security over time from age 65 to 67. This petition treats this as a direct attack on the poorest seniors who rely on that money for daily living expenses. And the petition says that we, the undersigned, citizens of Canada, call upon Parliament of Canada to maintain funding for the OAS and make the requisite investments in the guaranteed income supplement to lift every senior out of poverty. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Guelph.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to rise and present a petition from concerned southwestern Ontarians calling on the Government of Canada to support the hundreds of thousands of victims of asbestosis, mesothelioma, and lung cancer by banning the use and export of asbestos, including crystallite asbestos, and by supporting international efforts to add crystallite asbestos to the list of hazardous products covered by the Rotterdam Convention. The science of asbestosis, including crystallite asbestos, is clear, and it is dangerous to human health and accounts for roughly 100,000 deaths per year worldwide. If crystallite asbestos is not safe enough to use in our Parliament buildings, it is not safe enough to export to developing countries where safety practices are unknown and most likely inadequate or non-existent. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Crowfoot.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a real pleasure to stand in this House today and present two petitions. The first petition that I have the honour to present is signed by constituents of mine from Alberta communities, including Morin, Caroline, Airdrie, and Drumheller. The constituents have declared that the Supreme Court of Canada has stated it is Parliament's responsibility to enact legislation regulating abortion. Therefore, they have called upon the House of Commons in Parliament assembled to speedily enact legislation that restricts abortion to the greatest extent possible. The second petition that I have, and I should also make mention, Madam Speaker, that today is the day that we have the March for Life here on Parliament Hill. Thousands of people will be on the front lawns. You may read about it on page 92 of any of the papers tomorrow. But this is a petition signed by by constituents of mine from Chestermere, Morin, Calgary, and Airdrie. They call on Parliament to look into the definition of a human being. According to the current legislation, a child does not become human until the moment of complete birth. They would like Section 223 of the Canadian Criminal Code to be amended in order to confirm that every human being is recognized by Canadian law. Thank you, and it's my pleasure to present them.
Petitions, the Honourable Member for Langley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm also honoured to present petitions. Sounds like it's similar to others in the House here. It says that whereas Canada is the only nation in the Western world, and in the company of China and North Korea, without any laws restricting abortion, and that the Supreme Court has said it's Parliament's responsibility to enact abortion legislation, they therefore call upon the House of Commons to speedily enact legislation that restricts abortion to the greatest extent possible. The second petition says that whereas Canada's 400-year-old definition of a human being says a child does not become a human being until the moment of complete birth, contrary to 21st century medical evidence, and that whereas Parliament has the solemn duty to reject any law that says some human beings are not human, they call upon the House of Commons to assemble to confirm that every human being is recognized by Canadian law as being human by amending Section 223 of the Criminal Code in such a way as to reflect 21st century medical evidence. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to present two petitions. The first is from residents of Shellbrook, Saskatchewan, London, Ontario, Peterborough, Ontario, and Sharon, Ontario, and Ottawa. These petitioners call on the House of Commons to move to provide stable and predictable funding to our national public broadcaster, the CBC, noting that the CBC and Radio-Canada bring Canadians together coast to coast to coast, and there is no commercial substitute. Second, Madam Speaker, residents from the Vernon, British Columbia, have written to this House of Commons and petitioned us, as tens of thousands of British Columbians have already, to call on the current Conservative Privy Council to stop promoting the Enbridge project, which proposes a very risky pipeline scheme leading to an even riskier supertanker scheme along the coastal waters of British Columbia. By a margin of 3-1, British Columbians do not want this project approved, and they call on their government to listen. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, question Q562 will be answered today. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, if questions Q491 and Q549 could be made orders for returns, these returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that questions 491 and 549 be made orders of return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed, agreed, and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you once again, Madam Speaker. Lastly, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed, agreed, and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-38, Jobs, Growth and Long-Term Prosperity Act, and on the amendment of Ms. Nash.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Madam Speaker, I'm certainly proud to rise today in support of the Budget 2012 Implementation Act tabled by the Honourable Minister of Finance. This budget not only delivers strong results for today's economy, it holds sound promise for the future of all Canadians. By identifying the economic challenges facing future generations, the government has developed a thorough plan to tackle these challenges and inspire hope in our young people. Canada's Economic Action Plan 2012 is a plan for jobs, growth and prosperity. It includes many important measures to expand our economy, and it preserves the quality of life for all Canadians. According to the Federation of Canadian Municipalities President Barry Verbanovich from my own city of Kitchener, Canada's municipal leaders welcome today's commitment by the federal government to continue working with cities and communities to rebuild the local roads, water systems, community centres, and public transit that our families, businesses, and economy depend on. Today's budget continues building a new infrastructure partnership that creates jobs and strengthens Canada's future economic foundations. So let's take a closer look at some of the new initiatives introduced in this budget, which will deliver future prosperity for all Canadians. One such measure recognizes the importance of a well-trained, highly educated workforce. In my riding of Kitchener Centre, I've had the opportunity to meet with plenty of youth who are attending our local institutions, Wilfrid Laurier, the University of Waterloo, Conestoga College, and others. In speaking with these bright young minds, I'm constantly reminded of how essential it is that these individuals have jobs to look forward to on completing their education. This budget addresses their worries about finding suitable employment opportunities. It offers additional avenues for young people to train for careers in new and exciting fields. The Youth Employment Strategy, begun in 2011, is a program created to reduce barriers to employment faced by some of our young people. It has helped to connect 70,000 young Canadians with job experience and valuable skills training. In particular, one of this program's streams, the Skills Link program, has had a significant impact in my riding. And I'm pleased that our government has committed to deliver an additional $50 million over 2 years to further enhance the youth employment strategy. Now, in addition to tackling the challenges of an uncertain job market for young workers generally, we cannot neglect the difficulties disabled Canadians are also facing as well. Improving labour market opportunities for those living with challenges has always been a key agenda item for this government, and it remains so with this budget. For example, Economic Action Plan 2012 delivers $30 million over 3 years to the Opportunities Fund for Persons with Disabilities. I know that this fund has provided opportunities to people in my riding, connecting them with valuable work experience. We can never overlook the importance of integrating the skills and experience of every Canadian into our economy. True. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, we should also commend the government for its commitment to helping to expand small businesses. In my riding of Kitchener Centre, I'm consistently amazed by many small business owners and their willingness to find innovative ways of doing things. This progressive spirit confirms to me why small businesses can and will be prepared to compete in an increasingly competitive global economy. Hear, hear. To illustrate this government's commitment to small business, I'll start by noting that Budget 2012 extends the temporary hiring credit for small business by 1 year, an investment of $205 million. An investment like this not only reduces payroll costs, but it helps small businesses to retain more of their earnings for expansion. It permits them to create new jobs. Building on this dedication to expand small and medium-sized businesses, we've also proposed an additional $95 million over 3 years to make the Canadian Innovation Commercialization Program permanent. This program has shown exceptional results. It connects small and medium-sized companies with federal departments and agencies. It builds their capacity. In supporting programs like this, we are providing a solid foundation for these companies to compete in the marketplace. We position them to further create high-value jobs and long-term economic prosperity. In addition to our commitment to building the private sector and helping small businesses, Budget 2012 offers much, much more. In keeping with our promise to ensure prosperity for years to come, we've also upgraded our social programs to ensure future generations have a secure retirement to look forward to. We've given more than 10 years' notice of a gradual increase in the age of eligibility for old age security, not starting until April 2023. We're also allowing for the voluntary deferral of the basic OAS for up to 5 years, starting July 1st, 2013. These important changes will ensure that the cost of old age supplement remains balanced and proportionate for many years to come. Moreover, following a triennial review by Canada's finance ministers of the Canada Pension Plan, we've confirmed that the plan will remain sustainable for at least the next 75 years, giving our young people an assured sense of future financial security. By making responsible decisions like these, Madam Speaker, we're able to make considerable investments in skills training. We can support our science and technology sectors, creating an optimal environment for high-value jobs. As financial situations change older business practices are continually being superseded at a rapid pace in a knowledge-based economy. Following an extensive review conducted by an expert panel in the fall of 2011, a number of recommendations were made on how the government could improve our support for innovative businesses. Canadian businesses spoke and the government listened. We knew that we needed a new approach to directly support innovation in Canada, and this budget delivers. Economic Action Plan 2012 contributes $1.1 billion over 5 years for direct research and development support. It also makes $500 million available for venture capital. This funding will go towards research collaborations, new procurement opportunities, and applied research financing. Innovation leads to success, and I've seen many examples of this in my riding of Kitchener Centre. Of course, a driving premise behind this budget and every Conservative budget to date has been keeping taxes low so that hard-working Canadian families can continue to thrive in challenging global economic times. Unfortunately, our friends across the aisle still seem not to understand the importance of this low-tax agenda. They believe that raising taxes will somehow magically create prosperity. I cannot stress enough the savings this low-tax approach will deliver for Canadians. Our government paid down over $37 billion in debt between the years 2006 and 2008, before the global recession, and that maintained Canada's low net debt position throughout the recession. And even still, we were able to implement a remarkable stimulus phase included in Canada's Economic Action Plan. Even in times of global economic fragility, the Canadian government is continuing to focus on the drivers of job creation and growth. Learning from the international landscape has shown us the importance of taking action now rather than delaying. We are prudent, we are farsighted, we are planning for the future. I'm reminded of a comment made by one of Canada's great prime ministers, Wilfrid Laurier. In 1908, Canada has become a star to which is directed the gaze of the whole civilized world. That is what we have done, he declared. Well, today, over 100 years later, we can once again say that Canada has become a star to which is directed the gaze of the whole civilized world. That is what the government has done with our Economic Action Plan, and that work continues with this bill. I'm proud to support a government that will continue to support and put a priority on a balanced budget and building a strong economy for all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Buried deep down in the bowels of Bill C-38 is this clause that hardly anybody even noticed. It abolishes, it repeals the Fair Wage and Hours of Work Act for federally regulated construction projects. Now, why would you want to abolish something called the Fair Wages and Hours of Work Act? I'll tell you why, Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, and I'd like my colleagues' comment. It's a striking coincidence that now, in federally regulated projects like pipelines, a contractor can now post a job, wanted, carpenters, $10 an hour. Nobody's going to apply. But now, by this legislation, it's perfectly okay to do so. And 70 hours a week at no overtime. That's perfectly okay. No Canadian's going to apply, but guess what? They opened the door for temporary foreign workers with a 10-day waiting period. That same contractor, no fair contractor in this country will ever win another job because they've eliminated the Construction Fair Wage and Hours of Work Act by virtue of this legislation. Does he think it's fair in a budget bill to eradicate and destabilize the entire construction industry by eliminating the Fair Wages Act?
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Well, first of all, Madam Speaker, I want to thank that particular questioner for his question and for keeping his language clean and his tone high. We always appreciate that when it occurs in this House. And I want to specifically thank him for raising the issue of construction because it gives me an opportunity to tell the House what the Canadian Construction Association President Michael Atkinson had to say about this bill. He said the reforms promised by the budget to the environmental assessment process and immigration will ensure the country is well placed to take advantage of the more than $500 billion in major economic projects expected in Canada over the next 10 years. Now, I know that the member opposite isn't that concerned about creating jobs, isn't that concerned about creating prosperity for Canadians, but the government is, and that's why the Construction Association president is praising our budget.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Madam Speaker, my honourable colleague from Kitchener Centre spoke about the Conservative government having paid down debt from 2006 to 2008 before the recession began. And you know why the honourable member said that is because in 2006 their government inherited a budget that was in large surplus that they inherited from the previous Liberal government. And why did the member end his period in 2008? Well, that was because his Conservative government put our federal budget into deficit, and as he said, before the recession began. So it's funny how they can spin these facts to make them sound good when what they really do is explain how this government has mismanaged the fiscal matters of this country.
Honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague's comment, although it proves to me once again that there is sometimes a need on the opposition side to train on how to listen. What I actually said was, in fact, that we had paid down the debt before the recession, and that as a result of that, we were able to maintain our low net debt to GDP ratio through the recession. Now, I suppose we should be honored that the honourable member thinks that it's our government that caused the recession, but I have to ask him to go back and reread his history, and he will see that it was actually a global economic phenomenon, and that our government did not cause the recession, and we did not cause the deficit that was necessary to respond to the recession.
I regret to interrupt the honourable member, but I would like to ask a little bit of order in the House. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre has the floor. If he would like to just complete his comments and we'll
Thank you very
resume
much,
debate.
Madam Speaker. The fact of the matter is that Canada has come out of that recession in a quicker, better, stronger position than any other member of the G7, and that's thanks to our government.
The honourable member for the honourable parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Agriculture, and there's just less than a minute left.
Sure, thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to ask my colleague his thoughts on how the NDP are basically handling this issue of the budget before Parliament. What I've seen is they're asking for more time, and yet they're frittering away the time that they have with procedural tactics like we saw yesterday. As well, one of their speakers ended up talking for 13 hours, and in my books that works out to about 50 time slots, 50 slots that NDP MPs could have used to actually debate the budget. So I wonder if my colleague could share his thoughts with that.
The honourable member has 30 seconds to respond.
It's a very astute observation that the NDP refuses to actually debate what's in the budget. All they want to talk about is process, and that's because what's in the budget is really beyond debate. It's been so well received across Canada, there's nothing they could say to criticize it.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to add my voice to the debate on the Omnibus Budget Implementation Act, C-38. The budget is being described as a Trojan horse, and for a good reason. It is yet another omnibus bill from a government that favors broad, sweeping legislation that defies appropriate scrutiny and oversight. It is another attempt to baffle Canadians with a huge bill that does too much, and to top it off, we have time allocation on it, which is no longer a surprise from this government that seems to consider closure as a normal feature of the parliamentary cycle. So we say that it is a Trojan horse, and on a fast track to boot. But as official opposition, we have given the government the opportunity to look a little more democratic and propose a solution to make C-38 better match the way that Parliament is supposed to work. In fact, Madam Speaker, New Democrats are really just calling for a respect of Parliament and for long-standing tradition when we say that the budget should be split into 5 separate, manageable pieces of legislation. It is the right thing to do. At the very least, it would allow for proper scrutiny by this House and from the appropriate committees. Sadly, we know that the government feels the need to rush this bill past Canadian eyes and will not consent to reasonable oversight, which is the job of Parliament and parliamentarians. In that respect, we are not being allowed to do our job, and that is a shame. Avant de continuer, Madame la Présidente.
Before continuing, Madam Speaker, there is something that I would like to nip in the bud, and that is the way the Conservatives apply their own logic to NDP decisions. I'm sure that one day the Conservatives will underscore the very few useful measures that there are in this budget, and that they will criticize the NDP for not having supported them. But I would like to point out that it is impossible for us to support this budget, first and foremost because it is an omnibus bill, and it is thus impossible to study it in depth, and that the blind deregulation of the environment is the principal theme thereof. I hope that the Conservatives will remember this before indulging in their revision of history, but I may as well believe in the hen who lays golden eggs, because there are so many other things that I would rather see in this budget and that I would hope for. The NDP understands that Canadians' priorities have nothing to do with those in this budget.
New Democrats are listening, and we know that Canadians do not want their environment gutted in the name of economic expediency. Canadian families do not want regulations tossed aside because they are not convenient for big oil and foreign investors who only want to export Canada's resources with a minimum benefit for Canadians. But that is what the budget does. Canadians don't believe there should be a time limit on processes designed to protect our environment. That speaks to the mindset that does not appreciate nature's delicate balance, Madam Speaker. I am reminded of the phrase, "Fools rush in." Those are not the lyrics of a song, but an old age maxim that speaks to the wisdom that time and perspective allow for. When we are dealing with things as sensitive as the great salmon and steelhead rivers that are part of the constituency represented by my friend, the member for Skeena-Balky Valley, there can be no such a thing as taking too much time to make the right decision. And I am sure that the majority of Canadians feel the same as we do in the official opposition. New Democrats know that Canadians do not want to gamble with our children's future, but that is what a full 1/3 of this budget does. New Democrats get it, that Canadians do not want power concentrated more and more at the cabinet level, but that is what this budget is doing when it allows the cabinet to overturn National Energy Board rulings that they don't like. These are not the priorities of Canadian families who want their environment to be protected. They are the priorities of investment bankers who want to win at any cost, and that is not the Canadian way. Madam Speaker, we are being asked to gut environmental regulations and legislation that our other parliaments have carefully considered. We are being asked to undo years and decades of work in just 1 week of debate. How is that reasonable, Madam Speaker? It isn't, and Canadians will not be fooled. We have watched these past few weeks as the Minister of Natural Resources rushes about claiming the sky will fall if Parliament doesn't fast-track the budget. That somehow our energy reserves, the ones that this government can't get out of Canada quickly enough, will be cast aside as undesirable by big oil and international investors if we don't move fast. But that isn't the case at all. The only thing that will happen if we don't swiftly gut our environmental regulations and rig the deck for big oil is that Canadians will pay attention to what the government is up to and rain down in a chorus of disapproval. It shows us how the government is worried that the downloading of federal environmental responsibilities and dumping those costs onto the provinces, territories, and future generations will come under the watchful eye of most Canadians who actually care about the environment. And that is what is left of their support will disappear. They are worried that anglers will figure out what is happening to the Fisheries Act and that cottagers and campers will start to wonder if their lake is next. I know this much, Madam Speaker. Canadians did not want the Fisheries Act changed to remove protection of fish habitat and replace it with market-based language. Canadians get it. They understand that fish live in ecosystems that are complex webs of food items and interdependencies. This is knowledge shared by the elementary school students who study basic science, but is ignored by this government, who is keen to remove all barriers to development so they can please their friends who want to fast-track a pipeline through some of the most pristine parts of British Columbia. It is a bit much, Madam Speaker, to see the changes to the Fisheries Act. They came just days after I received an update from the Bright Lake Association celebrating the fact that the water in the lake was so pure it could sustain a population of northern red horse suckers, a fish that can be considered an indicator species for excellent waterway health, much like the proverbial canary in the coal mine. Well, Madam Speaker, those suckers won't receive any protection under the amended Fisheries Act. The preoccupation of the Act is now commercial and sport fisheries, not habitat and systems. Ask someone who fly fishes about how fish habitat works, and they will tell you about bugs that grow under rocks and mate in trees. They will tell you about prey fish like sculpin and stickleback that will lose protection if the Fisheries Act is changed to discard the protection of fish habitat. The government claims they are only helping farmers who have been hamstrung by the Fisheries Act, but are now acknowledging there are other ways, are not acknowledging that there are other ways to fix those problems. They claim they are stopping the Fisheries Act from protecting unnatural habitats, and we know this government knows all about unnatural waterways and fake lakes. We also know that this government has spent more hard-earned tax money for self-promotion in the past few years than they have for protecting the Great Lakes. Madam Speaker, my colleague from Thunder Bay Rainy River and myself, as well as many communities across Northern Ontario, know that this government has actually cut funding for the Lake Superior Binational Forum, and we're extremely concerned. They had no end of cash to tell us what a great job they were doing to build that infamous fake lake. Madam Speaker, I say Great Lakes over fake lakes every time, and get back to protecting fish habitat in Canada, or the anglers of this country will be casting for something in the next election that the Conservatives will not like at all. What is obvious, Madam Speaker, is that the budget marks a crossroad in Canada. It attempts to put an end to publicly scrutinized development of resources and puts blind faith in private sector self-regulations and regulators. It marks the end of a national vision and the ascent of a mindset that sees Canada as a corporation. We now have two very distinct political parties in Canada. One that believes in science-based, carefully considered regulatory practices and reporting. It is a party that sees the benefit of careful consideration and long-term planning for our natural resources and cherishes the treasure we have inherited and must carefully steward and ultimately deliver the future generations. And we have another party that wants to rig the deck for their corporate friends. They got our environmental, legislative, and regulatory framework. They wrap themselves in small, divisive issues, but set to work on great sweeping changes that cut to the heart of the Canada most of us cherish. Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm wrapping up. They see only opportunity and blind themselves to negative outcomes while they deafen themselves to dissenting opinion. They have little regard for things like endangered species and are well on the way to becoming as much.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I enjoyed the remarks of the NDP colleague. I was also pleased to hear her refer to the two approaches. The clearly was referring to the Liberal Party of Canada when she was talking about the party that stands for a thoughtful, careful, science-based approach to resource development and environmental protection, because that's certainly what the Liberal Party has shown over the generations. But, Madam Speaker, my question to the member is on rural economic development. And I would like her, the concern I have is that the Canadian Tourism Commission budget's being cut 20%. That's promoting tourism, important to rural areas. The economic development agencies are being slashed. WED out west is losing $30 million. EI payroll taxes are going up. Does she have a comment on how this budget impacts small and medium-sized enterprises and tourism?
The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I certainly wasn't referring to the Liberals. I mean, while the Liberals signed and ratified the Kyoto Protocol, they did nothing to try to reduce our emissions until it was too late. And they voted in favour of the previous budgets, which began this government's work of unravelling environmental protection in Canada, supporting measures which rolled back navigable waters protection and weakened environmental assessment by exempting hundreds of projects. So I certainly wasn't talking about them. But I am concerned with respect to the impact that this particular bill will have on small businesses and on the economy as a whole, because we have a government here who is putting people out of work, and they're trying to tell us that their goal is jobs growth and long-term prosperity, and I don't know how they can do that. But I would just like to add, Madam Speaker, that, you know, with respect to business, it is extremely important in Northern Ontario especially, and certainly we have lots of concerns.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saanich and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable friend from Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing for her speech. I don't, just for purpose of historical accuracy, I think it should be marked that there were good climate plans in place that were cancelled by the current government, put in place very late in the day by the previous Liberal government. But my question for her relates to the Fisheries Act, which she has. I'm so thrilled to hear someone in this House speak of suckers and sculpins, because they are not being protected by this new approach to fisheries. I've looked at this act and realized that we've now created this act, probably unintentionally, has created an incentive for the mining industry to actually drain a lake, to remove all the fish, to destroy the habitat, to then have a dry hole into which they can place tailings, rather than go through an approval process to add tailings to an existing lake. That's the kind of bad consequence that happens from a rushed piece of legislation.
Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I certainly know a lot about tailings coming from Elliott Lake, so I want to commend her on her remarks, and I'll let maybe just elaborate on a little bit more of the impact that this is having on some of our communities. And I have an email from an Ian Ross in Elliott Lake about the end of the local weather reporting in that community. Mr. Ross first told me he was concerned on a personal level because it was convenient to know that the local conditions actually, what the local conditions actually were. So if you can imagine that now the planes landing in Elliott Lake, which bring businesses to Elliott Lake and workers to Elliott Lake at times, are not going to be able to know what the weather's like there for them to land. I think that that's extremely concerning to us, and this is another way that we see how their actions are taking negative impacts on our communities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. A very brief question. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In my opinion, the budget that has been tabled, even though it is very thick, has a very narrow-minded vision. For example, in environment, does my colleague agree with me that this bill is going to raise costs in the future? The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing, 30 seconds. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, we're indeed greatly concerned about that. I mentioned this in my speech, and it is really a concern for future generations. These changes will impact them directly. So I don't know what kind of heritage this government wants to leave to our young people, but it is certainly not something that we want to see happen because we know what is going to occur. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Debate, the Honourable Member for Barrie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In advance of March's budget, I had the opportunity earlier this year to discuss creating job opportunities, economic growth in Canada with a wide variety of stakeholders in my riding of Barrie, Ontario. Included in these consultations were a number of senior staff from the City of Barrie cultural leaders, real estate brokers, hospital administrators, healthcare professionals, YMCA executives, outreach staff members, senior issues advocates, faith leaders, lawyers, tourism representatives, grassroots media, and business people from a wide variety of areas, including manufacturing, financial services, transportation, construction, and home eating. Each of these participants provide insightful contributions from different aspects of our city. Many shared the same concerns as all Canadians, ensuring good jobs are available, keeping taxes low, investing in our long-term growth, and ensuring the sustainability for generations of retirees. With over $63 billion in targeted stimulus, Canada's Economic Action Plan helped protect Canada from the worst of the global recession, and the City of Barrie had tremendous support from the federal government during these tough times. Through the steady leadership of our Prime Minister and our Minister of Finance, we have seen Canada's economy expand for 9 of the last 10 quarters. We have seen Canada create close to 700,000 net new jobs just since July 2009. Canada's unemployment rate is significantly lower than that of the U.S., a phenomenon that has not been seen in nearly 3 decades. Overall, since we formed government in 2006, over 1.2 million net new jobs have been created. Even better, Canada has had by far the best rate of job growth in the entire G7 since 2006. Canada has the lowest overall tax rate on new business investment in the G7. Our net debt to GDP ratio remains the lowest in the G7 by far, and we have the lowest overall tax rate on new business investment in the G7. Both the Independent International Monetary Fund, the IMF, and the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, forecast Canada will be ahead of the pack for economic growth in the G7 for the years ahead. And Madam Speaker, I am particularly proud to say that Canada has maintained its AAA credit rating through the period of economic downturn and uncertainty, something that has rocked nations from around the world. But the global recovery remains fragile, especially in Europe and the United States, and too many Canadians are still looking for work. That's why I'm so pleased to see that in Budget 2012, it was clearly focused on jobs and economic growth and ensuring Canada's economic advantage remains strong today and into the long term. One of the most important exercises in ensuring future success is for us to return to balanced budgets. Before the global recession hit, our Conservative government paid down over $37 billion of debt, bringing Canada's debt to its lowest level in an astonishing 25 years. Our fiscal responsibility and aggressive debt reduction plan placed Canada in the best possible position to weather the global recession when the global recession hit. We made a deliberate decision to run a temporary deficit to protect our economy and jobs, and all parties in Parliament agreed. Reducing debt frees up tax dollars that would otherwise be used to cover interest costs, keep interest rates low, and most importantly, ensure lower taxes for Canadian families. Madam Speaker, our plan to get back to balanced budgets is working. In the past 2 years, we have already cut the deficit in half. In 2010, we started down the road to balanced budgets by winding down temporary stimulus spending, putting into place targeted spending restraint measures, and reviewing government administrative and overhead costs. In 2011, we continued to return to balanced budgets by delivering over $500 million in new ongoing savings. And in 2012, we are building on our existing efforts by refocusing government, making it easier to deal with, and streamlining back-office administration to achieve $5.2 billion in ongoing savings for taxpayers. Almost 70% of the savings will come from eliminating waste in internal operations of government, making it leaner and more efficient. These modest savings, less than 2% of federal program spending, will help ensure Canada returns to balance over the medium term, while also respecting taxpayer dollars. Unlike what other parties in the House would do if they had the chance, our Conservative government will not raise taxes. And unlike the former Liberal government, we will not slash health, education, and support for seniors through provincial transfers. The Economic Action Plan 2012 demonstrates our Conservative government's strong support for my home province of Ontario through record federal transfer support for hospitals, schools, and other critical services. totaling $19.2 billion in 2012-2013 fiscal year. The transfer support represents an increase of nearly $8.4 billion, or 77%, since the former Liberal government was removed from office by the voters of Canada. We are continuing the long-term stable funding arrangement with the provinces for healthcare and social services that will see transfers reach historic levels of $40 billion by the end of the decade. As indicated by the recent Canadian Institute of Health Information data, federal transfers are projected to grow faster than average provincial spending in healthcare. So we are leading on healthcare investment. Federal support for healthcare will keep growing every year beyond the record levels the federal government already invested since 2006, and in a way that is both predictable and, most importantly, sustainable. This will help ensure Canada's healthcare system, including our doctors and nurses, will be there when Canadians and their families need them most. This is very good news for all Canadians. Madam Speaker, balancing the budget and reducing debt interest costs, helps keep interest rates low and instills confidence in the Canadian economy, allowing families and businesses to plan for the future. It will also ensure sustainability of Canada's social programs like healthcare for future generations. I applaud our Minister of Finance for the responsible, realistic, and common-sense approach contained in this budget. Another key area of prudent fiscal management is to stop unnecessary spending. There is probably no better example of this than the elimination of the penny. By stopping the production of the penny this fall, our government will do what should have been done years ago. An independent study estimated the economic cost of maintaining the penny amounted to $150 million. The penny has lost its purchasing power over the years, and now most are hoarded, resulting in useless expense for Canadian taxpayers. In fact, taxpayers pay 1.6 cents for each new penny made. This costs taxpayers $11 million every year. After hearing strong support from consumer, retailers, and small businesses, a recent public study by the Senate committee recommended the elimination of the penny. And Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to tell Canadians that this government absolutely concurs. Madam Speaker, eliminating the penny is a lot like the penny itself. Producing pennies may not seem like much in the context of the entirety of the federal budget, but every single penny makes a difference. However small things may seem, they can certainly add up to something significant over time. Former U.S. President Ronald Reagan once said that government is the people's business, and every man, woman, and child becomes a shareholder with the very first cent, very first penny of tax paid. We have a responsibility to our Canadian shareholders. No amount of cost is insignificant. No amount of waste is acceptable. Madam Speaker, Canadian families deserve the cleanest air, water, and environment possible. That's why, since 2006, our Conservative government has made major investments to preserve our environment and to protect the health and well-being of Canadian families for today and tomorrow. Economic Action Plan 2012 builds on our Conservative government's impressive record for supporting a cleaner and more sustainable environment. This budget proposes $50 million over 2 years for the protection of wildlife species at risk. The Species at Risk Act is one of the government's main conservation tools to protect wildlife species, maintain healthy ecosystems, and preserve Canada's natural heritage. We are also committing to the creation of a new near-urban national park in Rouge Valley, Ontario, only 40 minutes south of beautiful Barrie, Ontario. And I am particularly pleased with our commitment to the continued support of Canada's lakes, including Lake Winnipeg and Lake Simcoe. In 2008, the federal government's unprecedented $30 million funding for Lake Simcoe cleanup was an extremely welcomed initiative for the residents of Simcoe County and Barrie. And to see it included in this year's budget, a commitment to continue the cleanup of Lake Winnipeg and Lake Simcoe, I would suggest is simply a wonderful thing. I can tell you that the cleanup of the lake has had dramatic effects. For 4 decades, phosphorus levels were going up. High phosphorus levels mean a reduction of marine habitat. It means excessive weed growth. And for the last 4 years, because of this federal funding, we have actually seen the lake get cleaner. we have actually seen phosphorus levels go down for the first time, and it is a remarkable achievement in cleaning up our lake. We are improving conditions for businesses, for environment, for Canadian families. I understand my time is running out, so in closing, Madam Speaker, I want to commend the Minister of Finance for a prudent, responsible budget that I believe protects and enhances the best interests of Canadians from coast to coast to coast.
And comments. The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask the Honourable Member from Barrie, who, like myself, of course, represents a riding in Ontario where unemployment has been persistently high, how he can account for the fact that under this government, between 2007 and 2011, according to StatsCan, temporary foreign workers account for about 30% of all net new paid employment. And that's before the changes that this government would bring in this budget, which would allow temporary foreign workers to be brought in at 10 days' notice and be paid 15% less than the so-called going wage, which will drop as we get more and more temporary foreign workers. And these workers, as we know, are not just in, working in agricultural or northern Alberta. They are, in fact, in workplaces across Ontario. How does he account for that?
Honourable Member for Barrie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the question from the member for Parkdale. Obviously, there are things we can look at our immigration system. The focus of my speech today is on the budget, but in terms of job creation and foreign worker permits, obviously some parts of the country where there's significant human resource shortages, that's an important tool of the immigration system. But let me talk about the creation of jobs, because I think that's what the member is interested in. One thing that this budget does, this economic action plan, is that it takes steps to encourage entrepreneurship, innovation, world-class research, with over $1.1 billion in significant investments for research and development, $500 million for venture capital, support for increased public and private research collaboration, and much more. These initiatives create jobs, and I can tell you that supporting industrial research pays dividends. In my own riding of Barrie, there was a partnership with Wolf Steel to create a high-efficiency furnace, and it was actually mentioned on page 62 of the budget as an example of job creation through innovation, and that's the type of job creation we need to focus on.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sydney Victoria.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I have two questions. In the budget, there's two big hits that I see. One is in Cape Breton, where they're cutting all the Parks Canada jobs and Veteran Affairs. The other big hit we see in the budget is CETA. It's over $380 million cut. There's many NGOs that are not going to be able to help Canadians deliver aid. Right now, recently I heard about the Canadian Nurses Association has been doing great work around the world with CETA, and the Conservatives have cut them on their funding. So I'm wondering where there's a good part for Cape Breton for international aid in this budget, because I don't see it.
The Honourable Member for Barrie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Canada, on a per capita level, has been one of the largest donors towards international aid, and Canada still contributes huge amounts. Actually, in February, I had a chance to go on an all-party visit to Tanzania with the good member from Newfoundland, and we looked at the Canadian contributions there that made incredible differences. And I think you can see in many areas of the world where CETA has made huge differences and continues to make a huge difference. But in this budget, obviously, every department was looked at. Every department has looked for efficiencies and more effective ways of spending. What I applaud this budget for, that when the last significant recession hit in the 1990s, when we had a Liberal government power, the decision was to slash, particularly in one area, to health care, to slash to education. And those were areas that Canadians couldn't afford to be slashed. I'm happy that in this budget, to get back to balanced in the medium term, we have actually had a very prudent approach with small efficiencies and a wide variety of departments, not focusing on one area like gutting the healthcare system, because I can tell you we still face the consequences of the Liberal gutting of the healthcare system in the mid-1990s. Today, we're facing doctor shortages and hospitals at capacity because of the short-sighted decisions made during that administration. So I'm happy that this budget took a much more responsible, prudent approach to making sure that efficiencies were found across the board in a much more even manner.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate this opportunity to stand in support of Bill C-38, the Jobs Growth and Long-Term Prosperity Act, the key legislation to implement Economic Action Plan 2012. Our Conservative government, as demonstrated through today's act, is focused on what matters to Canadians, keeping the economy on the right track. In that regard, the nearly 700,000 net new jobs Canada has created since July 2009, 90% of those being full-time jobs, is a positive sign that we're on the right track for Canadian families. Indeed, a recent Wall Street Journal editorial praised Canada's economic leadership, focused on private economic growth and its sound policies as a model for others to follow. Or as CIBC World Markets chief economist Avery Shenfield recently declared, Canada's federal government remains the very picture of health, standing head and shoulders above many developed countries in terms of fiscal sustainability. Nevertheless, we recognize global economic turbulences remain today, and too many Canadians are still looking for work. That's why Economic Action Plan 2012, legislated through C-38, takes responsible, positive action to support the economy now and over the long term, while keeping taxes low and returning to balanced budgets. This plan has been largely welcomed by Canadians from coast to coast to coast, save the ideological NDP opposition. For instance, the Vancouver Board of Trade, representing thousands of businesses in the Lower Mainland, assigned an overall grade of A to Economic Action Plan 2012, noting, and I quote, "The federal government's reasonable and prudent game plan continues to be the right one for British Columbia and Vancouver, and it remains the right strategy for Canada within a challenging global economic environment." For the remainder of my time, Madam Speaker, today I want to focus on the aspects of Jobs, Growth and Long-Term Prosperity Act that deal with responsible resource development and how we're finding the right balance between economic and environmental priorities. Let me be clear. Our Conservative government is committed to being proactive in our stewardship of our natural treasures, preserving them so we can pass them down to future generations. However, unlike the ideological NDP, we recognize that a healthy environment and a strong economy go hand in hand. Major economic projects create jobs and spur development across Canada. In 2011 alone, the natural resource sector employed over 790,000 Canadians in communities throughout the country. And it is predicted that in the next 10 years, more than 500 major economic projects representing $500 billion in new investments are planned across Canada. Increasing global demand for resources, particularly from emerging economies, will create new economic and job opportunities from which all Canadians will benefit. But Canadians will only reap the benefits that come from our natural resources once investments are made by the private sector to bring the resources to market. Currently, conditions are hardly ideal for any business who wants to do that. Canadian businesses in the resource sector who wish to undertake major economic projects must navigate a complex maze of regulatory requirements and processes. Approval processes can be long and unpredictable. Delays and red tape often plague projects despite few environmental risks. In the federal government alone, accountability for assessments rests with dozens of departments and agencies, each with its own mandate, processes, information needs, and timelines. This leads to duplication and a needless waste of time and resources. The starting point of federal environmental assessments can also be unpredictable, which can cause lengthy delays. This leads to delays in investment and job creation, and some plans are even abandoned because of them. Frankly, that is unacceptable. As stated in a recent Vancouver Sun editorial, and I quote, "Currently, worthwhile projects are needlessly bogged down in repetitive environmental and regulatory assessments that increase costs to industry without adding value for Canadian taxpayers." That is why we have worked hard since 2006 to streamline and improve regulatory processes. However, more work still needs to be done. A modern regulatory system should support progress on economically viable and significant projects and sustain Canada's reputation as an attractive place to invest, all the while contributing to better environmental outcomes. That's why we are focusing on 4 major areas to streamline the review process for major economic projects in Economic Action Plan 2012. Specifically, making the review process for major projects more predictable and timely, reducing duplication and regulatory burden, strengthening environmental protection, enhancing consultations with Aboriginal peoples. This modernized federal regulatory system will establish clear timelines, reduce duplication, regulatory burdens, and focus resources more effectively to protect the environment. We will achieve the goal of one project, one review, in clearly defined time periods, something long overdue, especially for my home province of British Columbia. In the words of British Columbia's Finance Minister Kevin Falcon, and I quote, "Moving to a one permit, one process approach on environmental assessments is extraordinarily important for British Columbia. We have many major projects on the table today that are in the billions of dollars that could have important ramifications for jobs and employment. I'm really encouraged by that. What we have always said about the environment is you should not measure your environmental process based on how long the process takes. You must measure it based on outcomes, and that's what we believe in." End of quote. Rest assured, our Conservative government also understands that long-term economic prosperity and a high quality of life requires a healthy and sustainable environment. That's why protecting Canada's environment and the health of Canadians is a key priority of this government. For instance, the safe navigation of oil tankers is very important to our government. Oil tankers have been moving safely and regularly along Canada's west coast since the 1930s. For example, 82 oil tankers arrived at Port Metro Vancouver in 2011. Nearly 200 tankers visited the ports of Prince Rupert and Kitimat over the past 5 years. They all did this safely. Canada's regulatory system had a lot to do with that, Madam Speaker. Oil tankers in Canada must comply with the safety and environmental protection requirements of international conventions, and while in Canadian waters with Canada's marine safety regulatory regime. These requirements include double hulling of ships, mandatory pilotage, regular inspections, and aerial surveillance. In fact, in 2011, almost 1,100 inspections were carried out across Canada, 147 of them on oil tankers. We have a strong system, Madam Speaker, but any responsible government must continually work to make it stronger. That's why Economic Action Plan 2012 included further measures to support responsible energy development, including new regulations which will enhance existing tanker inspection regime by strengthening vessel inspection requirements, a review of handling processes for oil products by an independent international panel of tanker experts, improved navigational products such as updated charts for shipping routes, research to improve our scientific knowledge and understanding of risks, and to manage the impacts on marine resources, habitats, and users in the event of a marine pollution incident, and much more. Madam Speaker, as I indicated in my introduction, we must be vigilant in guarding our spectacular natural treasures. But unlike the NDP, we realize that Canada's economic prosperity cannot be sustained without a healthy environment, just as environmental progress cannot be achieved without a healthy economy. That's why I urge all honourable members to join with me in supporting C-38, the Jobs Growth and Long-Term Prosperity Act, and supporting a stronger Canadian economy. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Beauharnois-Salisbury. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I find it a bit unfortunate that the government talks about the environment and the member says that this budget bill is good for the environment, but last Tuesday, we had the commissioner appear, and we saw in the report that the prospects are quite grim. We see that there are changes to the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act. We've got also the elimination of the roundtable on the environment and the economy. So when we know that there are still 13,000 contaminated sites that need to be assessed and dealt with, and we have major oil development projects coming up, how can the government be saying one thing and doing the other? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
For that very good question. And I can assure her that the environment is a priority of this government and will be into the future. At the same time, Madam Speaker, we also must look at our resource sector. We must find environmentally sustainable ways of getting our products, our resources, to marketplaces. And those marketplaces, Madam Speaker, are in other parts of the world, as Canada is a trading nation. So what we're doing, Madam Speaker, is we're making the review process for major economic projects more timely and transparent while protecting the environment and helping realize the objective of one project, one review in a clearly defined period. Madam Speaker, this is extremely important because those companies that are interested in investing large sums of money, perhaps hundreds of millions of dollars, need to have the certainty that their projects, they will find out whether their projects will be allowed to go forward within a specified time period.
The Honourable Member for Saanich and Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And my question to my honourable friend from North Vancouver, there are many topics on which his speech touched, which I would love to probe further. But I want to focus on the tanker statements that he made. This is a debate on Bill C-38. There's nothing in Bill C-38 that speaks to tankers, regulations for tankers, or funding for tanker safety. So let's just set that aside. That's been something that comes from other documents. There may be regulations in the future, but there's nothing in Bill C-38 on tanker safety. I also would dispute the claim that BC Coast has had lots of oil tankers. There's been a moratorium against super tanker traffic on the BC Coast, particularly the northern coastline, with an exception for Vancouver because it was grandfathered. Vancouver Harbour was left out of the 1972 moratorium that was respected by every level of federal and provincial government since 1972, and that's why there have not been tanker accidents.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I can say that from my home in North Vancouver, I can see oil tankers go up Burrard Inlet on a regular basis. And since the 1930s, this has taken place without a single incident, Madam Speaker. It's responsible management. We have very strict regulations in place, Madam Speaker, and it's because of those strict regulations that we've been able to keep our waters safe for almost 90 years.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In Eastern Canada, we have reduced greenhouse gas emissions, but in the West, those emissions have gone up. The provinces are not making the same effort everywhere. 1/3 of the regulation or of the provisions deal with environmental dismantling here in this budget.
Madam Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, the environment is a priority of this government, and we intend to continue to protect our treasures, our environmental treasures for future generations. At the same time, we're looking for ways of expanding our marketplace for our resources, which will be done in a responsible manner. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Random Buren St. George's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I rise today to speak to Bill C-38, the first implementation bill of Budget 2012. An omnibus bill that, of course, should never have been. If you want to talk about the budget, that's one thing, but when you throw everything into this bill and make it impossible for Canadians to have a real handle on exactly what it is in this budget, then that causes a problem, not only for me as a Member of Parliament representing the people of Random Buren St. George's, but I would expect for all MPs who take great exception to what the government has done here. Canadians from coast to coast to coast anxiously awaited this budget as they continue to struggle to make ends meet. And I know that from first-hand experience, Madam Speaker, just in my own riding of Random Buren St. George's. There are difficult times, and particularly when you talk about seasonal industries, and that's another issue that with this government we need to deal with. But with sporadic job growth in the last 6 months and thousands of full-time jobs being replaced with part-time jobs, Canadians expected this budget to focus on jobs. Unfortunately, this government let Canadians down once again. Rather than focus on much-needed job creation, the government has chosen to focus on dividing Canadians. Since 2006, this government has sought to divide Canadians. It is obvious that Budget 2012 is no different. Given the damage that will be done by this budget, it is impossible for anyone concerned about the future of our country to support its implementation. As this government irresponsibly pits generation against generation, and we see that with the OAS changes, region against region, economy against environment, and when you consider that over 120 pages of this budget deals with the environment, it is reckless. And in a reckless quest to divide and conquer, the government has done all of these things. Canadians stand united in opposition to this government's dangerous politics and policies. Liberals have never shied away from ensuring that government is run efficiently. As members debate the implementation of this austerity budget, it is important to remember how Canada's economy reached this stage. The last Liberal government left the Conservatives with a $13 billion surplus, and the Conservatives promptly spent the Liberal surplus into a Conservative deficit well before the recession. In fact, the Conservatives have the distinction of being the highest spending, largest deficit-creating government in Canadian history. And now they're trying to have Canadians take responsibility for that. They're taking it out now on the backs of Canadians. Had the Conservatives not spent so much irresponsibly before the recession, Canada's deficit will be nowhere as high as it is today. Bill C-38 is the first in a series that will attempt to implement the Conservative slash-and-burn agenda and cause havoc in Atlantic Canada in particular, as federal jobs and services are cut. The Conservative government began a slash-and-burn agenda in the 2010 Strategic Review, which saw $32 million in cuts over 3 years to the Atlantic Canada Opportunities Agency, with an additional $17.9 million in new permanent cuts. These new cuts in Budget 2012 represent nearly 20% of ACOA's entire operating budget. Newfoundlanders and Labradorians rely on ACOA to create opportunities for economic growth in the region, just as the rest of Atlantic Canada does. Now is hardly a time to cut programs that stimulate the economy, help create jobs, and increase federal tax revenue in the process. Adding to the $6.6 million in cuts over 3 years to Marine Atlantic, which occurred in the last budget, Budget 2012 cuts an additional $10.9 million in new permanent cuts. These cuts are especially difficult for my constituents when you consider that the Marine Atlantic Ferry service is our connection to the rest of the country. These cuts also include the closing of vitally important washing stations in Channel and Port aux Basques and Argentia. Some vehicles, Madam Speaker, that need to be washed off because they have picked up the contaminated soil that's prevalent in Newfoundland and Labrador. They carry the potato wart and the potato cyst nematode, infected soil. Washing the vehicles ensures that contaminated soil isn't exported to other Canadian provinces, and where it could do irreparable harm, and particularly in PEI and in New Brunswick, to the multi-billion-dollar potato industry in this country. History shows even a minor infestation in a potato-producing area can have serious consequences. In 2000, when a small area, a mere 24 hectares of Prince Edward Island soil, was found to have been contaminated by the potato wart fungus, the United States moved immediately to close its borders to PEI potatoes for months. This resulted in a $22 billion loss to PEI potato farmers. For a province such as Prince Edward Island, where the potato industry is a major contributor to their economy, the loss of this industry would be as devastating as a cod moratorium to Newfoundlanders and Labradorians. And I can just only explain to you, Madam Speaker, how devastating that was when today that cod moratorium is still in existence. The cod has not returned, and I can only imagine how it would be in PEI if the contaminated soil were to impact the potato industry there to the extent that the cod moratorium has impacted Newfoundland and Labrador. Of particular concern to my constituents in Random Bureau and St. George's, and the many coastal communities in Canada, in fact, is the dangerous approach this government has taken to the fishery. Last year's budget cut the Department of Fisheries and Oceans by $84.8 million over 3 years, while this budget goes further, permanently cutting an additional $79.3 million from the DFO budget. Worse, the government is rolling the dice when it comes to fish management strategy by cutting the financial capacity for evidence-based fish monitoring and protection of fish habitats and removing the protection of many freshwater fish species. Even Conservatives are upset with this attack on the fishery, Madam Speaker. Former Conservative Fisheries Minister Tom Sidden said, and I quote, "This is a covert attempt to gut the Fisheries Act, and it's appalling that they should be attempting to do this under the radar," end of quote. In addition to the Conservatives' cuts to the fishery, this government is considering sweeping changes to the fleet separation and owner-operated policies, which would directly affect 30,000 jobs and destroy small rural fishing communities. If DFO were to cancel the fleet separation policy, allowing large processors to engage in the inshore fishery, the traditional harvester would eventually be squeezed out of the industry. Clearly, the Conservatives have no interest in seeing the fishery survive. I also have concerns with the proposed changes to employment insurance, and I mentioned that earlier, Madam Speaker, the changes to employment insurance of Bill C-38. While not all changes are negative, we do know already from Budget 2012 that instead of working to help create more jobs, this government is increasing a direct tax on employment by hiking the employment insurance premiums by $600 million. EI recipients must apply for suitable employee vacancies to qualify for benefits. Bill C-38 deletes the provisions that deem employment opportunities to not be suitable if the opportunity is in the claimant's usual occupation or not, and offers a lower rate pay or in working conditions that are less favorable than the claimant has a right to expect. Only something that we would all expect, Madam Speaker. This bill also unduly grants the government the power, gives the minister the power to make changes to the EI Act without legislation and parliamentary approval, by giving the minister the power to change the definition of suitable employment. What is suitable employment, Madam Speaker? And there was no consultation whatsoever with either employers or with employees with respect to these changes to the EI. The Conservatives have yet to announce details of what they will consider suitable employment, yet they expect Parliament to grant them unrestricted power to do so. And people are nervous. People are naturally scared, not knowing what to expect. One has to wonder if the government's end game is to force Atlantic Canadians to relocate permanently to Alberta for work or accept jobs outside of their skill area. There's no discussion about training, appropriate training for people. And of course, when you get to the age of 55, 60, Madam Speaker, particularly if you've been working in a fish plant all of your life, and in a lot of cases in seasonal industry in the fish plant, what are you going to retrain for? What other skill are you going to retrain for at that age in your life? It is at a time when you'd like to retire. And you'd like to retire at age 65, as has always been the case. But, Madam Speaker, this government has seen fit to move that age of eligibility now from 65 to 67, making it even more difficult on people who work in demanding environments. In contrast to this government's attempt to implement their austerity budget is the government's shockingly expensive advertising campaign to try to convince Canadians that the government is not failing Canada, not as bad as it seems anyway. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister for Canadian Heritage.
I just have to comment on at the beginning of the speech of my honourable colleague. Obviously, very passionate. I do respect the member for her passion that she brings to her speeches. But you know, she began her speech by saying that the government of Canada, that we were running deficits before the global recession. That's not true. It's misleading the House to say so. Our government had balanced budgets in our first. She should know this very well. And she should also know there's something called the global recession that took place that is beyond Canada's control. She should also know that Canada is doing better than any other G7 country in handling the global recession. That we have 700 net new jobs that have been created. 3/4 of them are in the private sector. 90% of them are full-time jobs. We're doing incredibly well. And then she said that our government has driven us into deficit. And then she spent the last 90% of her speech saying that we have a slash-and-burn agenda. She's completely contradicted herself. I don't know if she's aware of how contradictory and how badly she failed in actually trying to message a position on this. But at one point, she said that our government, and by the way, she should know that the Liberal Party, her party, voted for those budgets that she says were so devastating. She stood and voted for them. But she thinks that they're so awful. So if they're so awful, perhaps she should apologize to her constituents. But then later in the speech, she said, quote, clearly the Conservatives have no interest in seeing the fishery survive. Does she really?
Order, please. Order, please. I must give the honourable member for Random Buren St. George the opportunity to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate my honourable colleague's remarks and comments, but obviously he is being very defensive, and rightly so, because it's impossible to defend what this government has done. You had the government, the Conservative government spent a 13 billion surplus, ran the country into the highest deficit position ever, and now they're trying to take it out on the backs of Canadians. And yes, slash and burn, because the decisions you're making are hurting Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Why is the government increasing the number of seats in the House of Commons? Explain that to Canadians. 30 additional seats in the House of Commons. Totally unacceptable. Why are you going and looking at spending billions on...
Order, please. Order, please. Order. Questions and comments? Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's a quaint expression where I come from, Madam Speaker. It's that fair wages benefit the whole community. And it's based on the notion that a well-paid middle class, a consuming middle class, is good for the economy. Why then, Madam Speaker, deep within the bowels of Bill C-38, do we find this little jewel that repeals the Fair Wages and Hours of Work Act for the construction industry? Now, construction contractors can offer any wage. It used to be the prevailing wage was somewhere close to union scale for federally regulated construction projects, like pipelines, for instance. Now, a construction contractor can offer any salary and any hours of work with no overtime, and if no Canadian applies, within 10 days, they get a temporary foreign worker in there that'll work for peanuts and sleep 6 to a hotel room and undermine the entire prevailing wage set by the industry. Madam Speaker, some of us worked for 100 years to set fair wages for the construction industry, and that was manifest itself in this Fair Wages and Hours of Work Act. It's now been repealed by this piece of legislation to enable these pipeline contractors to build the next pipeline with temporary foreign workers. Does my colleague realize that 30% of all the jobs created since 2007 in this country have been filled by temporary foreign workers? Not landed immigrants, temporary foreign workers being paid now any wage they want.
The honourable member for Random Buren St. George, there's less than a minute to respond.
I thank my colleague for his question. I think what we're seeing is a reflection of the thinking behind this government, and absolutely no respect for people who work in seasonal industries in particular. To suggest that they have to find other employment right away or suitable employment, and they don't even get to decide what that suitable employment is. The fact of the matter is the minister will decide. There's absolutely no consideration being given to the Canadians who need work, who want to work, but for whatever reason aren't able to avail of work. They're being forced to take whatever is available, and if you're going to leave it up to the minister through legislation to define suitable work, then I think we have a problem in this country, Madam Speaker. With respect to foreign workers, I too am concerned that we're going to end up driving down the wages of Canadians by going down this path.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Aujourd'hui, I am so very proud to have the opportunity to rise on behalf of the citizens of Winnipeg South Centre and to speak to my colleagues about the government's Economic Action Plan 2012. As a chartered accountant, I am proud to be part of a government that represents sound fiscal planning, job creation, and economic growth. As a mother I am grateful for the government's direction on long-term prosperity, because we have to take care of future generations. We need to be responsible, and we need to make sure that our children do not start their lives with their futures mortgaged. This matters, that we are good stewards. It matters to our children's future and well-being. Madam Chair, this matters to our country's future and well-being. I'd like to speak of our government support in the Economic Action Plan 2012 for research and development and commercialization, because it also matters for the future.
Minister Flaherty regularly consults private sector economists directly on their views on the outlook for the Canadian economy. The economic forecast presented in Economic Action Plan 2012 was based on a survey conducted in early March 2012 and includes the views of 14 independent private sector economists. The average of independent private sector economic forecasts has been used as the basis for fiscal planning since 1994 and introduces an element of independence into the fiscal forecast. This practice has been supported by the international organizations such as the International Monetary Fund. What's more, since its tabling last month, Canada's leading economists have lauded Economic Action Plan 2012's prudent outlook and Canada's strong economic performance. For example, Madam Speaker,
Economist on March 29th, 2012, said Budget 2012, initiatives in the job front and addressing the demographic challenge of Canada, in both regards, I'd give the budget an A. In global context, I think Canada is in a fabulous position. Avery Schenfeld, CIBC World Markets chief economist. Budget 2012 makes sense. He said this in the Toronto Star, Madam Chair, on March 30th. Budget 2012 makes sense in a world economy that is still not what we would like it to be. Relative to anybody else, what anybody else is doing, we still come out with flying colors. Now, I mentioned, Madame la Présidente, that I'm a chartered accountant, and to that end, I would like to speak to comments made by the Canadian Institute of Chartered Accountants, the CICA, regarding the government's budget. The CICA is a professional body representing CAs in business, in government, and in public practice. They even represent a member of Parliament. I would like to quote from their budget brief 2012. The federal budget positions Canada well for the future while providing prudent fiscal management. These are the fiscal managers, by the way, Madam President, of Canada. Budget measures being introduced are designed to serve the short term while maintaining a vision that embraces the long term. Now, given those glowing remarks, I am going to share with you today some of the initiatives being taken by our government to support innovation and create a reputation for Canada as a world leader in cutting-edge research, development, and commercialization.
the global economy is changing. Competition for the brightest minds is intensifying, and the pace of technological change is creating new opportunities while making older business practices obsolete. Canada's long-term economic competitiveness in this emerging knowledge economy demands globally competitive businesses that innovate and create high-quality jobs.
And like the Minister of Heritage just said, we have created over 700,000 jobs, 90% of which since the global crisis in 2009, and 90% of those are full-time positions, Madam President.
Since 2006, the government has provided nearly $8 billion in new funding for initiatives to support science, technology, and the growth of innovative firms. Despite strong policy fundamentals to support innovation in Canada, Canadian businesses do not take full advantage thereof.
Le Canada continue d'accuser un retard.
Canada continues to lag behind peer countries in terms of overall innovation performance, including private sector investment in research and development, and the commercialization of research into products and processes that create high-value jobs and economic growth, Madam Speaker.
Suite à un examen,
following a comprehensive review of federal support for research and development by an expert panel led by Thomas Jenkins, the government is committed to taking a new approach to supporting innovation in Canada by pursuing active business-led initiatives that focus resources on better meeting private sector needs.
dont le plan d'action économique.
In the Economic Action Plan 2012, our government announced that $1.1 billion over 5 years will go to directly supporting research and development and $500 million for venture capital. These investments and actions keep our economy strong, create high-quality jobs, and ensure that Canada is a premier destination for Canada's brightest minds. The Economic Action Plan 2012 takes important steps to address the challenges and help take advantage of the opportunities of the global economy, while ensuring sustainable social programs and sound public finances for future generations.
Now, Madam Speaker, I engaged in significant pre-budget consultations within my community. I continue to consult widely to best serve my constituents, and I recently had the honour of speaking with Mr. Kevin Dancy, the National President of the CICA. We discussed the budget, and of course Mr. Dancy is very interested in serving his community of chartered accountants. 3 areas which Mr. Dancy singled out and praised in particular are, first, the new tax incentives for innovation, which I have already referenced. Second, the significant reduction of red tape being undertaken by this government to assist small businesses in particular to create jobs and to assist with continued economic growth. La croissance économique, c'est vraiment nécessaire.
Economic growth is very important.
Finally, the critical issue to Canada's accounting professions and to many other professions in Canada, with the measures being taken by the government's commitment to support improvements to foreign credential recognition. The Economic Action Plan 2012 was developed with current and future Canadians in mind. It creates new opportunities for the brightest Canadians to create jobs through innovation and foster long-term financial growth. The plan focuses on job creation. It focuses on economic growth and long-term prosperity. And I am very happy to say that it recognizes the importance of support to science, to technology, and to commercialization. As the global economy changes, I am proud to see Canada remain proactive in preparation for a future of economic prosperity that will benefit our children. And to that end, Madam la Présidente, I am so proud to be associated with a government that cares not only about the right now, but cares enough about our future generations to make things possible. We don't just care about giving pensions to pensioners now. We care about making sure that our children and their children will also have those privileges. I am proud to be associated with a government that is focused on creating jobs for Canadians, on ensuring that we have une croissance économique extraordinaire.
Extraordinary economic growth and very frankly, the best economic growth in the world.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Chalabourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Bill C-38 amends the Employment Equity Act, which means that it no longer applies to federal contracts. Madam Speaker, this is a battle that women's groups have been waging for years and years. Would the member agree to receive lower wages for her work if she had a federal contract rather than receiving equal pay for equal work?
For Winnipeg South Centre.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I don't know if the member is aware yet. I'm very honored to get her question, Madame la Présidente. But I think everybody in this House who is an employee of the federal government, we are working for Canadian citizens, and we have taken a pay cut. For 3 years, members of Parliament have taken a pay cut. So yes, in answer to her question, I am very, very proud to do so because we're all doing our part. Nous avons un plan pour la croissance économique.
We have a plan for economic growth, and that is very important. And the first part of our plan is job creation. That is key. The second part of our action plan is economic growth. And lastly, as I said in my speech, it is very important to come back to long-term prosperity. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have worked with my Conservative colleague, and I know that she is very convinced about what she says, and I would like to commend her for her French. It gets better all the time. And she talked a lot about job creation, and I would like to know how she reconciles that with, for example, the testimony we heard before the Finance Committee in the House of Commons from the Parliamentary Budget Officer, who confirmed that the Conservatives' austerity budget would entail the loss of 40,000 jobs, would slow down the economic recovery, and with the combined cuts, there would be a total of 130,000 lost jobs.
Member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Je vous remercie.
I would like to thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would also like to thank my colleague because I am extremely proud of my progress in French, so I would like to thank her very much. As I said, economic growth in Canada is really something that is quite remarkable.
Envy of the world. Nous avons des commentaires.
We hear comments from the International Monetary Fund. We see articles in global magazines such as Forbes, Fortune, the Wall Street Journal.
And I will learn how to say this en français very soon, but we are the envy of the world. Nous avons créé plus de 700.
We have created over 700,000 new jobs since 2009, and that is absolutely unbelievable given today's global state. We have still have a very fragile economy, a global economy. We see our colleagues in Europe whose economies are far too fragile, and I am very pleased with the process we have put in place with job creation, economic growth, and in particular prosperity, not only for us today, but for generations to come. Thank you.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kootenay-Columbia.
I'm very pleased to be speaking today on Budget 2012, which is going to be keeping our taxes low and returning Canada to a balanced budget over the medium term, which is good news for Canadians. Economic Action Plan 2012 focuses on creating jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity. Budget 2012 also demonstrates the Conservative government's strong support for British Columbia through record federal transfer supports for hospitals, schools, and other critical services. Transfers totaling over $5.6 billion in 2012-13 represent an increase of over $1 billion from the former Liberal government. Madam Speaker, the average hardworking family is paying $3,100 less in taxes under our government. It's also keeping taxes low for small and medium-sized business and facilitates the responsible development of Canada's energy and natural resource sector. We will do this without raising taxes and without cutting transfers to the provinces for services that families rely on, like health care and education. There's more that our government can and will do in the years to come to ensure that Canada remains competitive in the world market and provides great opportunities for Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Madam Speaker, the natural resource sector employs over 760,000 people in communities throughout the country. It is the engine that drives our great nation. Over the next 10 years, 500 major projects representing $500 billion in new investment are planned across Canada. In the rich oil sands developments, the Canadian Energy Research Institute estimates in the next 25 years, oil sand growth will support, on average, 480,000 jobs per year in Canada and will add $2.3 trillion to our GDP. Madam Speaker, I can tell you in my riding of Kootenay, Columbia, Teck Resources, the world's second largest producer of metallurgical coal, are expanding to ensure that they are able to keep up with the world demand for steel-making coal. Madam Speaker, we must ensure that the natural resource sector can move forward with projects in a timely and transparent manner, while effectively protecting the environment. With that in mind, our government will focus on 4 major areas to streamline the review process for major economic projects. We will be making the review process more predictable and timely. We will reduce duplication. We will strengthen environmental protection, and we will enhance consultation with Aboriginal peoples. With that, we are going to consolidate responsibility for reviews and have fixed beginning to end timelines. Panel reviews will be 24 months. NEB hearings will be 18 months, and standard EAs will be 12 months. We will institute a one project, one review process. Madam Speaker, there are countless examples of companies having to go through a dual process for a project only to be approved at one level and denied at another. This, at best, is extremely frustrating, providing no surety to investors in the project and further bogs down the process. So what are we going to do? We propose to invest $54 million to renew the Major Projects Management Office, to transform the approvals process for major natural resource projects by shortening the average review time from 4 years to 22 months, and improving the accountability by monitoring the performance of federal regulatory departments. We propose to invest $13.6 million over the next 2 years to support consultation with Aboriginal peoples. We want to ensure that their rights and interests are respected and also facilitate discussions on how they can benefit from economic development opportunities. We propose investing $35.7 million over the next 2 years to support responsible energy development. Madam Speaker, I have heard much about the concern of tanker traffic specific to our West Coast. Oil tankers have been moving safely along Canada's West Coast since the 1930s. 82 oil tankers arrived at Port Metro, Vancouver last year, and over the past 5 years, nearly 200 oil and chemical tankers have visited the Port of Prince Rupert and Kitimat. They all did so safely. Tankers in Canada must comply with the safety and environmental protection requirements of international conventions and must also comply with Canada's marine safety regulatory regime. This includes double hulling of ships, mandatory pilotage, regular inspections, and aerial surveillance. Madam Speaker, we propose to invest $13.5 million over the next 2 years to strengthen pipeline safety. We will do this by increasing the number of inspections on oil and gas pipelines from 100 to 150, and will double the number of annual comprehensive audits from 3 to 6 to identify issues before incidents happen. Why? Because we value the importance of economic stewardship. We want our natural resource sector to continue to be the safest and most environmentally responsible in the world. Madam Speaker, our government also recognizes that in order for our business sector to flourish, we must open new markets for them. That is why we will continue to explore free trade agreements with countries around the world. It is the best way for Canada to grow its economy and create jobs. Madam Speaker, our Conservative government recognizes the importance of clean energy and the opportunities available to those who wish to explore this avenue. As such, under the capital cost allowance regime in the income tax system, Class 43.2 of Schedule 2 to the income tax regulations, we will provide an accelerated CCA rate for investment in specified clean energy generation and conservation equipment. Some examples are using a renewable energy source such as wind, solar, and small hydro, using fuels from waste such as landfill gas, wood waste, and manure, and making efficient use of fossil fuels such as high-efficiency cogeneration systems, which simultaneously produce electricity and useful heat. Mr. Speaker, this is an exciting opportunity for communities across Canada to look at investing in cogeneration plants that can create electricity and heat from solid waste, as it is something that every community across Canada must deal with on a daily basis. It opens up opportunities for companies across Canada to expand in new technology, which will benefit Canadians for generations to come. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I'm extremely pleased that our government will invest $150 million over the next 2 years to support repairs and improvements to existing community facilities. This will be done under the Community Infrastructure Improvement Fund. As a former mayor, I can tell you that keeping community facilities updated is vitally important to ensure that they can be used in a safe and efficient manner. Every community in Canada can benefit from this program, and in turn, it will promote healthy and vibrant cities and towns from coast to coast to coast. Mr. Speaker, this touches on just a small portion of Economic Action Plan 2012, and I'm proud to be part of a government that continues to focus on jobs, growth, and the economy. It is what Canadians want us to do: be responsible, forward-thinking, and prudent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with all due respect for my colleague across the way, the Conservatives, I'd like to point out a blatant contradiction in my colleague's speech. He's saying that the budget wants to reduce the overlap between different assessments, but the bill is doing the absolute opposite by allowing the Cabinet to strike down evaluations that have been done by the National Energy Board and the Environment Commission. So this would allow them to undo those decisions, and on top of that, C-38 limits the deadlines for the NEB and the Nuclear Safety Commission as well. This is serious. Canadians need to have more security, not less.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One project, one review. It's what I've heard from my constituents across in Kootenay, Columbia, with the Tech Resources, who go through a number of these every year. One project, one review for the oil sands. One project, one review for all natural resources.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the Conservatives really want to ensure the prosperity of all Canadians, how can they justify the fact that there's nothing in the budget for social housing? Because we know very well that the gap between the rich and the poor is constantly ever widening.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By creating jobs for Canadians from coast to coast to coast, and not only the natural resource sector, but other sectors across this great land, will be able to provide greater transfers to the province to allow those provinces to work with social housing and to assist those that need it. So I believe that by creating jobs, that will do what the honourable member asked for.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Minister of State for Western Diversification.
Mr. Speaker, from British Columbia, representing British Columbia, I would like the member to tell the opposition why they should consider voting for this bill when it comes to our environment, one project, one plan, because of how important it is for the pipeline to go through northern Alberta, British Columbia. So I'd like you to expand on how important that is for our economy.
The Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for her question. The importance of, to everyone in British Columbia, for not only the Enbridge pipeline, but all natural resource projects in British Columbia move forward is vastly important, not only to British Columbians, but all Canadians, because of the ability for the amount of jobs that will be created. It is an awesome opportunity for everyone across this country, and I believe that when Canadians see how much opportunity is available in British Columbia, they will come, they will work, they will create families there, they will be able to do a lot of things that make us as Canadians prosper. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Dartmouth, Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate what the member had to say, and his interest, no different than mine or anybody else's here, in terms of wanting people to have access to good jobs. But I wonder if he would comment on the fact that in this government's haste to create good jobs, if the effect of taking away the ability of the Fisheries Act or the environmental assessment legislation to sufficiently guard against the soiling, the contamination of rivers, streams, the air and land, that won't be fixed for generations. Is that not, a distance too far that we've gone in our haste to create a few jobs in the short term?
Short answer, the Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. In British Columbia, as well across Canada, we have some of the greatest environmental assessment processes in place. And I don't believe at all, by limiting what we are about to do, that we are going to jeopardize anything in any type of recognition of assessments. I believe the EA process is one of the best in the world.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is incredible that the Conservatives have tabled a bill that is 421 pages long while reducing the debate time to a strict minimum. Their concern about efficiency is obvious, but do they not also hide their fear that this bill might engender a justified reaction by the people if we take the time to look at it properly? I've examined this bill closely. I can assure you that I have never seen such a catch-all in the House of Commons. This bill, like the Conservatives, is not what it pretends to be. The budget implementation bill has become some kind of a pass for corporations and politicians who don't want to be transparent. The bill is much more than a simple omnibus bill. It confirms that there is a ruthless and unreasonable control that takes away the power of challenge from citizens. So we are astonished to see the government doing away with anything that might limit the damage to their ideological blindness. After the time of disengagement, now we are at the era of dismantling. This government ridicules government institutions. Is that not ironic? We've already seen the strong penchant of the government for siding with employees with the Air Canada and Canada Post stories. But this government doesn't care, it seems, about well-paid jobs for Canadians. This bill will lead to more poverty. Allergic to fundamental rights, this government is limiting the right of association by allowing one minister, and I emphasize one minister, to have a veto on collective bargaining agreements. That's saying, therefore, that this government accepts that negotiations carried out in good faith between two parties could be ruined by a politically partisan agenda. That is for all workers, but there's also something beyond this that affects women specifically. I fought for 40 years for women's rights. There isn't a word strong enough to describe the anger I had when I saw that the government intended to no longer submit their contracts to the Employment Equity Act. For the Conservatives, men have reason, women should stay at home. So all of the progress that's been made has been reduced to a purely cosmetic effect for them. Women have the right to be treated fairly, and it is completely invidious to try and make economies on their backs. I think it's an irresponsible decision. Having done this, the Conservatives, I will admit that feminist battles, which were particularly successful in Quebec, are being reduced to an accident along the course of the patriarchal history. Whereas the Conservatives are opening the door to privatization of any nature, I am telling you, Mr. Speaker, that we will soon nationalize this government and give the control and benefit of it back to citizens. This government seems to be working more for the benefit of shareholders. They've gone too far this time. But Canadians are not fooled. We see very clearly that there is a deception here. All of this, why? Because third parties of this bill want the abolition of environmental controls from coast to coast, where they hope to benefit on the Pacific end from the Asian manna. Congratulations. Well, promoting the economy is not a bad thing, but we can't put all of our eggs in one basket. By concentrating on oil, we are only inviting ourselves into a monumental dead end. In any case, sustainable development is not this government's issue either. They want to go big and go fast, and they'll end up by understanding that climate change is irreversible. You'd think we were in Texas during the 1950s. I would like to be in Canada in the 21st century. In terms of the environment, there's no surprise that we've learned that the Conservatives intend to broaden the concept of political activity within environmental groups. But it is only to be better positioned to ban their work. This government has made itself a friend of the oil companies by doing away with the so-called legislative constraints. Citizens are gathering pursuant to the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and who want to express their opinion still under the Charter. Do they not have the right to fully enjoy their citizenship? On the other hand, Bill C-38 confirms what we already knew. Abolition of rights and democracy, for example. This entity was causing problems for the government. The independence of institutions doesn't please this totalitarian government. Are the Conservatives becoming communist? With the Conservatives, it's always all for the market, except for state control, which they hold with an iron grip. In effect, the Conservatives seem to be giving more and more arbitrary powers to their ministers, more and more so. this is what will happen with the Department of Health, which will endorse some products that haven't gone through the proper inspection process. Canadians' health comes after the government's priorities, which is always profitability. But profitability for whom? When we see that we're giving so much freedom to businesses and so little to citizens, we have to ask for whom this government is working. But asking the question is giving the answer. Other evidence that this government doesn't care about well-paid jobs. They found that it was the right thing to do in this bill to allow 2,500 foreign workers to come and staff highly specialized positions in Canada and then go back home. The last thing that we can contract out, Mr. Speaker, is Canadian citizenship. It's well known, neoliberalism loves delocalizations that puts their workers into competition for low salaries. If we can't delocalize our resources, we can import our workers. Importing workers confirms the commodification of human beings, according to an ideology that wants to do away with all market limits and is busy creating new obstacles for public life. With the Conservatives, it's law and order for the people and anarchy among the big corporations. Not only are they considerably decreasing the Auditor General's powers and doing away with the Inspector General of CSIS, which is limiting their political agenda, the government is opening the door to a privatization of the CFIA. That's saying that through alliances and subsidiaries, a business could inspect itself. By excluding in a fraudulent way, the Conservatives are refusing to subject the bill to an in-depth study and threatening the following: the freedom of association, expression, assembly, transparency, and oversight. It seems like we're on the road to a dictatorship. The vision that accompanies this bill is as short-sighted as its disastrous effects will be long-term. We all want a good, prosperous economy. The responsibilities are much broader for a responsible government. With this bill, the Conservative government is voluntarily undermining its legitimacy and is not fighting for what it should be. The government should learn to assume its responsibility. It's high time, and they should provide real government to this country, which is without one. In its place, they are doing away with our institutions, sullying our reputation on the international front, and doing away with ways that seem to be most common sense. But the Conservatives don't think like us. They spend. They're spending on prisons, on F-35s, and on orange juice, but they're cutting the very essence of democratic life. It's impossible to understand. This government already seems old, tired, and princely. It seems unable to assume the most elementary responsibilities towards its people. But there's one thing that we keep in mind, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are not fooled. No, Mr. Speaker, we've not been fooled.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Beauséjour. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to congratulate my colleague for her speech. I think she has raised a number of important issues. But, Mr. Speaker, I am very concerned by the fact that in this omnibus budget bill, the government is attacking environmental institutions. They have greatly weakened the protections in the Fisheries Act for fish habitat, for example. I think that this is a long-term danger because the industry will be affected when we remove the constraints. If a pipeline is going to cross a river and there are no protections, then I think that there are going to be problems in the fishing industry because they depend on the habitat to support the species. And I would like to know what my colleague thinks about these environmental cuts. The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with my colleague's comments. I, too, am very worried about our environment, about the fish. Our rivers and oceans are polluted, and if they become more so, then we won't have these species. They will be contaminated by oil and other chemicals, so we do need to protect our environment and protect our food security by doing so. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe, Bagot. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I first would like to congratulate my colleague for a very passionate and strong speech. She mentioned that she had worked for years in the area of women's rights in Quebec and in her riding. And I would like to know how this budget does not meet the needs of women. The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for her question. For 40 years, I have indeed been working on behalf of women to have their rights furthered and not undermined. But what we have here is a provision that will affect women at work because employment equity is not being supported. This is very difficult for women and single mothers in particular. And then we have also the changes to the old age security.
Secretary to the Minister of International Cooperation.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I listened to the honourable member's comments, but I'd like to say that under this government's leadership, Canadians are all better off. Parents are recognized for investments that they make in their children's sports and their arts. I had a group of seniors here from Aurora this week who they visited Parliament Hill and they said thank you to us for allowing the pension income splitting because many of them are now able to stay in their own homes. And I know that constituents in Newmarket Aurora are very pleased with the fact that our government has created over 700,000 net new jobs across this country. So this budget continues these kinds of investments in Canadians, creating opportunities for the next generation. We consulted across the country, and my question to the member is, when is the NDP going to get on board with the rest of Canadians?
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for her question. There's no doubt that the NDP and I personally are not hearing this from people in our ridings. People are worried about how they are going to make ends meet, how they're going to pay their rent or their mortgage if they have to wait till they're 67. People who work in construction, women who have to stand up in a retail business, for example, they are very, very worried about how they're going to do that.
The honourable member for St. John.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I welcome the opportunity to stand today and highlight some of the key measures from Bill C-38, our government's plan to legislate Economic Action Plan 2012, which will undoubtedly help to create jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity. Today's Act, Mr. Speaker, and Economic Action Plan 2012 contains numerous measures that will benefit Canadians, and I'd like to highlight a few here today in my time. Today, Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about something that is very imperative, I believe, for any politician. And as we stand here today, and as I speak in the House of Commons, we're in the midst of a municipal election in New Brunswick. And you probably wonder, why am I raising this here today, Mr. Speaker? Well, I've had the opportunity in the last few weeks, in the last months, to speak to various organizations throughout my riding, and undoubtedly the municipal election comes up. And the comments that I provide with respect to the municipal election are very clearly that the public should ask the candidates when they approach them looking for their support what it is that they see as the priorities for our community and what it is that they will focus on if they are elected to office. And you know, Mr. Speaker, I really believe that this is so important that governments outline very clearly what it is that they will focus on and what it is that they see as their priorities, and they listen to the people that they represent and understand very clearly what those priorities are. Well, Mr. Speaker, I've had the benefit, I've had the pleasure, and I've had the honour of serving at all three levels of government in this great country of ours. I've been elected to municipal office, I've been elected to provincial office, and now I serve in a federal capacity. And Mr. Speaker, I really believe that when we go asking for support, that we outline very clearly what it is we will focus on if we're elected to hold that office. And Mr. Speaker, our government has done that. And our government has been very clear. And you're probably wondering where I'm going with this, Mr. Speaker. We're very clear when we talk about the need to ensure federal transfers to the provinces. This is the lifeblood of our country. It is the very fabric of our federation. And Mr. Speaker, we've had governments in the past that have broken that trust, that have tattered that fabric, that have brought great concern to the general public. Mr. Speaker, I speak from experience when I talk about how important these federal transfers are to the provinces. I speak from experience in the province of New Brunswick, where the federal transfers that our government will see are $2.5 billion. It's in excess of $2.5 billion through this budget and through Economic Action Plan 2012. Why do I talk about this, Mr. Speaker? Why do I stand here today to highlight this? Because I think it's important that the public knows, that Canadians know, that New Brunswickers know, and the people of my riding in St. John, New Brunswick, they understand that our government feels that this is a priority. Our government is committed to this priority because Canadians have told us that this is a priority. And we will maintain that trust, and we will certainly continue to grow the transfers. And we've done that in every year that we've been in office, in every budget that we've brought forward. And this is not by chance, Mr. Speaker. This is not by happenstance. There are many members in this chamber that have the same experiences that I have. Why, the Minister of Finance, he was a provincial politician before he came to this great house. The member from Southwest Nova was the Minister of Finance for the province of Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker. He understands. There are many members in our caucus that understand how important these transfers are to maintaining the services that Canadians, that our constituents, the people in our provinces come to depend upon. It's so important that we maintain these transfers so that the province of New Brunswick, in my case, the province of New Brunswick is able to provide the health care and the education programs that the people of New Brunswick so desire, so need, so depend upon, and so have come to rely on our government and the provincial government. Now, Mr. Speaker, I didn't come to this realization just by walking into this chamber. It comes from the experiences that I've had from my past life, whether it's in municipal politics or in provincial politics. I've served in a government, Mr. Speaker, that was very clear and focused provincially. I served with a premier who laid out priorities, who laid out his strategy to the electorate, and he stayed very true to that. In my lifetime, Mr. Speaker, that premier was the only premier in New Brunswick history to deliver 7 consecutive surpluses, and the only premier in the province of New Brunswick to ever pay down debt in my lifetime. And just so there's no misunderstanding, Mr. Speaker, I'm 48 years old. That's a long time. Wow. That's a huge commitment. That's old. But that, Mr. Speaker, shows that a government is prepared. When they're prepared to focus, they're prepared to focus on the priorities. They can achieve what they set out to do. And, Mr. Speaker, we've had governments in the past, and you know, Mr. Speaker, I have to say, we've had Liberal governments provincially and we've had Liberal governments federally that have not maintained that commitment, that have not stayed true to those priorities, have not been focused. And they, Mr. Speaker, have not had the same level of respect for the provinces that make this federation great. And, Mr. Speaker, they tried to balance the books, and they balanced the books on the backs of the provinces. And what was the result, Mr. Speaker? The result was that we had less health care services in the province of Brunswick. The results were we had less money for educational programs. We had less money for social programs. But did the federal government of the day, were they concerned about that? No, they certainly weren't concerned about that because they didn't see the provinces as a true partner, Mr. Speaker. They didn't see the value in the relationship that the provinces and the federal government need to maintain. They didn't see that value, Mr. Speaker, and we suffered in New Brunswick. We suffered in Atlantic Canada, and we suffered throughout this great nation of ours because that government, Mr. Speaker, made a choice, and today they pay the price for that choice. Today, Canadians have not given them the trust that they thought they deserved. Canadians have placed them out of office and put our government in office because we have demonstrated very clearly that we understand what the priorities of Canadians are. We understand that Canadians value the relationship between the provinces and the federal government, and we respect that. We respect that, Mr. Speaker, and we will maintain that. The Minister of Finance, the Prime Minister, they've been very clear that we will not balance the books on the backs of the provinces. We do see the provinces and the federal government in a true partnership. And they have demonstrated over and over again that commitment. Why, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance announced just recently that we will see health transfers continue to grow by 6% for the next 5 years, and 3% at a minimum beyond that, and it's based on economic growth. That's an increase in health care transfers, Mr. Speaker. Quite the contrast to the days when the Liberal Party ruled this House. Quite the contrast, Mr. Speaker, because the Liberal Party did not understand how important it was for Canadians to see that partnership and see the value in that partnership. It's quite the contrast, Mr. Speaker, and I know my time's running short. And I just want to stand here today and I want to talk about how important it is that we maintain this relationship. But I also want to make sure that people know that this budget demonstrates very clearly that we value that relationship. It demonstrates very clearly that we understand what the priorities of Canadians are. And it demonstrates very clearly, Mr. Speaker, that we are focused on those priorities, and we will deliver for Canadians, and we will deliver when it comes to jobs and growth and true prosperity. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for New West Coquitlam. Pardon me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to comment about my honourable colleague's mention of transparency. And I certainly appreciate his point. I appreciate governments that are transparent. But I'd like to focus specifically about one of the many changes that are going to be happening through the Budget Implementation Act, and that is the changes to the Fisheries Act. These changes, I submit, are going to be huge. And the fact that nobody knows about these changes, the fact that nobody has been consulted on these changes, poses the question about how transparent this government is actually being with one aspect. I know there's 70 amendments to legislation that's going to be included in this budget. 70 amendments to pieces of legislation, most of which are non-finance related, including changes to the Fisheries Act, without consultation. So I'd like to ask my honourable colleague if he'd comment about those changes, especially with the lack of transparency around those changes.
The Honourable Member for St. John.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. I was sitting here trying to recall, did the member listen to my speech at all? Because I didn't talk about transparency. I talked about focus on priorities is what I did, Mr. Speaker. I spoke about how we as a government are very focused on the priorities, and we're focused on the priorities of Canadians. And, Mr. Speaker, Canadians have told us very clearly that they want to see economic growth, that they want to see long-term prosperity, and we're taking the steps that are necessary to ensure economic growth and long-term prosperity, Mr. Speaker. And that's what I'm trying to say here today, Mr. Speaker, that we are focused, that we are committed to ensuring that Canadians get the government that they want.
Well said. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beausejour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I congratulate my colleague from New Brunswick on his remarks. Mr. Speaker, our colleague from St. John spoke about his service in the New Brunswick legislature. He served in the cabinet of a friend of mine, Bernard Lord. I'm perhaps inclined to ask him, in light of his service in the provincial cabinet, in the provincial government, he would undoubtedly be aware of a very important institution in Kent County, New Brunswick. It's the Hervé Michaud Agricultural Research Station. It's an experimental farm operated by the Government of Canada, which has been unfortunately slated to close. World-class scientists, people like Dr. Jean-Pierre Privé, have come to New Brunswick, have done world-class research, particularly with respect to small fruits, strawberries, berries. They've developed a working relationship, Mr. Speaker, with local producers. My colleague from St. John will know La Récolte de Chez Nous, which brings together local producers. Very small local producers have developed a partnership with this experimental farm and are very concerned that the loss of that farm and that research will have very negative effects on their ability to compete as a local agricultural industry. And I'm wondering if my colleague from St. John would cast his mind a little east of St. John and think of these poor farmers in Kent County that his government appears to be abandoning.
The Honourable Member for St. John.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague from New Brunswick for his question as well. And as my honourable colleague knows full well, that in my time in government in New Brunswick, that I was the Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Aquaculture, so I know full well what the member speaks of here today. But I will say one thing, Mr. Speaker, if the honourable member had been paying attention to my speech here today, to my comments, he would know that we're talking about priorities. And this member who supported the previous government in New Brunswick, who had the ideology that we could be all things to all people, and if everything's a priority, nothing's a priority. Well, that's what we had, Mr. Speaker. We had a government in New Brunswick that gave us the largest growth in the debt of the province of New Brunswick in 4 short years, Mr. Speaker, because they had no priorities, because they were not focused. 4 short years, we saw $3 billion increased on the debt in the province of New Brunswick. We won't repeat those mistakes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for New Westminster Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak in opposition of Bill C-38. As the Conservatives' first budget as a majority government, the Budget Implementation Act serves as a roadmap to this government's priority for these 4 years. And let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, the future does not look very green. The biggest theme I drew from this budget is the government's focus on large industrial projects as the key to Canada's economic success. Behind the guise of such words as streamlining and modernization, the government is stripping away long-standing protections for our environment, from short-sighted, unsustainable development projects like, for instance, the Enbridge pipeline proposal. 1/3 of the Budget Implementation Act is dedicated to gutting environmental laws that protect Canada's fisheries, rivers, oceans, and ecosystems. With the stroke of a pen, this government is eliminating decades of progress and condemning future generations to deal with their mess. I would like to speak on the changes to the Fisheries Act the Conservative government is attempting to sneak through this Trojan Horse Budget Implementation Act. These changes are undemocratic and egregious abuse of power that will do permanent harm to the ecosystem and Canada's fisheries. Mr. Speaker, make no mistake, these are radical and dangerous changes. Rather than prohibiting the harmful alteration, disruption, and destruction of fish habitat, it will narrow habitat protection to apply to those activities that would harm, quote, fish that are part of a commercial, recreational, or Aboriginal fishery, or to fish that support such a fishery," unquote. The Conservative government does not seem to understand the concept of an ecosystem or biodiversity. If they did, they would know that you cannot only protect one species of fish and forsake the others. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives would like Canadians to think that they care about creating jobs. Yet Western Economic Diversification Canada will be cut by $16.3 million by 2015. Our economy in Western Canada is still facing economic challenges, and we need Western Economic Diversification Canada to assist in the development of new industry and jobs. Downturns in commodity prices generally lead to volatility in Western Canada, particularly in forestry, agriculture, and manufacturing. Canada's New Democrats believe we should invest more in research and development, encourage more participation by Aboriginal peoples, and get people properly trained for jobs for the future. For months, I have heard from constituents who are furious with the government for raising the age of eligibility for old age security from 65 to 67. Canadians understand that our demographics are changing, but these negative changes to OAS are motivated not by statistics, but by ideology. Canada is one of the wealthiest countries in the world, and the old age security program is sustainable in the long term. Seniors who will be hit hardest by these changes are those who have worked all their lives for modest incomes at jobs that often take a toll on their bodies. Instead of raising the age of retirement, Canada's New Democrats continue to put forward practical solutions that would strengthen Canadians' retirement security. We propose working with the provinces to increase CPP with the goal of eventually doubling benefits. We also propose increasing the guaranteed income supplement. This measure alone would immediately lift every senior in Canada out of poverty. Mr. Speaker, I've also heard from constituents who believe that this government's move to eliminate all funding for Katimavik is short-sighted. Past participants have written to me describing the multitude of economic and social benefits that this program brings to communities across Canada. The government's cuts to youth programming comes at a time when the youth unemployment rate in Canada remains over 14%. That's double the national average. Budget 2012 also outlines millions of dollars in cuts to the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, including the elimination of 100 food inspection positions. Canada's New Democrats are calling for the reversal of these cuts so Canadian consumers can be assured that their food is safe to eat. Despite repeated election promises to maintain support for our public broadcaster, the Conservatives are cutting CBC's budget by almost 10%. These deep cuts will result in significant programming cuts and hundreds of jobs lost. More troubling is the government's move to weaken the public pillars of Canadian culture rather than invest in a more vibrant, innovative, and creative future. In my riding, constituents remain concerned about chronic overcrowding in ERs of Royal Columbian Hospital and Eagle Ridge hospitals, as well as long surgery wait times and expensive prescription costs. They look to their federal government to provide leadership by enforcing national health care standards and implementing long-awaited reforms. Instead, Mr. Speaker, this government seems more concerned with downloading responsibilities to the provinces and territories, which will inevitably result in increasing disparities in the quality of health care among the provinces and territories. Small businesses are also looking to this federal government for leadership. While I was pleased to see Budget 2012 extended the hiring credit for small businesses, more needs to be done to ensure small and medium-sized businesses continue to be the job-creating engine of our economy. I've been consulting with small businesses in my riding who overwhelmingly support an overhaul to regulations governing credit card processing fees. It's time to make the system more fair and more transparent. I've heard from my constituents who continue to be frustrated by the lack of adequate public transportation infrastructure in our communities. While the federal government continues to ignore this vital issue, cities across our country lack a mechanism for sustainable, predictable, and long-term funding. Canada's New Democrats propose a national public transit strategy, as well as immediately allocating another cent of the existing gas tax to public transit funding for municipalities. Mr. Speaker, let's focus on getting more cars off the road and reducing commuter-caused pollution by ensuring municipalities have the tools they need to build public transit systems that are forward-thinking and that contribute to building healthy, sustainable communities. Mr. Speaker, while our economy is said to be in recovery, many Canadians remain or underemployed. The majority of Canadians live paycheck to paycheck and work hard to make their monthly budgets balance. Those who are close to retirement are worried about the security of their pensions and upset at this government for mandating them to spend 2 additional years of their working life. As managers of the public purse, the Conservatives have shrunk the national revenues by slashing the corporate tax rate to 15% and subsidizing the heavily polluting and highly profitable oil and gas sector. On the other hand, in the past few weeks, Canadians have learned more about this Conservative government's secretive plans to spend some $30 billion on F-35 fighter jets, as opposed to the $10 billion figure quoted by the Conservatives in the last election. Canada's New Democrats believe the Conservative spending priorities are out of line with the priorities of Canadians, which include ensuring the viability of the public services which Canadians rely on, such as universal public health care, a strong pension system, affordable advanced education, and a healthy environment. It's time to address the growing inequality we see in our schools, our neighborhoods, and our cities. It's time to stop sacrificing short-term economic gains for long-term economic, environmental, and social health of our country. Budget 2012 makes it clear that this majority Conservative government has no intention of addressing either of these pressing issues. Mr. Speaker, I will be voting against the implementation of Budget 2012, and in doing so, I believe I will be reflecting the majority views of my constituents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of State for Western Diversification.
One of the projects that, or one of the parts of the budget, is going to be a program that's going to help small communities and small community centres. And this program has particularly was popular during the RINC program. Our Western Diversification was key to delivering that program, and therefore the money flowed through my department. It was voted against from the NDP, and they stayed firm on that. Now today, this member says he's going to vote against our budget. Again, Western Diversification is going to be delivering a program that is going to help small communities. They are helping the small part of the 2012 budget is to help the small businesses, and the small businesses have not only asked for regulations for credit cards, but also to streamline and make it more efficient. So I just want to know, is the member going to tell his constituents that he is voting against some of the very programs and projects that he indeed would benefit from?
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will indeed be telling my constituents that I cannot support this budget. I cannot support the priorities within this budget. While there may be some good things in the budget, it's overshadowed by the overwhelming things that are not good for Canadians. I just point to 70 amendments to legislation that is not even related to the budget. That alone should be worth not voting or not supporting this budget. But in terms of Western economic diversification, Mr. Speaker, there's going to be a $16 million cut to that department by 2015. So if we're looking at investing in Western Canada, we can start by investing in Western economic diversification, and that's not the kind of investment that I support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Compton-Stanstead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to commend my colleague for his excellent speech. I would like him to expand a bit more upon the consequences of the elimination of the Katimavik program and also the environmental oversight programs. We know that climate change is a major concern for many Canadians, and I would imagine that my colleague can also give us more details on the end of Katimavik and how good it was for Canadian youth.
For New Westminster, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the questions about Katimavik and environmental oversight. I've had a number of constituents and others write to me talking about their experience with Katimavik. I had one person who actually wrote a letter to the editor which was very insightful in terms of the economic impacts that happened or as a result of the visit of the Katimavik program to the Yukon and the economic spin-off from those participants or those people of the program that went up there. They participated, they helped not only the community, but they spent money in the shops, they spent money with services. She did an interesting calculation that showed the economic spin-offs and what it was for those number of participants in that one area in that small period of time, and then calculated all of the projects in all of the areas across Canada, and you find out that it's a tremendous benefit to the country just in economics alone, not to mention the social impacts of the cultural exchange across Canada, as well as the knowledge gained for young people at a time in life when they're making transition and important decisions. Now, I'm sure I'm going to run out of time to talk about the environmental changes to this bill, which 1/3 of the 450 or so pages of this bill are dedicated to weakening or changing the environmental protections to the Fisheries Act, to the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act, and to many other important pieces of legislation. But that alone is why I cannot support the BIA. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of Bill C-38, the Jobs, Growth and Long-Term Prosperity Act, as this legislation is vital to the implementation of Economic Action Plan 2012. Economic Action Plan 2012 is a positive plan that will ensure Canada's economy, already forecasted to be at the head of the pack for economic growth in the G7 in the years ahead by both the Independent International Monetary Fund and Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, remains strong. In the words of former Liberal Finance Minister John Manley, current President of the Canadian Council of Chief Executives, quote, "Budget 2012 builds on our country's reputation for fiscal responsibility, while at the same time establishing a more positive environment for private sector investment and growth." In my time today, I'd like to focus on the necessary adjustments today's Act makes to the Old Age Security, or OAS program, to ensure its long-term sustainability. In 1952, the Old Age Security program was launched, and I think we can all agree that it was a very different world. At the time, life expectancy was significantly lower than it is today. Government policymakers built the program around the understanding that seniors would be collecting OAS for only a few years after retirement. They also assumed that there would always be a sufficient number of younger workers to finance OAS benefits through taxes. Because of these two assumptions, they were confident that the cost of the OAS system would continue to be manageable. Those policymakers could not have predicted 60 years ago the rise in longevity or the fall in our birth rates. They could not have anticipated how these two trends would threaten the sustainability of the OAS program. But let me be clear, this is not an issue of how much money will be saved, but rather whether or not the OAS program will be sustainable over the long term. We want to make sure that these benefits will be there for future generations when they need them. According to the World Health Organization, average life expectancy in Canada is one of the highest in the world. It's now almost 81 years, and it's increasing. Already, 1 in 7 Canadians is over the age of 65, and in 25 years, nearly 1 in 4 Canadians will be a senior. The number of basic OAS pension beneficiaries is expected to grow from 4.7 million in 2010 to 9.3 million by 2030. Canadians can be rightfully proud of our public pension system, which has been influential in dramatically reducing the incidence of poverty among seniors and enhancing their dignity and independence. But as I said, Mr. Speaker, the world has changed. And when I say the world, I mean every country. The demographic trends we're seeing in Canada are occurring all over the globe. Life expectancy is rising and birth rates are dropping. Population aging is happening more quickly in the industrialized nations, which is why many of those countries have already moved to adapt their retirement support programs to account for this new reality. In most cases, industrialized nations are raising the age of eligibility for retirement benefits, as this is the simplest and most effective way to ensure the sustainability of the program. Of the 34 nations in the OECD, 22 have made or will be making the kinds of changes that we're now proposing. Thankfully, because of the strong economic leadership of our Conservative government, Canada has the fiscal room to bring in these changes over a longer period of time. Our government has pointed out that by 2030, there will only be 2 working-age Canadians for every retired Canadian. If we don't adjust OAS, those 2 working-age Canadians will be supporting the tax burden that is currently shared by 4 working-age Canadians. Times change, and government policies and programs must change with them. In the words of Keith Amikshir, director of the Rotman International Centre for Pension Management, and I would ask the NDP to pay close attention to his words, quote, "You can't put your head in the sand. When you look at the underlying economics of what's going on, it's perfectly logical in a general sense to say, yes, we're going to have to look at all social programs because of those demographics that are baked into the pie. There should be nothing surprising about that. That's why we're making modest changes to OAS to strengthen it for the future. Mr. Speaker, we will gradually increase the age of eligibility for OAS and the Guaranteed Income Supplement benefits from 65 to 67. This change will start in April 2023 with full implementation by January 2029 and will not affect anyone who is 54 years of age or older as of March 31st, 2012. We owe it to future generations to leave them a solid OAS program and an affordable tax burden. And we understand that we have to make these changes in a sensible way. That is why these changes do not apply to seniors or near seniors, and there will be no reduction in benefits to seniors. We're also making other significant positive reforms to OAS through today's Act. To improve flexibility and choice in the OAS program, starting on July 1st, 2013, we will allow for the voluntary deferral of the OAS pension for up to 5 years, allowing Canadians the option of deferring take-up of their OAS pension to a later time and receiving a higher, actuarially adjusted annual pension. We're also putting in place a proactive enrollment regime for OAS and GIS to reduce the burden on seniors of completing application processes and reduce the government's administrative costs, a major positive change. In the words of noted personal finance author Gordon Pape, writing in the Toronto Star, it is, and I quote, "a welcome elimination of bureaucratic red tape that should have the effect of putting a lot more money into the hands of seniors. This means that many people will no longer have to apply for benefits when they turn 65. The payments will come automatically. The potential gain for seniors is huge. Any change that simplifies the process and gets some of that foregone money into the hands of needy seniors has to be welcome." Mr. Speaker, to conclude, let me say that our government is proud of our record with respect to seniors. We've increased the GIS to help Canada's most vulnerable seniors, and we increased the GIS earnings exemption. We've provided $2.3 billion, Mr. Speaker, $2.3 billion annually in additional tax relief to seniors and pensioners. We've abolished the mandatory age of retirement in federally regulated industries so that older people have more choice as to when they retire. We've increased funding for the New Horizons for Seniors program to support seniors who want to participate in community projects. We're supporting healthy and active aging through a number of initiatives, and we are funding projects to combat elder abuse. All of these policies and programs will be adapted to meet new needs and circumstances of seniors as they evolve. In the same way, Mr. Speaker, old age security must also adapt to new needs and circumstances, and that is why the provisions in today's Act are the right thing to do and why I call on all members to support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, what the member just said doesn't make sense. They're going to raise the age from 65 to 67 for the OAS, and we're going to tell people who are 65 now that they're the ones that will be effective. The ones who are at that age now won't have to deal with that, however. So, currently, we know that we have a surplus of the population that are indeed between the ages of 55 to 65. So, the bulk of the aging population finds itself in that position. So why punish the coming generation so that in 13 years' time they'll have to work for more than 2 years, whereas we'll have less of a population to pay for those people?
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me assure the honourable member that it is the future generation that this government has their eyes on. We want to ensure that we have a sustainable old age security system for future Canadian seniors. At the same time, we recognize that it is completely unsustainable to require 2 future taxpayers to pay for what 4 taxpayers today are paying for. Clearly, anybody, it doesn't take a math degree, it doesn't take a master's in mathematics to realize that when you double the number of people receiving the benefits and you have the number of people that are actually paying into that system is simply not sustainable.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we're going to talk about math, let's go. According to the OECD, old age security for Canada represents 4.2% of GDP, whereas the average for OECD countries, it's 7%, and in other countries it's much more. So I think that the comparisons with countries in difficulty is just fanning the flames, and this program is perfectly viable.
Mr. Speaker, maybe what I'll do is, if I could, I'll quote from a prominent economist in Canada, Patricia Croft, who says that Budget 2012's initiatives on the job front and addressing the demographic challenge in both regards, I'd have to give the budget probably an A. In a global context, I think Canada is in a fabulous position. Mr. Speaker, that stands in contrast to the Honourable Member's remarks. The Honourable Member suggests that we should go down a road to follow the same paths that some European countries are following, paths that have led some of those countries to dealing with absolutely disastrous circumstances economically, circumstances that are going to take decades and decades to recover from. Thankfully, we live in Canada, which is leading the way economically and which has a very bright future because of the measures this government has taken.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague spoke of the ability for Canada to enact these changes for sustainability in our old age pension system over a longer period of time because of Canada's relative economic strength. Some of the measures that our government has taken over the last 6 years, including a competitive corporate tax rate, has ensured that the economic sustainability leads to this long-term planning ability. I was wondering if my colleague could perhaps explain some of the measures in Budget 2012 that will ensure Canada's long-term prosperity.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for the question. Mr. Speaker, it has to be noted that actually because of measures that we've taken over the past 6 years of government, Canada is the envy of the world economically. Organizations like the International Monetary Fund, like the World Economic Forum, like the OECD have commented that Canada is leading the way relative to other countries. And many of the measures that the Honourable, in fact, the corporate tax rate, that changes that the Honourable Member mentions, reducing the corporate tax rate from 22% to 15%, that's one of the things that these commentators have pointed to as an absolutely critical step that has led to that result. Mr. Speaker, what we see on the other side is suggestions that we've got to increase taxes across the board, from corporate taxes, taxes on job creators, to carbon taxes and the like. A complete 180 from the measures that we've taken to put Canada in this enviable position. Mr. Speaker, I hope that the honourable members across the way will take a really good look at this bill, that all members will take a look at this bill, not just do what their leaders tell them to do when it comes to voting on this bill, but actually vote in favor of Canada continuing the momentum, that positive momentum that we made over the years.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, hidden deep in the bowels of Bill C-38, we keep unearthing all these little treasures, things that we didn't even realize were being snuck into this omnibus bill. Things that we're just unearthing now that we're starting to realize why they were put there and the significance of it. One of those is that Bill C-38 repeals the Fair Wages and Hours of Labor Act, Mr. Speaker. And this is the Construction Fair Wage Act for the federal jurisdiction. This is, for 100 years, we've been fighting for fair wages and working conditions for the construction industry, because it's an industry with a transient workforce, and it's very difficult. Contractors, etc., can exploit desperate working people in the construction industry if we don't have regulations to prevent them to do so. This bill took wages out of competition so that contractors would win their jobs based on their merit and their skill and their productivity, and not on their ability to find cheaper and cheaper and cheaper labor, because it was agreed by virtue of this bill, the Fair Wages Act, that benefits nobody. I mean, we have a quaint expression where I come from, that fair wages benefit the whole community, and that it's virtuous to have a well-paid, consuming middle class. It's good for the economy. Driving down the wages of Canadian workers is to no one's best interests. And, Mr. Speaker, you would know that the federal government is one of the largest consumers of construction industry services in the country. And this bill applied to any construction project contracted by the federal government. That would mean military bases, prisons, ports. I'm trying to think of other examples, Mr. Speaker. Banking, telecommunications. The Canada Labour Code, the Federal Labour Code, applies to all those things, or projects that go across provincial borders. And what comes to mind, Mr. Speaker, when we think about large projects that might span interprovincial borders? Well, pipelines come to mind. So this is what we've unearthed now, Mr. Speaker, that deep within Bill C-38, the federal government has eliminated the fair wages and working conditions, I might add, that are found in this act, and completely eradicated it. It also says in this act, not only do the contractors, whether they're union or non-union, have to pay the prevailing wage, which is usually determined by the Minister of Labour, by consulting in that area what a normal prevailing wage would be, not the union scale, but somewhere in the same living wage ballpark. And the other thing that it also sets is the hours of work, that no construction worker has to work more than 48 hours without time and a half overtime. That's also included in here, Mr. Speaker. All that is eradicated. Now a contractor can bid on one of these federal jobs, posting a job, wanted carpenters, $8 an hour, 84-hour work week, straight time. No one's going to apply for that job, Mr. Speaker, which opens the door to the other side of the coin, to mix a metaphor. The other side of the coin is they've changed the laws for temporary foreign workers, again by virtue of recent legislation, to where a contractor can get a temporary foreign worker within 10 days. And where do they come from? This isn't some unemployed guy in Bangladesh that notices a job opportunity in Winnipeg, Manitoba. It's international labor brokers that are peddling crews of temporary foreign workers all over the world for construction projects. We call them labor pimps, Mr. Speaker, because unfortunately many of the workers working for these international labor brokers are working in a form of bonded servitude. at substandard wages, some substandard living conditions, substandard health and safety conditions, but never mind the exploitation of those temporary foreign workers. They are driving down the wage and industry standards of Canadian workers by virtue of these contractors who will undoubtedly win every job. Construction, I know construction. I'm a journeyman carpenter. I spent my whole life in construction. I used to be a representative of the Carpenters Union. I know the margins that construction contractors play with. 2 or 3% is about all there is between this bid and that bid. It's very competitive. Anybody that can bid their job by pricing out labor at 20 and 30 and 40% lower than their competitor is going to win every job every time. And drive down the prevailing wage, because those other contractors are now going to have to start bidding lower if they're going to ever win a job. To whose benefit? It's driving down the fair wages of Canadian workers, Mr. Speaker. In the long term, let me point out a secondary problem this raises. How are we going to attract bright young men and women into the building trades if the normal wage is now going to be $8, $9, $10 an hour instead of the $20, $30 an hour that it is now? You try feeding a family at $8, $9, and $10 an hour, Mr. Speaker. Nobody in their right mind is going to go into that industry. And we're going to have temporary foreign workers all over again. This is a recipe for undermining the integrity of the construction industry, Mr. Speaker, and I believe it's set up specifically to enable the construction of pipelines, interprovincial pipelines, which used to be subject to these fair wage standards. It's going to create an open door for contractors to avoid paying fair wages to Canadians, and they're going to build these things with these temporary foreign workers. Let me give you one example, a recent example, Gold River, British Columbia. Unfortunately, their pulp mill closed down due to more normal market forces, I suppose. So they sold the pulp mill to China. So instead of hiring the locals to tear down the pulp mill, the 400 men and women that worked there all their lives know every nut and bolt in the place, but instead of hiring them, they apply for temporary foreign workers, sure enough, get granted the permit. We got a copy of it, the application. It says, did you try to find Canadians to do the job? Yes. Reason you did not hire those Canadians? The price was too high. So therefore, they bring in these crews of guys from India, sleeping 6 to a hotel room, tearing down the pulp mill, while the Canadian workers are outside the fence looking in, wishing they had another 12 weeks so they could get a POGI claim at least. They're giving away these temporary foreign worker permits like party favors at Conservative Party conventions, Mr. Speaker, to anybody who asks for them. And now they've changed the rules to make it a 10-day turnaround. So you post the ad in the paper, wanted carpenters, $8 an hour, no overtime, no benefits, nobody applies for the job. Within 10 days, you've got your crew from this international labor broker pimp is going to provide all the manpower for that particular job. Another example, the Winnipeg International Airport. We're very proud of our airport. Why is it that unemployed Canadian carpenters were outside the fence watching a crew of temporary foreign workers building our international airport? Simple. They asked the government for it. And the crew, 80 guys, get this, they're from Lebanon, but the last job they came from was in Latvia, where they were building another big concrete job. They just move these guys around all over the world because it's cheaper than paying Canadians a fair wage. They would rather pay a foreign national, not an immigrant, not a landed immigrant, a foreign national, our wages. They're eating our lunch, and they should be going, those jobs should be going to Canadians. This paves the way, Mr. Speaker, this Bill C-38. If there wasn't enough to criticize in Bill C-38, they have just repealed the Fair Wages and Hours of Labor Act. It makes you wonder what kind of a government is opposed to fair wages for Canadian workers. I mean, how many trusting blue-collar workers look to their government for support, not to undermine their living conditions? In their zeal to smash the unions, they are absolutely dragging down the standard of living for the largest employing industry sector in the country, the construction industry. I know who's behind it, the merit shop contractors. They're regular and frequent visitors in the PMO. They came to the PMO and said, it'd be really great if we could win all the jobs. We win some of the jobs now, but it'd be great if we could win all the jobs. How can we help you? Well, just eliminate that Fair Wages Act, and then we can offer whatever wages we want with no restrictions and no controls. It used to be you used to have to pay a guy time and a half after 48 hours. You should be paying them time and a half after 40 hours anyways, but that wasn't good enough. Now you don't have to pay them the time and a half at all. Minimum wage is the only prevailing wage now, and I mean the provincial minimum wage on these projects. It's destructive, it's counterproductive, it's in nobody's best interest to ratchet down the wages and working conditions of Canadian workers. It's bad for the economy. If they say they're doing these things because it's good for the economy, what's good for the economy is a well-paid consuming middle class who is buying cars and buying houses and buying jeans for their kids, not people that are driven into the poorhouse by their government.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I always enjoy the performance of my Thespian friend from Winnipeg. But I would like to make a bit of a connection to something his boss said, who's in favor of shutting down the oil sands. I'd like to make the connection between the oil sands and the manufacturing industry that he cares so much about, and I applaud that, and the manufacturing industry in Ontario and the construction industry across the country. And talk about cars and toys for the kids. If his boss had his way and shut down the oil sands, there'd be nobody in Alberta buying cars that nobody in Ontario would be in fact making, and no workers building things in not just in Alberta but in other parts of the country. Could he make that connection for me?
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Well, my colleague is making stuff up. Nobody's ever said they would shut down the oil sands. They said they would develop them in a responsible and environmentally sustainable way, Mr. Speaker. And when they build, in whose interest is it? Here's a fact that maybe my colleague didn't know. I'll bet you dollars to donuts he didn't know that Bill C-38 repealed the Fair Wages Act, for one thing. And I'll bet you he doesn't know another statistic. Fully 30% of all the jobs created from 2007 to today in this country have been filled by temporary foreign workers, not by Canadians, and not just in high-paid jobs, in Tim Hortons. Places like, chambermaids in hotels, temporary foreign workers. The reason Canadians aren't taking those jobs is because of their lousy wage. Maybe if people paid a living wage, Canadians would apply for those jobs, Mr. Speaker. This is not a human resources strategy. Temporary foreign workers is not a human resources strategy. It is the polar opposite of a human resources strategy. It is admitting defeat.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Bois-Salaberry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his presentation, which deals with the quality of life of workers. And talking about that, there was a lot of talk about contributions to the economy, and I'd like him to comment on the fact that we can have sustainable development and respect the environment while respecting the health of workers. In the United States, a study showed that businesses that invested $26 billion in green technologies and green to deal with climate change resulted in more than $533 billion. So there was a huge advantage to it. There are lung difficulties or diseases related to the environment being in bad shape, for example. And they were. So could you talk about the investments developing the economy?
My colleague raises a compelling point. I mean, I conducted a survey, a study one time when I was the head of the Carpenters Union that showed that job creation through energy conservation actually employs as much as 7 times the number of people as the extraction and of energy production. This is one of the things that a unit of energy harvested from the existing system through demand-side management is indistinguishable from a unit of energy created at a generating station, except that it's available at about 1/3 the cost, creates 7 times the person years of employment, doesn't create greenhouse gases, and it's available and online immediately. In other words, as soon as you turn a light switch off, the unit of energy you're saving is available to resell to someone else at the same moment, instead of waiting 6 or 8 or 10 years to build a new generating station. The way of the future, the largest single source of energy in the country, is that energy wasted in the current system. And harvesting that energy out of the current system puts more people to work and is more sustainable than the extraction option that we seem to be reliant on today. It's an excellent question, and I thank my colleague for it.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it is an honour to rise and address the House this afternoon and speak about the important investments and reforms our government is making in Budget 2012. The Economic Action Plan 2012 is squarely focused on what matters to Albertans and all Canadians: valuable new jobs and sustainable economic prosperity. We're moving forward with a stable plan to encourage long-term economic growth and job creation by maintaining our focus on supporting entrepreneurs, business innovators, and world-class researchers. Alberta understands the importance of business innovation. Alberta's cities and rural communities are home to some of the world's most innovative companies and research institutions. Notre gouvernement.
Our government is committed to fostering an economic climate that encourages business innovation. Business innovation is increasingly vital to maintaining our international competitiveness and our excellent standard of living.
Action économique de 2012.
The Economic Action Plan 2012 contains over $1.1 billion in significant investments for R&D, $500 million for venture capital, and for increased public and private research collaboration.
Direct investment will support private sector business projects that will develop new and innovative technologies demanded in the global market. Our government will help increase the number of persons employed in high-paying research and development fields, and will ensure long-term growth by enabling innovative Canadian companies to thrive in an increasingly competitive and global business environment. In addition to strategic investments, our government is also committed to improving the conditions for business investment. Our government will bring forward legislation to implement across-the-board changes to achieve the goal of one project, one review in a clearly defined time period. This includes system-wide legislative improvements to the review process for major economic projects that will establish clear timelines, reduce duplication and regulatory burdens, and focus resources on large projects where the potential environmental impacts are the greatest. In addition, Western Economic Diversification Canada will be launching the Western Innovation Program, a new program that provides support to innovative small and medium-sized enterprises in Western Canada.
This budget also places a renewed emphasis on cutting red tape and making it easier to do business in Alberta and the rest of Canada. Reducing red tape helps businesses to better compete. It represents a low-cost way to enable economic growth and to boost productivity as Canada emerges from the global recession.
That's why our government will propose new legislation to modernize and streamline its regulatory system. In addition, Economic Action Plan 2012 proposes $54 million over 2 years to continue to support effective project approvals through the Major Projects Management Office initiative, which has helped to transform and streamline the approval process for major natural resource projects. Budget 2012's measures build on a strong foundation of investment and support for research and innovation in Edmonton, Alberta, and all of Canada. For example, in May 2009, the Government of Canada committed $195 million to the Government of Alberta as part of Canada's Economic Action Plan through the Knowledge Infrastructure Program. These funds facilitated the enhancement of the science degree program at Grant MacEwan University with the building of new and renovated high-quality science labs. It helped to build innovative facilities like the Alternative Energy Centre at the Northern Alberta Institute of Technology, and helped to upgrade the fume hood exhaust systems in the Chemistry and Biological Sciences building at the University of Alberta. These upgrades will improve the use and utility of high-quality research space, ensuring that students and researchers have the best possible space to learn and conduct their work. Since 2006, we've provided nearly $8 billion in new funding for initiatives to support science, technology, and the growth of innovative firms. With Economic Action Plan 2012, our government will continue to invest in research and innovation in Canada. Budget 2012 proposes to invest $400 million to help increase private sector investments in early-stage risk capital and to support creation of large-scale venture capital funds. Facebook, Google, and Research in Motion were all, at one time, startup companies financed by venture capital, and we want to help launch the next Canadian business success story. The Western Innovation Program is another proposal from Budget 2012. Western Economic Diversification will soon launch this program to provide financial support to innovative small and medium-sized enterprises in Western Canada. Budget 2012 also proposes further supporting advanced research at universities and other leading institutions. Our government plans to invest $500 million over 5 years to the Canada Foundation for Innovation to support new competitions, including the College Industry Innovation Fund, which will begin funding in 2014. These commitments demonstrate in concrete ways our government's commitment to following a new approach to supporting advancements in research and innovation by pursuing active, business-led initiatives that focus resources on better addressing the needs of the private sector. However, Mr. Speaker, we must remember what the lifeblood of our economic engine is. In the Alberta economy, as well as in the rest of Canada, our natural resources have given us a tremendously high quality of life.
These resources have also given jobs to hundreds of thousands of Canadians, which, in the current economic climate, is an extremely important asset. The oil sands in Alberta are merely one of myriad examples of natural resources that have helped to drive the Canadian economy forward, with benefits for all provinces of territories.
We need to make full use of all of the assets at our disposal, and in this great country of ours, our natural resources are certainly one of those. In 2010, the natural resources sectors of our economy employed more than 760,000 Canadians in communities across the country. In the next 10 years, there will be more than 500 new major economic projects totaling $500 billion in new investments. The oil sands industry currently employs over 130,000 Canadians and generates wealth that benefits the entire country. A recent study by the Canadian Energy Research Institute estimates that over the next 25 years, growth of the oil sands industry will support approximately 480,000 jobs and will add $2.3 trillion with a T to Canada's gross domestic product. In addition to all of this, the increasing global demand for resources, particularly from emerging economies, will create new economic and job opportunities from which all Canadians will benefit. However, our economy and our people will only benefit from these demands if investments are made by the most important driver in our economy, and that's the private sector. We need the private sector with all of its drive and innovation to bring these natural resources to market. Recently, however, those wanting to invest in our resources have faced an increasingly large and tangled web of bureaucratic rules and reviews before being able to bring these resources to market. Such obstacles can add costly delays, deter investors, and undermine the economic viability of major projects. In order to achieve the greatest value possible from our natural resources, Canada needs a regulatory system that reviews projects in a timely and transparent manner while at the same time effectively protecting our environment. We will adopt a balanced and responsible approach to protecting our environment that makes a significant, tangible difference but does not transfer Canadian jobs overseas. That is why in Economic Action Plan 2012, our government proposes to streamline and modernize the review process for major economic projects. As part of our plan, major projects will have fixed timelines. Panel reviews will be limited to 24 months, Natural Energy Board hearings will be limited to 18 months, and standard environmental assessments will be held to 12 months in length. This will create clear, certain, and predictable timelines for businesses that will lead to quality, well-paying, and skilled jobs for Canadians. These measures will reduce duplication and burdensome regulations while focusing resources instead on large projects where the potential environmental impacts are the greatest.
These improvements to the regulatory and approval process will benefit Alberta's economy and therefore Canada's, and will position us competitively for future long-term growth and prosperity. Mr. Speaker, Canada is a great nation, and we are in an excellent fiscal position. Budget 2012 keeps us on track to balance the budget, keeps taxes low, and create jobs and economic prosperity in the long term.
Many governments around the world would envy this budget, and if they were in the economic position of Canada, they might be content to rest on their laurels. Not us, Mr. Speaker, not this government. We will not rest. We will continue to work hard to ensure that Canadian business, industrial, and educational sectors are pushing the envelope in each of their respective domains. We will continue to make sure that they have the resources and environment they need to succeed and create jobs, deliver products to market, develop the next cutting-edge technological innovation, or make a revolutionary scientific discovery. We will keep working hard, Mr. Speaker, as if it all depended on us, and frankly it does. Through all of our work, we will keep in mind the motto of the Royal Canadian Air Force, which clearly sums up our goal as a government and the economic circumstances we have come through in the past 4 years. Per ardua ad astra, which means through adversity to the stars. And if our history and emergence from past adversities is any indication of our future prosperity, Mr. Speaker, Canada's future is very bright indeed. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to know from my colleague across the floor why the pay equity or the employment equity legislation will no longer apply to government contracts. This seems to me a direct attack on women, Aboriginal peoples, visible minorities, and people with disabilities.
Well, Mr. Speaker, thank you to my colleague for the question. It'll come as no surprise to her that I reject the premise of her question. We are working together in the interest of all Canadians, male, female, Aboriginal, white, immigrant, whoever, to unlock the tremendous capacity that Canada has, the tremendous capacity that Canadian industry has in our scientific areas, in our educational areas, in our industrial areas, in our resource development areas. We want to make the playing field as level as possible so that everybody from every part of the country, no matter where they come from, can have an equal opportunity to share in the tremendous success that is Canada. And we're not going to pit one against the other. We want a level playing field for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to read a quote. In the face of tough fiscal choices, the government showed leadership by continuing its investments in research, innovation, research infrastructure, and university private sector collaborations. These investments will build a stronger future for our society and economy. This was said by Stephen Troupe, the chair of the Association of University and Colleges of Canada, as well as the president of the University of British Columbia. I share this view. I have a past history working with research administration, especially our investments in the Canada Foundation for Innovation. I'd like to hear from my colleague how he feels that investments in CFI will continue to ensure the development of highly qualified personnel and the continued growth of our economy. Good question.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for an excellent question. You know, the CFI has been one of the driving forces behind innovation in Canada. The universities are hotbeds of research and development. I'm particularly proud of the University of Alberta, which has been leading the way in a lot of areas. University of Calgary and other great institutions across the country have been a big part of that. And without that kind of innovation, without that kind of intellectual drive and curiosity and perseverance, you know, Canada would not be the great country it is today. So I totally agree with the quote that was just read. I know within my association with the University of Alberta and the leadership there, and other institutions across the country, they are extremely happy with what this country has done with the economy, with budgets in the last several years, because it is unlocking their potential, which is going to be to the benefit of all Canadians.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable colleague speaks about the CFI program, and it is indeed a good program. But the problem that we've had for many years now is that you need funds to operate the infrastructure that you buy. You need trained technical people, and that is why there was a program called the MRS program at NSERC, and that was just frozen. It's ended. There's no new money. A lot of places like the Brockhouse Institution, neutron scattering groups are going to be losing their MRS funding, so they're not going to have the money to use the infrastructure that we have, and that's a problem. So why did this government choose to cut that money?
Good question.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
In fact, Mr. Speaker, it's not true. There's various ways you can fund things. CFI, in fact, does have operational funding. In fact, we've given a record amount of money to the Tri-Granting Council to operate those kind of enterprises, and I'm hoping that my colleague across the way will see fit to vote in support of that.
Questions and comments? Short question. Short question. The Honourable Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
I'll try. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to ask the member opposite. The Environment Commissioner reported the other day about hundreds of contaminated sites across this country. The results, in effect, of lax environmental assessment laws and protection. I would like to ask him if he's not concerned that the gutting that they're proposing of the environmental laws and Fisheries Act is going to lead to further environmental devastation across this country.
Short answer from the Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. In fact, it's quite the opposite. We're going to put some common sense into some of those rules and regulations, and we're going to stop worrying about, in the fisheries side, for example, killing fish in a flooded farmer's field, which is absurd. We're going to put our efforts and our expertise and our dollars where it's going to make the most difference, so that we do make sure that we clean up contaminated areas in the country, and that we do operate in the best interest of the actual fisheries industry, for example, and not things that are completely extraneous.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for York West.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to be able to have a few minutes to talk about this omnibus bill, this huge budget bill that is going to change the face of Canada, and between 400 and 500 pages of information that bundled in that's going to, as I said, change the face of this country. And how disappointed I am that instead of dealing with something that's 30 or 40 pages, even 50 pages, we have to try to dissect something that's 400, 500 pages, and it's full of all kinds of changes to everywhere you can possibly think of. And, you know, I've been here now 13 years, and I've been in cabinet, I've been on the back bench, I've been on the front bench, I've been in opposition and in government. And I have never seen such lack of respect for democracy in this country and for the Parliament of Canada and for parliamentarians. To attempt to put all of this into an omnibus bill that changes so much with so little input from Parliament. It's designed specifically in a way that undermines the essential and historic role that Parliament plays in writing and passing good and sound laws. Bill C-38 attacks old age security and implements Budget 2012, which the Liberal caucus is clearly in opposition to. It also includes many other items, including the gutting of 50 years of environmental protection. It should not be a single omnibus bill, and for these reasons and many more, as I indicated, I will be opposing this bill quite happily. Bill C-38 makes sweeping changes to 60 different acts of this Parliament. It rewrites a generation's worth of environmental regulation and oversight. It rolls back assistance for low and middle-income seniors. Bill C-38 changes program rules such as the employment insurance rules that would affect a claimant's ability to reject jobs that are not within the field associated with their expertise. So just imagine you're on unemployment insurance, and never mind being told that you've got to take a job 50 miles away, you've got to take a job possibly all the way out into the west if you're down in the east. And imagine what that does to a family. It's bad enough to be unemployed without being forced to relocate away from your family and all of the struggles that are there. It's just all part of the meanness that's clearly been evident in this government. Lack of concern and compassion for Canadians is what it's all about. So I have no concern with change, and frankly, I welcome change, and I would have welcomed an opportunity to truly debate and discuss this bill, as would, I believe, all of us. Our role here is to make Canada better, not to support making Canada worse and treating its citizens with disrespect. Parliament has a constitutional role that includes spending oversight, and even this government can't sidestep that, even though not for lack of trying. The government has already moved and passed closure, limiting debate within the House. And rest assured, that will come back, and they will pay a price for that. If not today, they will tomorrow. It's pursued a policy of forcing committees into closed session at every opportunity, further locking Canadians out of the parliamentary process. Now, they have set up special rules for senators that they are refusing to allow for elected members of this House. And you have to question, what are they so afraid of? Openness, public debate and discussion. They'll allow it in the Senate, but they won't allow it here in the House of Commons, where we're truly supposed to be having that kind of a debate. In the Senate, though, we had some success. The Liberals did ask that the bill be split up so that the relevant Senate committees could study it. Just exactly the kind of thing we asked for a couple of weeks ago here in the House. But of course, they wouldn't allow that because we might actually talk and debate and discuss important issues that they might disagree with. There was a time when this Prime Minister rallied against the other place, but today he seems prepared to give it every consideration as long as they do what he wants. There was also a time when this Prime Minister rallied against heavy-handed and reckless governing, but now he's in charge. He seems to enjoy it. I guess these are not his first policy reversals, though, since becoming Prime Minister. Conveniently forgetting his election promises seems to be a specialty of this Prime Minister. This bill attacks a variety of things, as I mentioned earlier, including our immigration laws. This bill will allow foreign workers who come to Canada, seasonal workers, temporary workers, to be paid less than the person they're working beside. Just imagine what that does to the reputation of this country. We're looking to exploit people who are, just basically looking for a day's pay, coming from another country for a short period of time, leaving their family and leaving their home, coming to Canada to fill a need that we have, and we're going to pay them less than anybody else who's doing that job. It also raises the age at which low-income seniors or seniors, period, can get an old age pension. It's taking $30,000 out of the pockets of every Canadian. Well, they stand back and say, oh, you know, they're reducing taxes, they're doing this, they're doing that. They are taking $30,000 out of every Canadian who's 54 years of age and under. It rewrites the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act, handing power to the Cabinet to be used behind closed doors. It amends the Canadian Oil and Gas Operations Act, the Nuclear Safety and Control Act, the Fisheries Act, and on and on and on, the Species at Risk Act. Legislation all related, interestingly enough, to the Northern Gateway Pipeline. So you've got to wonder what that's all about. It's not affecting some areas, but specifically those areas, to get rid of what they continue to be roadblocks to their ultimate goal, which is to see that pipeline go through. This Prime Minister and the government are breaking a specific promise, as I indicated before. The Prime Minister indicated 2 months before the election, in March of 2011, that he would not change the health transfers, he would not cut health transfers or social payments or touch pensions. That was in March 2011. Prime Minister now, what is he doing? He's ignoring the advice of the worldwide OECD. He's ignoring the advice of Canada's Chief Actuarial Officer. He's ignoring the advice of his own Parliamentary Budget Officer, and even the government's experts, who all agree that this change is not necessary, as Canada's OAS program is already and will continue to be sustainable. So worse yet, he's betraying a trust that he made to Canadians, as all of the government members have done. None of them have stood up and opposed it. None of them have had the courage to do that. And this change is going to hit Canada's most vulnerable people. Some of these changes negatively alter federal protection of waterways and limit the list of protected species without a scientific basis, which is always the way the government does it. Never mind evidence-based science that shows you shouldn't do this or shouldn't do that. It's political expediency, and that's what it's all about. Some of those changes to the immigration are going to affect 100,000 immigration applications that have been in the queue for years of people wanting to come to Canada. What does he care? Throw them all out. The government doesn't care. Throw them all out. Let people start all over again. Well, you know what? They'll never get here to this country in their lifetime. And some of those changes are going to fundamentally change the way we welcome new Canadians to this country. We at least owe it to Canadians to fully vet and debate the changes. That's what democracy is all about. It doesn't work in secret, and that's not the way it's supposed to happen in Canada. Bill C-38 radically shifts power from publicly accessible oversight and regulatory mechanisms to the bloated autocracy found within the Prime Minister's office. Bill C-38 is essentially a document that wrestles power from Parliament and from Canadians and places it directly into the waiting hands of the Prime Minister. I have to ask, how long is it going to take before the Prime Minister will approve the Northern Gateway Pipeline after environmental oversight is removed? I don't think it's going to take very long. I ask, what are the next cuts that are going to happen, whether it's to seniors, whether it's to other Canadians? What are the other things that are considered to be irrelevant to this government, that they don't care about, that they have little respect for? This is just the beginning of many, many changes that are going to come to this country of ours that we call Canada. And Canada clearly, by 2015, with these changes that are coming through, will never look the same. And for one, as a parliamentarian, I find that very, very sad that we are also being denied the chance to debate those issues. It's one thing if you have a healthy debate on them, you respect each other, and something passes. That's the way it is. But to have these changes made with muzzling everyone is truly a slap in the face for democracy in this country. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And one of the sleeper issues that we're only just finding deep in the bowels of Bill C-38 is that this bill repeals the Fair Wages and Hours of Work Act. Now, this came as a shock to me, Mr. Speaker, because any federally regulated construction project now has no federal fair wage employment standards. That includes military bases, prisons, telecommunications projects, banking, ports, or cross-border interprovincial projects such as, guess what, pipelines. Well, isn't it a happy coincidence that now pipelines no longer have any minimum standards where you have to pay the prevailing rates to tradespeople or any limitation on the hours of work they can work without any overtime? They know full well they won't get Canadian tradespeople at $10 an hour and a 60-hour work week with no overtime. But guess what? They opened the door to temporary foreign workers. With only 10 days' notice now, you can get as many temporary foreign workers as you want. So why would our government, the Government of Canada, sell out Canadian construction workers, drive down the prevailing wages, and open the door for temporary foreign workers to eat our lunch on one of the biggest construction projects in the history of North America?
The honourable member for York West.
I want to thank my honourable member for the question, because clearly he knows and I know that this government doesn't give a darn about Canadians. They care very little. Repealing all of this is part of, I believe, a master plan that has been in the works for a while that will repeal anything that is going to prevent the government from facilitating fast action on whatever file it is that they want. Clearly, they'll be able to bring in all the foreign workers that they want that are desperate for a day's pay. Well, they'll come in here and they'll be the ones who will end up doing the pipeline and all the other kind of projects in this country, so that all in the name of expediency. It's just one more slap in the face to Canada and to Canadians.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of State for Western Diversification.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member says that she believes that we have a plan. We do have a plan, and it's going to help youth gain skills and experience. We're going to help older workers. We're going to invest in small public infrastructure. We're going to connect families, Canadians, with available jobs. We're going to remove disincentives to work. We're going to support family and communities. We're going to support Canada's reservists in the workforce, enhance the Victims Fund. We're going to promote more active lifestyles. We're going to improve the Registered Disability Savings Plan. We're going to have sustainable social programs, secure retirement, ensure OES remains strong and there is a future for generations. We're going to review government spending as we have and get rid of waste. We're going to, and more. What part does the member not agree with?
The honourable member for York West.
You know, Mr. Speaker, that's just another sales job that, you know, you put them all on. Anybody could stand up and say, oh, all these great things what you do. When you look beneath the surface, most of the time they're giving you a sales job and not telling you the truth about the things that they're really going to be doing, like making all of the other changes. That's what they're not telling you. I can stand up here and read up all the wonderful things that I've done yesterday. Right? When are you going to challenge me whether I'm telling the truth on those issues, and to what degree are you making the changes, and to what benefit are they when you move forward, when you're trying to advance the country and the things that we all believe in, which is advancing opportunity for all, at the same time that you're being fiscally responsible, and the third time that you're also caring about Canadians and making sure that you're protecting those Canadians as you move forward.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for the truthfulness of her remarks. Mr. Speaker, the issue of OAS and changing the age of eligibility from 65 to 67 is particularly poignant because it was in Guelph that the Prime Minister made the unequivocal promise that he would not change the OAS, not reduce it. In fact, he'd make it more robust, as if to suggest that in 10 years from now, people won't need 2 years of help. The very people, the aging, those that are suffering the most, needing the most help, will be deprived of that help. But it's not enough, Mr. Speaker, to just criticize. I know that the honourable member has been involved, engaged very heavily in the creation of an alternative program, the Supplementary Canada Pension Plan, that would be better than changing the OAS. I'm wondering if she could talk about that for a few moments.
The honourable member for York West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank my honourable member for the question. He's done an enormous amount of work on behalf of the citizens of Guelph and the citizens of this country, actually. But let me say that when we're talking about an aging population, and I stood in this House and challenged the government to introduce pension legislation and make some changes to the Bankruptcy Act in order to protect seniors. The idea is you bring in changes to pension regulation that allow people to be able to save, those that can save, to better prepare for their retirement. The Supplementary Canada Pension Plan is an add-on to the current Canada Pension Plan, Everyone can contribute that has a SIN number, a social insurance number, whether you're a homemaker, farmer, or self-employed. That's the kind of things we need to be doing to be preparing for the future and the aging population.
Good plan.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vegreville Wainwright.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just want to say, Mr. Speaker, that giving this speech on Bill C-38, the Budget Implementation Act, is a true honor for me, because we're dealing here with one of the most substantial budgets in decades, and it's extremely important to the future of the country. Before I get into that a little bit, Mr. Speaker, I do want to say that I'm very surprised what I've heard over these last days and weeks of debate on this bill. I've heard the members talk about, well, yeah, that's there, and that may be all right, but there's something hidden. And they say, well, you know, it's such a big document, we can't study it. And then they go on to say, well, not enough speaking time, and yet we have one member, the member from, I think it's Burnaby, New Westminster, take 11 hours himself in a filibuster, which deprived 44 members of their chance to speak on this bill, Mr. Speaker. What were we to do? Were we to let every member of the House do a filibuster of 11 hours apiece? We'd be here for years on this bill. So we have to deal with the bill. We're hearing about a lot of nonsense from the members opposite, but quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, that nonsense doesn't cut it, because the reality of what's in this bill is very significant and very important to the future of this country, and it's an extremely positive piece of legislation. I'm just going to talk about one part of the legislation, that's the responsible development strategy. And I believe this part of the legislation is truly the most significant change that any government in this country has made in decades. It's extremely important, Mr. Speaker, and I'll give a little bit of an idea of why I believe that in the 10 minutes that I have. First of all, we've heard from companies across this country that they want to invest about $500 billion just in 500 major projects across this country in the next 10 years. That's a lot of investment, Mr. Speaker, and that investment isn't just in Alberta and Saskatchewan and British Columbia. That investment is right across the country, huge investments in Atlantic Canada, in Quebec, in Ontario, the Ring of Fire, just a mammoth project. It's almost unimaginable, judging from what we heard from witnesses at our Natural Resources Committee. So this is an extremely significant and important piece of legislation, and that part, Mr. Speaker, on responsible development is, I believe, it's pivotal in the future of the country. It's going to mean the difference, Mr. Speaker, between our children and our grandchildren and even our great-grandchildren having extremely good, top-notch jobs, top-paying jobs, Mr. Speaker, jobs that are fun to go to every day because they're exciting and because you can really make things happen. That's the type of jobs that this change in legislation will allow to happen. Because these same companies have told us, I chair the Natural Resources Committee. We've been hearing, from witnesses on various studies, most recently resource development in northern Canada. We did a major study on forestry in Canada. We've done a study on the Ring of Fire in northern Ontario. We've done some fascinating studies, Mr. Speaker, and we've heard 4 main concerns to development. From witnesses, almost all of them have brought this concern. And this isn't only from business owners and business managers. This is from union leaders, Mr. Speaker, who are concerned about future jobs for their members. It's from community leaders. It's just from a wide range of people right across the country. And they say that these things have to change. And I'm going to go through the 4 of them, Mr. Speaker, in order to allow Canada to develop these incredibly good jobs for our children and our grandchildren. From almost all of the witnesses, Mr. Speaker, we heard that there is an infrastructure need. Now, much of that infrastructure need, the companies themselves are willing to put in place because it's that important to their projects. And quite frankly, a lot of resource companies have some cash right now, so they can do that, and they're willing to do that. And for those who follow, they're willing to make an arrangement so that they pay for the development of infrastructure that they put in place. That includes the obvious things like roads and bridges and that kind of thing. But it includes something else, Mr. Speaker, which is an even bigger problem for many of these natural resource developments, and that's a power supply. Now, they need a relatively small power supply for running mine, for example, a mine. But they need a much larger power supply if they're going to
add some value right at the site, and if they're going to refine that ore into one of the end products or all of the end products. That takes a lot larger electricity supply, and getting that supply is a major infrastructure demand. Many companies can do that, working with other companies. Some have suggested that maybe there might be some need for either provincial or federal government lending or some such thing on that. But that's an important thing, infrastructure. The second thing, every one of them talked about, Mr. Speaker, almost every witness, this isn't an exaggeration, anybody sitting on the committee would know that, is the shortage of skilled workers. A lot of people think that shortage is only in Western Canada. That's not the case, Mr. Speaker. That shortage exists in every single province and territory in this country. Now, it's not every town. As we know, there are some communities that have very high rates of unemployment. And that shows another problem that we're actually starting to deal with in this Budget Implementation Act and in our budget, Mr. Speaker, which is making that connection better between the areas of relatively high unemployment and the desperate need for skilled workers. So I'll talk a little bit more about how we're doing that a little later, but that's a connection that we've gone a long ways to making in this budget, Mr. Speaker. We've done some of that over the past few years, but there is more to be done. So skilled workers, an incredible need. We've put more money into post-secondary education. That's for universities, for technical schools, for community colleges, so that our kids can get their education closer to home. And all of that is helping solve this problem, Mr. Speaker. But this problem has become a huge opportunity for First Nations across this country. Almost every one of these resource development projects, Mr. Speaker, is near or involves a First Nations community. And you know that in many of these communities, there is a high level of unemployment. So this opportunity is there, and many of our companies across this country are taking advantage of that job, that source of workers, by offering not only training, Mr. Speaker, but also teaching these people how to get into the workplace and to get some of these really top-notch jobs that are available, Mr. Speaker. So that's a benefit of the skilled worker shortages. We're getting First Nations people much more involved, sometimes through their own companies, sometimes through working for someone else. Now, Mr. Speaker, if we're going to have these developments take place in Canada, we have to become more competitive. Canadians simply aren't very competitive. We're not competitive compared to our American neighbors, for example, Mr. Speaker. So if we want to keep these high-wage jobs, these really good jobs, and if we want to create more, then what we have to do, Mr. Speaker, is become more competitive, and we have to do that through new innovation, Mr. Speaker, and new technology and all of that kind of thing. And we've had a major focus in that budget on exactly that, Mr. Speaker. So we're moving ahead with that. That third area that's of great concern to all companies we are dealing with, along with them, Mr. Speaker, because they're often taking the lead on that. But the fourth thing we need, Mr. Speaker, is a better regulatory system. These companies have made it very clear. We can invest this $500 billion in Canada, or we can take it anywhere else in the world. And they mean it. They're not married to this country. They can go anywhere. So, Mr. Speaker, we have to ensure that we get these projects in Canada, and that's going to mean improving our regulatory approval system. And that's what a lot of this budget is about, Mr. Speaker. We have to improve the process for large projects, but also for smaller projects, Mr. Speaker. And I've heard from municipalities across the country the difficulty they have where they put a larger culvert in to move water across the road. Right. And the cost of doing that is tripled in many cases, Mr. Speaker, because the regulatory process runs interference. So for large projects and for small projects, Mr. Speaker, we have to have a streamlined regulatory process. Does that mean we're going to ignore the environment? Exactly the opposite, Mr. Speaker, the opposite. Instead, we're having a focused environmental process, brings together the federal, provincial, local governments, First Nations, private business, and together they go along hand in hand, more information available, sharing information, sharing expertise, Mr. Speaker, and the end result is a better environmental assessment process, but there's more certainty in that process so that these companies that are willing to invest this money, if there's certainty, say, okay, we know that for a major project, the government part of the process won't take more than 2 years. We can live with that, and we'll go ahead with our investment. Mr. Speaker, I can't overstate the importance of what is being done here through this budget, and particularly through the common sense approach to the regulatory process reform. And I'm proud, Mr. Speaker, to stand as a member of the Conservative caucus and say that I'm proud to be a part of what will be the most significant government action taken, Mr. Speaker, for generations to come.
Well done. The time for government orders has expired, so the questions for the honourable member for Vegreville Wainwright will take place when this matter returns before the House. Statements by members. The honourable member for Mississauga, Brampton South.
It's an honour to pay tribute to those who take on the most difficult yet most rewarding responsibility one can ever have, being a mother. These extraordinary women raise their children with love, care, and devotion. A mother's wise words guide a child through life's most difficult challenges. A mother's kind heart fills her child's future with hope. Mothers sacrifice, inspire, encourage. They always put their children first. My own mother, Eva Horvat, did just that. As a Hungarian immigrant, she learned English, established a successful family business, and instilled in my brothers and I a deep respect for the importance of education, hard work, and loyalty, but above all, family.
Now that I also am a mother, I'm raising my son Jeffrey with these same values.
All great moms across this amazing country, happy Mother's Day.
The honourable member for Beaches East York.
Mr. Speaker, this is National Nursing Week. It is into the care of Canada's 266,000 nurses that we put ourselves and our families at our most critical and vulnerable moments, at birth and often at death. My friend and constituent Jane McIver won the Toronto Star Nightingale Award 3 years ago. She is tough, often irreverent, but also a deeply caring professional who does nothing short of saving lives. My colleague from Abitibi-Temiskaming is also a nurse. She serves her constituents like the rest of us, but also in ways that the rest of us cannot, as a nurse. She continues to maintain her skills because it is her calling not just to serve, but to heal. Nurses keep us healthy, they heal us, and they take away pain. Yet this week we recognize the sacrifices they make for the health of others. Nursing is an emotionally and physically grueling job. To my friend Jane, to my colleague, and to nurses across Canada, this week we celebrate and thank you for your contributions year-round.
The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Monsieur le Président, j'aimerais faire...
Mr. Speaker, I would like to applaud two great Canadian companies who are working together to grow the Canadian economy and create jobs here at home.
WestJet Airlines announced that they have selected Montreal-based Bombardier Incorporated to supply up to 45 of its Q400 turboprop planes for the launch of their new regional carrier late next year. This partnership is excellent news for Canada's manufacturing sector and economy as a whole. I would also like to congratulate WestJet, who will see the delivery of its 100th aircraft later this year and who has just reported record growth. Mr. Speaker, the launch of WestJet's low-cost regional airline in 2013 will see not only the addition of these new Canadian-built aircrafts to their fleet, but also the addition of new destinations to WestJet's service grid. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that communities across Canada will be welcoming new air services on planes built by Canadians in the near future.
Companies helping to build one great country. Félicitations à WestJet.
Congratulations to WestJet and to Bombardier.
The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I joined many parliamentarians and staff who fasted in solidarity with the millions of Canadians who wake up not knowing where their next meal is coming from. And I want to congratulate everyone who participated. This morning I certainly enjoyed a healthy meal. Regrettably, hundreds of thousands of children across Canada wake up hungry and have to count on food banks for their breakfasts. In my own community, the Greater Vancouver Food Bank Society deserves kudos for collecting and distributing food for over 25,000 people weekly through 16 food depots and over 100 community agencies. Let's bring the plight of hungry Canadians into the open. Let's work to reduce the income inequality that shamefully continues to rise in Canada. Let's work to put food banks out of business. In the meanwhile, I ask all Canadians to join me during Hunger Awareness Week and consider donating food, money, or time to help reduce hunger in our communities. Together, let's make food security a reality for all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, from June 1st to June 3rd, the Orangeville Blues and Jazz Festival will be celebrating its 10th anniversary. This outstanding and award-winning annual event, which takes place in my riding of Dufferin-Caledon, has been rated one of the top 3 festivals to attend in Ontario for the past 2 years running. It has significantly grown from its humble beginnings to a 3-day open-air event involving local businesses, organizations, and exceptional musicians from the U.S., Europe, and Canada, and including a wide variety of Juno Award winners. On behalf of the residents of Dufferin-Caledon, I sincerely congratulate the festival's founder, Larry Kurtz, for bringing his vision of a free Saturday afternoon concert to our community, which is now a premier tourist attraction for Orangeville and surrounding areas. I also congratulate the 165 volunteers and many sponsors who enthusiastically support this event and ensure its success each year. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Being Hunger Awareness Week, I would like to emphasize the huge and crucial work that food aid organizations are doing to allow the most disadvantaged of our society to stave off hunger. I want to thank Moisson Sud-Ouest and Rive Sud for providing supplies and other agencies in Beauharnois-Salaberry as well. That includes Services Alimentaires Communautaires, Café des Deux Pains, Bouffe Additionnelle, and just to name a few. Over the last year alone, it's a total of 302,563 kilos that were distributed to 94,000 different people with a market value of $1.5 million. I invite people to continue to give generously, particularly in foodstuffs and in time over the next year. On our side of the House, we are continuing to fight for an improvement in living conditions for all households in Canada, particularly by demanding affordable housing for all and by buttressing the child tax benefit as well as EI benefits.
Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, the Federal Framework for Suicide Prevention Act received first reading last September. In the 7 months since then, more than 2,000 Canadians have likely died by suicide. Suicide prevention is more than a mental health issue. It's a public health issue that costs our economy an estimated $2.4 billion each year. The best way to combat suicidal behaviors is through open conversations. I recently participated in a bowl-a-thon organized by the Waterloo Region Suicide Prevention Council, which raised $27,000 for suicide prevention efforts. More important, though, than the funds raised, the 150 bowlers engaged many hundreds of donors in a vital conversation. For too long, we've maintained a failed approach of not talking about suicide. I ask all honourable members to join in a genuine solution and encourage conversations on these sensitive issues in their communities. The most important leadership this House can provide is by example. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for North Vancouver.
Mr. Speaker, arts and culture play an important role in creating a healthy and strong society. It helps bring us together as Canadians, preserve our heritage, and create jobs and economic opportunities across Canada. I am proud to recognize 2 important investments in my riding of North Vancouver. Our government has invested $350,000 towards the construction of the Gordon Smith Gallery of Canadian Art. The gallery will showcase works done by some of Canada's finest artists, including Robert Bateman, Bill Reid, and Ted Harrison. It will also house an art education facility which will help inspire young Canadian artists. Our government has also invested over $15 million towards the Nat and Flora Bosa Centre for Film and Animation Studies at Capilano University in my riding. This state-of-the-art film and animation centre will help train the next generation of Canadian filmmakers. Our government is committed to support Canadian artists from coast to coast to coast. We will continue to invest in projects that support arts and culture and create jobs and economic growth.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During this Mental Health Week, I would like to take the opportunity to remind my colleagues of the contribution of Dr. Camille Lorrain to Quebec psychiatry. He would have celebrated his 90th birthday this week. He is a longtime activist, a leading practitioner, and also a teacher with a desire to change the practice. We owe him the major reforms in teaching and practice of psychiatry in Quebec. By exposing conditions in mental asylums, he mobilized an entire generation of psychiatrists and changed the outlook of society. This wasn't easy, but the urgent needs were there. For him, the suffering of mental health patients was the same as for any other illness, but there is still a lot of stigmatization today. And we have to just think of our soldiers and women in prisons. I invite my colleagues to think of his contribution as well as the quality of care and systems in place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Columbia.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP shadow cabinet says a lot about their party and their true beliefs and motives. The Leader of the Opposition appointed the member of Vancouver Kingsway as the international trade critic. The member was previously critic of the immigration portfolio and served as a continual advocate for the radical activists such as No One Is Illegal. This group is not just another noisy activist group. They are hardline anti-Canadian extremists who believe all violent criminals and foreign war criminals have the right to stay in Canada on our streets and in our communities. The NDP's willingness to associate with such groups may explain why the NDP has strongly opposed our reasonable reforms to Canadian immigration and refugee system. The Leader of the NDP has chosen a team that demonstrates a disturbing willingness to put the interests of a narrow band of activists ahead of the interests of ordinary Canadian families. It's becoming clear that the NDP do not stand for the interest of everyday, hard-working Canadian families.
The Honourable Member for St. John's South Mount Pearl.
Mr. Speaker, there's outrage today in my home province of Newfoundland and Labrador, a long simmering outrage that's reached the boiling point over the latest unbelievable example of how the federal Conservative government is failing our mariners. News broke Tuesday that medical calls for help from ships off Newfoundland and Labrador, and only off Newfoundland and Labrador, were being routed 5,000 miles away to Italy. The calls were being directed to a Rome-based non-profit organization that's been described as, quote, the soup kitchen of telehealth. It was bad enough the Conservatives closed a Marine Rescue Subcentre in my riding, directing distress calls to Halifax and Trenton, Ontario. Mainlanders have a hard enough time understanding my people, let alone Italians. Our search and rescue response times are amongst the worst in the world. Our mariners have died waiting for help that didn't come. So did 14-year-old Burton Winters of Makovic, Labrador. The Conservative government has written off our fishery and now our mariners. The resentment towards this government is turning to...
The Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, our Economic Action Plan 2012 is a commitment to a pro-trade plan that opens new markets for Canadians in the world's large, dynamic and fast-growing economies. Today, our government announced Canada's 5th consecutive monthly trade surplus despite challenging international economic difficulties. Our efforts to increase Canada's trade and investment ties in the Asia-Pacific are yielding results, and our exports are reaching new records. This is great news for our forestry sector. Led by British Columbia, Canada is now the world's #1 exporter of lumber to China. BC softwood lumber accounts for nearly 95% of all Canadian softwood shipments to China, making it China's largest global supplier. Just another example, Mr. Speaker, of how our government's pro-trade plan is bringing jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity to British Columbians and Canadians all across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Sydney Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, during the hard days of the Depression in Cape Breton, Reverend Moses Cody started the Co-op movement. This effort helped rural communities across the Maritimes improve their economic and social circumstances. The influence of the movements of Moses led across Canada and around the world. And today these cooperatives are celebrating 75 years of success. The Cody Institute at St. FX University is teaching this to many around the world. Colleagues, I was a proud member of Bedore Farmers Co-op and the United Farmers Co-op. And in Cape Breton, there are now 14 co-ops, along with 9,000 across Canada. Recently, the Conservative government decided to cut this $4 million cooperative development program. Ironically, 2012 is also United Nations International Year of Cooperatives. Mr. Speaker, these cooperatives provide stable employment for hundreds of families In a time when rural Canada is struggling, the cooperative movement should be given due recognition and deserves much more support from this government.
The honourable member for Fleetwood, Fort Kells.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are sick and tired of having to reach for the remote control every time a commercial comes on their TV. That's why I proposed legislation last year to regulate the loudness of television commercials. While my bill didn't come to a vote due to the spring election, it did spur the CRTC onto action with nationwide consultations. And this week, final regulations to become effective on September 1st, implementing the measures contained in my bill. No longer will Canadians be tormented by loud commercials on their TVs. Now seniors, citizens with sensitive hearing, and everyone else frustrated by loud commercials can rest easy because the deadline for broadcasters to comply with the regulations is fast approaching. In a matter of months, advertisers will no longer be free to jack up the volume on their commercials, and we can all watch TV in peace.
Honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Yesterday, the member for Robinière de la Chaudière had the nerve to say, and I quote, that the orange wave is causing French to disappear from this House, and that the NDP MPs from Quebec ask half of their questions in English. What an erroneous statement. That is just outrageous and ridiculous. We know to what degree the Conservatives hate to rely on facts, and this statement is another good example. Since the election of the member for Outremont as the head of the NDP, the Quebec MPs have only asked 17 questions in English out of a total of 185. That is a meager 6%. Moreover, 60% of the questions asked in French by our Quebec members have been answered in English. So much for a government that says they want to protect the French fact. So to hear Conservative MPs blather on such nonsense, we can understand why 1 year ago Quebecers had confidence in the NDP to represent them, defend their interests, and so that all Quebecers may have a...
The honourable member for Yukon.
Yesterday, the leader of the NDP described measures to hold offenders accountable for their actions and to show respect to taxpayers as stupid gestures. In the NDP world, convicted murderers and rapists should have their own personal shoppers sent out to collect personal effects from the outside world, all at taxpayers' expense. We find that position absolutely ludicrous and offensive to law-abiding Canadians. Our Conservative government will continue to take action to make offenders more accountable and to put victims first. I call on the NDP to finally start putting the rights of victims ahead of the rights of offenders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The honourable leader of the opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are slashing public services, gutting environmental protections, and dismantling their own Accountability Act. All this thrown into a budget bill in the hope that Canadians won't notice. How can the Prime Minister justify trying to slip these policies past Canadians without a proper debate? When he was sitting in opposition, the Prime Minister felt quite differently about that sort of thing. Quote, I would argue that the subject matter of the bill is so diverse that a single vote on the content would put members in conflict with their own principles. Oh. So what happened to those principles?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the government's economic action plan is indeed comprehensive. We are operating in a world, a very fragile global economy. And this government is determined to take a range of actions necessary to create jobs and growth and to secure our prosperity in the long term. Now, Mr. Speaker, we've set aside a record amount of time for debate. I would urge the NDP to actually debate the legislation rather than just trying to obstruct and delay.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. The worst thing is that the Prime Minister is asking members to vote without having all the information. For example, we know that they're going to be cutting old age security, forcing people to retire at 67. This is $12,000 on average per person less in retirement. pensions. The Conservatives have not given us the complete numbers, though. The Prime Minister tells us that we've had time to talk about this, but we want to know how much money will the government be putting in its pocket with this cut. Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, there are no cuts being made to retirement pensions for those who receive the benefits right now, but it is essential that we maintain the system for our retirees. These are long-term changes, but they will not kick in until 2023.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
They will never start because we will be replacing this government much before then. There's the problem. The Prime Minister claims that he wants to save money, but he cannot even answer a simple, specific question. He's improvising. The budget cuts $56 million from the Food Inspection Agency. The Conservatives say that this will not affect frontline services, but we know that's not the case. For meat coming from the United States, there will no longer be the same inspections. Can the government tell us what other food inspection services will be cut? Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as we have said already a number of times, there will be no cuts to these services.
What the government has done is found modest administrative savings by eliminating duplication and doing that over a significant period of time. But certainly in the area of food inspection, we have no intention of cutting the inspection of our food.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
They're cutting food inspection of meat coming in from the U.S., $56 million cut.
Another example of their lack of transparency. They brag about being tough on crime, but they are reducing public security. They are reducing $56 million at the borders, 143 elsewhere, $295 million for the police and so on. Is that how they protect law and order? Mr. Speaker, it is interesting to hear the Leader of the official opposition, the NDP, talk about cuts to public safety when they criticize our public safety changes. We have taken steps to protect communities and Canadians. This is a priority for our government, and we will continue in that direction.
Speaker, the Conservative cuts are putting the security of Canadians at risk, plainly and simply. Another example, just days after the closure of the Maritime Search and Rescue Centre in St. John's, we find out that medical emergency calls made from waters off Newfoundland and Labrador are now being routed to a call centre in Italy. Callers report being connected to doctors who can't even understand them. That's a net result of Conservative cuts. Public safety is being put at risk. Can the Prime Minister tell the House how long the lives of people will be put in danger before the government corrects this situation?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, because the NDP decided to oppose and try and block the budget a few minutes after it was tabled, they haven't bothered to actually look into these matters. In the case the honourable member mentions, there's actually no change to procedure here. The first response to these calls has always been to medical facilities in Halifax, and there is backup in case those calls are backed up, but that has been the case and that will continue to be the case.
The honourable member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, on that particular score, surely the Prime Minister is not denying the fact that Mr. Rideout, in calling about the health of his father, in fact was routed to a doctor in Rome. The doctor in Rome didn't know where the call was coming from, wanted to know what kind of fishing was going on, and Mr. Rideout was so frustrated he hung up the phone and came back, phoned the CBC about the rerouting that had taken place. Why would the Prime Minister stand at his place and give the House false information with respect to the situation of Mr. Rideout?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Canadian Coast Guard and the Department of National Defence have provided radio medical services to mariners in Atlantic Canada through service providers in Halifax for many years, Mr. Speaker, and we continue to do so. As in the past, an international recognized service provider has been used in the event that backup is required. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Some backup, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the Prime Minister, there's so much in this bill that gives additional powers to the Cabinet, which effectively means giving additional powers to the Prime Minister, particularly with respect to the issues around environment, environmental assessment, environmental regulation. I'd like to ask the Prime Minister, his reaction in opposition was so completely different when all these powers were being accumulated around the office and person of the Prime Minister. What is this government going to do, Mr. Speaker, to resist the inevitable dictatorial tendencies to give power to one person and one person only with respect to public policy?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Liberal Party should actually read the sections of the bill in question. They cannot be adequately categorized in that way whatsoever. In fact, Mr. Speaker, what is being done in the area of environmental assessment is to ensure we still have, of course, thorough environmental assessments, but that there will be a defined timeline under which judgments and advice does have to be rendered. That time can be up to 2 years, Mr. Speaker, which I think is plenty of time, and that's the kind of certainty that investors are looking for.
The Honourable Minister, the Honourable Member, I have read the bill, and here it all is. This is the legislation that gives extraordinary powers to the Cabinet, and everyone knows what that means. The Cabinet means that the power is in one person's hands. That's the Prime Minister. This is a complete change that gives still more power to the Prime Minister and no power to Parliament or the public. That is the problem. Why is the Prime Minister doing this? Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this is not true. What we are doing in the case of environmental assessments is to ensure that we have a proper process. We want clarity for our investors, and I completely reject the analysis given. The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Because of the budget cuts, 12 government agencies will be losing their internal auditors. This is conservative-style transparency. The role of auditors is to ensure that taxpayers' dollars are well spent. The Conservatives support spending millions of dollars without any audit. They are opening the door wide to abuse. Why do the Conservatives think that government spending does not need to be supervised? Is it so that they can do what they want with the money? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Mr. Speaker, we have measures in place for financial transactions to be supervised. We have taken steps to reduce costs. The Office of the Comptroller General already oversees 47 government agencies, and we have measures in place for all economic development agencies. The Honourable Member. The lack of transparency has led to abuse. We just have to think back to the G8 slush fund. This government was elected after the sponsorship scandal by promising more transparency. But we have the Conservatives rejecting the testimony of the Auditor General, not allowing him to appear before a parliamentary committee. They want to muzzle the person who is responsible for ensuring that taxpayers' money is well spent. Why do they want to reduce his powers? Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Particular case the honourable member is referencing, the Auditor General makes his own decisions on what audits he does. That is independent of this government, and indeed I would think of this House. He is an independent agent that reports to this chamber, and we have not had any impact on his decisions.
The honourable member for Pontiac. The creation of a parliamentary budget officer and the 2006 Accountability Act was supposed to mark the beginning of a new era of greater transparency. But 6 years later, the Conservatives are dismantling their own legislation. When the parliamentary budget officer tries to do his work, he is muzzled by the government and attacked by Conservative ministers. 75 of the 83 departments have even refused to respond to his request. This government created his office. Why is it preventing him now from doing his work? Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to report to Parliament through the normal channels, including the main estimates, the financial reports given quarterly.
Parliament in the ordinary way, and of course our Budget 2012 is a plan that is focused on jobs and opportunity throughout our country, and part of that is reducing the deficit by a total of 2% in terms of reductions. I think that's a fair and modest and moderate thing to do.
The honourable member for La Pointe-Lille.
To attacks by the Defence Minister for revealing the real costs of the F-35. Make no mistake, the PBO is under attack by Conservatives who want to hide from oversight. 75 out of the 83 departments ignored his request for basic information about planned cuts. 90% of government departments even refused to answer him. When did Conservatives become so afraid of accountability? Will the government stop obstructing the PBO and let him do his job?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I've already said before, and the honourable member I'm sure knows this, we have obligations to report to Parliament, which we take very seriously. We will continue to report to Parliament through the normal means, including the estimates, the quarterly financial reports, and the public accounts process of this chamber, and we will continue to do so, Mr. Speaker. We do have some obligations to our employees to inform them first if there are any changes in their status, and we take that seriously as well.
The honourable member for La Pointe-Lille. Mr. Speaker, the NDP has always supported the creation of a public appointments commission, despite what certain Conservatives have made up. To the contrary, what we have refused to support is the appointment of a controversial commissioner, that was Gwyn Morgan, that the former CEO of SNC-Lavalin, who is the former CEO of SNC-Lavalin and is known for having insulted ethnic communities. Why are the government people trying to rewrite history?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we have, of course, instituted a very rigorous process for our appointments. Unfortunately, the Public Appointments Commission was something, and the establishment of the chair was something that was opposed by the opposition parties. And then, of course, they rose in this House frequently to decry the spending of any money on that commission. We responded to that by stopping the spending of that money on that commission to help us move towards balancing the budget. Yet at the same time, we're pleased to report that our appointments process is rigorous, is working in ensuring that all appointments are made based on merit, and that's why we've had such outstanding people stepping forward to take part in public life.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member seems to think that the only people who are qualified happen to be buddies of the Conservative Party. So let's go through some of the more notorious ones. We have Leo Housakos' good buddy Tom Pentafuntis, who had zero qualifications, and they gave him the vice chair of the CRTC. Or Margaret DeLille, appointed to the National Battlefields Commission. Her qualification? Oh, right, she was the sister of Michael Fortier. Now, they promised that they were going to clean up Ottawa, but instead it's the same old pork barrel, rum bottle politics. Why are they trying to undermine the Accountability Act?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we've been very pleased with an appointments process that has ensured that first-rate people step forward and offer to provide public service We've seen it made more rigorous in a number of ways, and as a result, the appointments that have been made by this government, I think, are second to none. We're very, very pleased with the caliber of the individuals that have been put forward, and it's a surprise that they're prepared to do that in face of the criticisms from members of the opposition who stand up and attack the people who dare to put in their time and their effort to serve their country.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
What was that? That sounds like a political party that's circling the drain, because people are getting tired of the pork barrel patronage that they're engaged in. So let's go through a few more other stellar examples who come forward to help us and help themselves. Bruce Carson, good buddy of the Prime Minister, appointed to the Canadian School of Energy. How about Jerry Valcourt? Well, he was the riding president of the Finance Ministry. He's now on the Oshawa Harbour Commission. All of them are Conservative buddies. All of them are feeding at the trough. Why are they engaged in the same old tired politics that Canadians got fed up with when they kicked out the Liberals?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
You know, it's a sad day when people who step forward to serve their country are attacked by the opposition. Take the example of Mr. Valcourt, a highly qualified individual, graduate of Dalhousie Law School, a distinguished criminal and civil lawyer for several decades, served as chairperson of the Oshawa Harbour Commission, was a member of the Central Lake Ontario Conservation Authority, and was reappointed on the basis that his outstanding performance merited reappointment. Those are the kind of people that are attacked by them. Every Canadian should be afraid of a party like that that wishes to engage in personal attacks on individuals who want to serve the Canadian public.
Order.
Order, please. The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, there was a wave of donations.
Order. There's far too many side conversations going on. The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, we wonder who really has the floor right now. There were donations by senior executives at SNC-Lavalin between November and December 2009, the same period when Pierre Gems, former CEO of that company, was lobbying Conservatives on the nuclear policy. Pure coincidence, of course, but the federal government announced the sale of Atomic Energy Canada on December 18, 2009, and guess who won? SNC. Was this all about the contracts? The Honourable Minister. Our government followed a fair, open, and transparent process to reach an agreement and sell this agency. We used an outside independent firm. We ensured fairness and integrity during this process from beginning to end. We acted in accordance with our advice. Honourable member, the Conservative government received $25,000 from SNC-Lavalin, and then they got the contract. We have a right to ask questions. The parliamentary secretary should leave aside Quebec politics and think about Conservative scandals. This morning we learned that Tony Accurso, who is a well-known entrepreneur, has discovered a new loophole to cheat the government. La Presse reports that they bought a business that has nothing to do with the construction business, and now will be able to pull a fast one with tax evasion. The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, we are acting transparently. I would ask the member, why did the riding receive $7,000 from SNC-Lavalin, but these other donations are legal. There are other cases where a member made a donation directly to Quebec Solidaire, which is a radical separatist organization.
The honourable member for Westmount Ville Marie.
Mr. Speaker,
Yesterday, we found out that MDA was having to lay off some highly qualified people because there was no contract to build the strategically important RadarSat constellation. In response to my question, the minister stated, and I quote, "We are committed to the RadarSat project and we are working on delivering it in a cost-effective way." Well, the Prime Minister has had a very big photo op and he's made all sorts of promises about ensuring better sovereignty for this country and saving lives. Now, the question is, what is the government waiting for to start this project? Is this going to be another example of a project that gets delayed and mismanaged?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member is right in quoting me because we are committed to this project and we will deliver it in the most effective way, in the most cost-effective way. And Mr. Speaker, we are taking action for the space sector, and for the first time, we launched a review for the aerospace and space sector to make sure that we remain leader in the world. This is real action, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Westmount-Dennery. What does that kind of answer mean? They are working on a way to move forward with the project, but in the meantime, there's no contract for the company, and the company might lose people who are highly qualified. The RadarSat is an example of our technological expertise. We must not wait. We have to move quickly for our security and safety. We also need to be able to track the climatic changes in the north. Is this another example of delay by this government? The Honourable Minister. Once again, Mr. Speaker, as I have said, we are committed to the RadarSat project. We made a commitment. We take it seriously. We have as our priority a good value for money, and we are moving. Instead of cutting science and technology like they did, we have invested $1.1 billion over 5 years, and I will be looking forward to see how they vote on the budget implementation bill. We are committed to aerospace and space.
Mr. Speaker, I want to return to the issue of search and rescue based on what we've just heard in the House. Now, this is a serious issue, especially for the Rideout family. Picture yourself in the North Atlantic, 130 kilometres out, with no presence of the Government of Canada to help you out. Here is an email that was discovered by the media, and I'd like to ask the Minister this specifically. Effective May 7th, MCTS in Newfoundland and Labrador region shall use Roma, Italy for all medicals. That's the Regional Director, Maritime Canadian Coast Guard. What does the Minister have to say to that? First of all, apologize to the Rideout family, and second of all, reopen these centres in St. John's and Quebec.
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
As I mentioned earlier, that the Canadian Coast Guard and DND have provided radiomedical services to mariners in the Atlantic region for many years through the Halifax companies, and continue to do so. In the event that there are emergencies, Mr. Speaker, sufficient consequences that would require that we have to go to a backup, we do in fact use an internationally recognized company to perform that task. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Pierre-Boucher. Mr. Speaker, after the closure of Rights and Democracy and the end of funding to the International Council for Canadian Studies, now it's Radio-Canada International's turn to feel the Conservatives' wrath. Clearly, the goal of this government is to control all the information going in and out of Canada and all the information about Canada. Mr. Speaker, when did they receive the mandate to destroy our international reputation, to destroy all of our respected institutions that allow people to appreciate the diversity of culture and information, both here and abroad, when? Honourable Minister of Heritage. Mr. Speaker, it is already clear that we have made this type of commitment. Radio-Canada has the sums necessary to deliver the goods with their mandate and to continue with their action plan for 2015. It is clear that we have those types of commitment for culture, for language, for cultural infrastructure, and so Radio-Canada has part of that. It has the investment it needs to build this type of foundation across the country. We are committed to culture. It is clear, and we have the investments and the policies to continue.
Well, the Conservatives may not like the CBC, but just about everyone from Christopher Plummer to Russell Peters has cut their teeth on Canadian radio drama. Artists are Canada's most well-known exports. This is a big part of our economy. Now, I know the Heritage Minister is going to get up and try to hide behind past Liberal cuts, but that is not going to cut it here today. It's his government who's responsible for the demise of CBC radio drama. So why does this minister continue to attack Canadian culture and the Canadian economy?
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Well, Mr. Speaker, such utter nonsense. I mean, if you look at our budget, you look at all the investments that we've made with regard to culture, you know, it's a simple fact that this government is the only government in the G20 that made a precise decision not to cut, not to maintain, but increase funding for arts and culture during the recession. We increased our support to for the Canada Council by 20%. We've created 2 new national museums. We've created the Canada Media Fund, which is a $100 million investment every year into Canadian television, the audio-video sector, into films all across this country. We're providing funding at record level, but in responsible ways, to arts and culture to make sure that it continues to contribute to our national identity and to our economy.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, closing down the Marine Rescue Coordinating Centre in St. John's wasn't bad enough. An ailing fisherman off the coast of Newfoundland and Labrador got his call for help routed to Italy. That's right, Mr. Speaker, Italy, as in Europe. It speaks volumes about the Conservatives' lack of understanding or concern for the challenges faced by fishing crews and mariners on our coast.
Order. Order. The Honourable Member for St. John's East has the floor.
It's funny, Mr. Speaker, but it speaks volumes about the Conservatives' lack of understanding or concern for the challenges faced by fishing crews and mariners off our coast. We never imagined that medical emergency calls would be routed to Italy. All calls, Mr. Speaker. Coast Guard emails confirm this new procedure for all calls, medical calls in place, effective May 7th. How can the government explain such an outrageous decision?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and
Well, again, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the question. As I've indicated a couple of times now, that the Canadian Coast Guard Department of National Defence provide radiomedical services to our mariners, and it's important work they do, and their safety is of our utmost concern in Atlantic Canada through centres in Halifax, Mr. Speaker. As in the past, we continue to do so. We use an internationally renowned, recognized service provider to be in the case of a.
Order. The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
What? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, you can't close the barn door. The horse has gotten out on this one, and I've lost count of how many times the government has taken wrong decisions on search and rescue. It's poor management. It's a lack of priority. People who make a living working off the coast of Newfoundland and Labrador deserve far better than they're having their calls for help taken by a doctor sitting in an office in Rome who didn't even know where Newfoundland was. When will this government take search and rescue seriously for Newfoundlanders and Labradorians and for all Canadians? Who signed off on this outrageous experiment, and will they open up these centres in St. John's?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Again, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The service provider that was used as a backup, as I said, is internationally known and have provided backup service to our centres for many, many years. Mr. Speaker, the same service centre that provided backup for the Swiss air disaster. Mr. Speaker, a renowned company, well known, and we use them as a backup only and normally operate through channels in Halifax. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Orleans. Mr. Speaker, as you know, the French population has just elected a new president. Canada has a privileged historical relationship with France, and the liberalization of trade keeps bringing our two countries together. Mr. Speaker, I have a question for the Prime Minister. Could he update the House on the most recent developments regarding Canada's sustained relation with France? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I spoke with the French President-elect François Hollande on Sunday evening. to congratulate him and to tell him that the Honourable Lawrence Cannon will be the next Canadian ambassador to France, and he has all my confidence and all the experience necessary to represent our country. This bears witness to the importance that we grant to our relationship with France, with whom we have economic, cultural, linguistic, and historic links. And we also thank the service of Marc Lortie, the former ambassador.
Order. There's still far too many side conversations going on in the chamber. We'll have a little bit of order. L'honorable député d'Hochelaga.
Honourable member for Hochelaga. Across Quebec, numerous groups have submitted projects under the homelessness partnering strategy. Funding was to be renewed before April 1st, but it is only in Quebec that the projects are still awaiting approval by the minister. The partnership agreement, which was duly signed with the government of Quebec, has existed for over 12 years. Numerous groups depend on this funding, but it is total silence on the minister's side. Since all the projects have been agreed upon, and since the parliamentary secretary to the minister said that the funding was there, how can these delays be justified? Honourable Minister of Human Resources. Mr. Speaker, housing is very important for this government, and housing is an important step in acquiring autonomy and independence and helps at-risk Canadians to contribute to their communities. Mr. Speaker, we help people find housing, and we do so with the provinces. That is why, Mr. Speaker, we invested in some 700 projects in Quebec over the 2011-2012 year with Quebec. Honourable member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, the funds are there. All they need to do is sign on the dotted line. Everything has been working like clockwork for 12 years. No application to the HPS has met with any problems, and all the projects approved by Quebec have received their funding. But now, applications to the homelessness partnering strategy have run up against closed doors, including that of the HAPSIM. These projects are approved by the community, and they work. Why is the minister not respecting her agreement with the Quebec concerning the HPS? Is this a new way of muzzling people who dare to challenge the Conservatives? The Honourable Minister of Human Resources. Mr. Speaker, we have invested in that program. It's a 5-year program where we can ensure that there will be a predetermined amount of almost $2 billion for Canada over 5 years. This is a program to help homeless people in partnership with the provinces. Mr. Speaker, each decision is made in partnership with the provinces, but there is a set amount, and we want to be able to invest as best we can. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. People who are unemployed and need help are poorly served by this government. Soon they will have to accept any job that the minister deems suitable, or else they will lose their EI benefits. But she refuses to explain what she means by suitable. This Trojan horse bill of the Conservatives directly attacks people who are unemployed by seeking to lower wages. Mr. Speaker, why are the Conservatives attacking the people, those who are unemployed, so relentlessly? The Honourable Minister of Human Resources. Mr. Speaker, our government's priority is job creation, economic growth, and getting Canadians back to work in their communities. Mr. Speaker, this bill includes measures to help these people find work. That is the best way to help them, and for themselves, their families, and the Canadian economy, especially in places where there is a lack of workers and a lack of skills.
For Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, the reality is that under this Conservative government, fewer Canadians have access to EI than ever before. And now the minister will be able to kick people off EI if they don't take a so-called suitable job. But she refuses to say what suitable is. To avoid accountability, the Conservatives chose to sneak these changes into their Trojan horse budget bill. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are even cutting back on the ability of unemployed Canadians to appeal EI decisions. Can the minister tell Canadians how just 74 people are going to fairly adjudicate the over 31,000 cases each year.
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we made a promise to Canadians, and that was to respect the spending of their taxpayers' dollars. That's why we're undergoing changes to make sure that we do things both more efficiently and more effectively while maintaining or increasing our services to Canadians. But, Mr. Speaker, let's face it, across this country, we have and will have growing shortage of both skills and labor. So we need to make sure that those people who are unfortunate enough to lose their job have every opportunity to become aware of jobs that are available in their area, to have the help they need to access those jobs and to get those jobs. That's the best for them and for their families and for the economy.
The member for Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, the chickens are coming home to roost with this government's bad punishment policies. In Canada's overcrowded jails, prison violence has already increased 37% over 5 years, and it's only going to get worse. That's dangerous for staff and guards, but it's also dangerous for the Canadian public when these prisoners are released back into their communities. When will this government pay attention to the overwhelming evidence that their conservative crime agenda creates more victims and is doing more harm than good?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, well, it's interesting. The opposition have been continually criticizing us and saying we're going to be building new prisons. We are not needing to build new prisons, Mr. Speaker, because our legislation is not creating new criminals. It's ending the revolving door. We ask all musicians to support our initiatives to make offenders more accountable, which we announced, for example, yesterday, asking offenders to pay for some of their expenses. Canadians pay for their room and board. We're asking that offenders pay for some of their room and board. It's reasonable, and we ask that the opposition would support these initiatives.
Mr. Speaker, contaminated sites put the health, safety, and economic interests of Canadians at risk for generations to come. Radioactive material may pose cancer risks, and 1 litre of gasoline can render 1 million litres of water undrinkable. Does the minister understand that 13,000 sites may need to be cleaned up, that he should stop congratulating himself on a job half done, and instead stand up for the environment, develop aggressive timelines, and provide the necessary resources to protect Canadians?
Excellent. The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Well, again, Mr. Speaker, my colleague doesn't seem to understand the context of the Federal Contaminated Sites Program. Most of the sites, hundreds of these sites, fall under the responsibility of 16 departments and agencies. The Federal Contaminated Sites Program, $3.5 billion announced by our government, is to address the largest, the most serious of the federal contaminated sites. We are 50% of the way through those target sites, and we will continue, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Squamish-Wondafuka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The RCMP is in the news again today for the wrong reasons. The ongoing failure to act on sexual harassment against female officers. The RCMP Public Complaints Commission is investigating. The RCMP Commissioner is doing a gender audit of RCMP policies. But for too long, this government has failed to set any deadlines for concrete action on this crisis, in effect ignoring the stress this places on those officers who serve to make our communities safer. Where is the government's sense of urgency? Where is the minister's commitment to getting a timely resolution to this unacceptable situation in the RCMP?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank the honourable member for that question. All of us in this House are concerned when we hear allegations of any individual, including any RCMP individual, having to deal with sexual harassment. We are very pleased that the new commissioner is taking this very seriously. He's taking a very tough stance on this. He's investigating, and we're waiting for the reports and the recommendations that come out of that. Thank you.
I have an update, Alfred.
Honourable member for Alfred Pellan. It is high time that the government move from words to action. The problem of sexual harassment in the RCMP is not new, Mr. Speaker. It's been going on for years. The minister's solution? To wash his hands of the problem and to refer it to the Commission. Don't the Conservatives think that female officers who risk their lives to protect Canadians every day deserve better than empty rhetoric? Will they finally give the resources the RCMP needs to fight sexual harassment? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I disagree with the member opposite. All of us are concerned with these allegations. And, Mr. Speaker, we're concerned with any prospect that any member of the RCMP would face harassment. That's why we have taken action. We're pleased that the Commissioner has taken this seriously. He's made strong statements on this. He's taking action, and Mr. Speaker, there's pending litigation. So, Mr. Speaker, we're going to wait and see what the outcome is. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Yellowhead.
Well, Mr. Speaker, history has shown that in severe economic times and challenges, and the global economy is revived through lowering trade barriers, not raising them. However, concerns have been raised about an amendment to a Buy America provision in the transportation bill before the U.S. Congress. Shamefully, Mr. Speaker, the NDP member from Burnaby, New Westminster, has called the Buy America a perfectly logical policy. Can the Minister of International Trade please share with this House how our government is defending a strong Canada-U.S. partnership and creating jobs for Canadian workers and their families?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do want to thank the member for Yellowhead for his excellent work as chair of the committee. Canadians know that our government always has and always will defend their interests. When Buy America provisions were introduced in 2009, we negotiated an exemption for Canada. When they were reintroduced last year, we aggressively but respectfully engaged with the United States, and the legislation died. I am confident that our American cousins share the view that we must all do our part to ensure that the Canada-U.S. partnership, which is the envy of the world, grows even stronger as we go forward during these very difficult times.
The Honourable Member for Guelph.
The 2011 Census of Agriculture shows a 10% decline in farms and farm operators. Young Canadians are not returning to the farm, with the average age of farmers now 58 years. Making it worse,
Order. The Honourable Member for Guelph has the floor.
Making it worse, the government is removing the ability of local industry and farmers to identify innovative measures to improve competitiveness, funded through the Agricultural Adaptation Program. Now it will be a political decision of the minister. Will the minister please listen to farmers and industry and return the delivery of federal funding to local agricultural councils in regions across Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Of course, Mr. Speaker, this side is very proud of the work we've done on behalf of Canadian producers and processors. They're exporting record amounts throughout the world. Yes, we have less farmers doing a far better job in producing more product than we've ever seen. Innovation and efficiency has taken over, Mr. Speaker. They're no longer waiting for the Liberal checks in the mailbox. They're out there in the world marketplace doing a great job for us.
The Honourable Member for Compton-Stanstead. On Tuesday, the Minister of Transport was visibly thrown off by a simple question concerning the Smugglers Hill Farm Wind project across the border from Stansted in Vermont. People are worried about their health and safety, and the minister knew what I was talking about. He was so confused, or perhaps he wasn't paying attention, that he thought I was talking about a project in Quebec. So, Mr. Speaker, can the Minister of Foreign Affairs confirm that he is now in contact with the Mayor of Stansted, Mr. Dutil, and will he ensure that our citizens' concerns are heard across the border? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thank you. I would like to thank my colleague for all the work he does on this file. We are aware of this matter, and we have discussed with the Mayor of Stansted, the Government of Quebec, and the State of Vermont. Our government will continue to make the best decisions possible for Canadians and to defend their interests. We will monitor the situation closely, and I will be pleased to cooperate with the member on this very important matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Scarborough East.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the reckless NDP used tactics that even the leader of the Liberal Party called absurd to eliminate debate in the House of Commons on an important bill that will benefit Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Can the Minister of State for Finance please update the House on the status of Canada's Economic Action Plan 2012, a plan for jobs, growth and long-term prosperity in Canada?
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And our Conservative government remains focused on jobs and growing the economy, and that is why in Canada's Economic Action Plan 2012, we made sure that it was full of measures to promote job creation, including investments for training, infrastructure, new opportunities for young Canadians, First Nations, newcomers and the unemployed, Mr. Speaker. It's frustrating when the opposition plays games with Canadians' future. Mr. Speaker, they want us to get this passed. Canadians want this to happen. Let's focus on that and get it approved for everyone.
The honourable member for Churchill.
Mr. Speaker, this week we're celebrating the 100th anniversary of Northern Manitoba. Despite the progress of the last 100 years, there are still communities in Northern Manitoba without all-weather roads that live in third-world conditions. First Nations lack basic safe drinking water and are even getting a special visit from the UN Special Rapporteur on Food. Liberal governments ignored First Nations, and this Conservative government has turned its back on them too. When will they partner with the provinces and First Nations to put an end to the unacceptable living conditions Aboriginal people face?
Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We're very proud of our record of collaborating with First Nations, with our partners in terms of improving economic opportunities, in terms of improving infrastructure on reserves. We're very proud of our Nutrition North program, which has meant a reduction in the food basket cost for the average family in those 103 communities that it applies to. We think we are making major progress. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Gaspésie, la Métis Matane, Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, after the closure of the Quebec Marine Sub-Centre, which was able to respond to fishers and boaters in French, after Quebec's valuable historical artifacts that will be shut away far from their place of origin, now it is the turn of Quebec military members to feel the brunt of Conservative cuts. These soldiers had access to mediation services in Valcartier and in Saint-Jean, but now the Conservatives are eliminating 10 out of the 25 mediator positions, including all the positions in Quebec. Why does the government want to deprive the members of our armed forces easy access in French to this essential dispute resolution service? Honourable Minister of National Defence. Mr. Speaker, the member requires more information. We are making decisions to increase our service, but sometimes we need to perform a review of certain services, like in this case.
Taken the view that we are looking to provide direct services in many cases, particularly in areas of mental health services. We've made decisions to make those professionals closer to bases, closer to where the service is needed, and we do so in both official languages.
That concludes question period for today. The Chair has notice of 2 points of order, but I wonder if maybe we should do the Thursday question first and then hear the points. The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, my question is as follows. It's quite clear that the government does not want to listen to Canadians and split Bill C-38, the Trojan Horse Bill.
Gut environmental protections, takes money out of the hands of pensioners and further reduces the powers of the Auditor General. Wondering whatever else the government has in store for Canadians.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Our government's priority is, of course, the economy, and we're committed to job creation and economic growth. And this afternoon, we will, as a result, continue debate on Bill C-38, the Jobs, Growth and Long-Term Prosperity Act. This bill implements the budget, Canada's Economic Action Plan 2012, to ensure certainty for the economy and for the benefit of Canadians and parliamentarians. When we introduced the bill, we said we would vote on it on May 14th. The second reading vote on the Jobs, Growth and Long-Term Prosperity Act will be on May 14th. After tomorrow, which will be the final day of debate on this bill, we will have had the longest second reading debate on a budget bill in at least the last 2 decades.
And on Monday and Tuesday, we will continue with another bill that will support the Canadian economy and job creation, especially in the digital and creative sectors. We will have report stage and third reading debate on Bill C-11 and the Copyright Modernization Act. This bill puts forth a balanced, common-sense plan to modernize our copyright laws. Committees have met for over 60 hours and heard from almost 200 witnesses. All this is in addition to the second reading debate on Bill C-11 of 10 sitting days. After all that debate and study, it is time for the measures to be fully implemented so Canadians can take advantage of the updated rules and create new, high-quality digital jobs.
That we've already had ample debate on C11, we will debate Bill C25, the Pooled Registered Pension Plans Act, Bill C23, the Canada-Jordan Free Trade Act, and Bill C15, the Strengthening Military Justice in the Defence of Canada Act, in the remaining time on Monday and Tuesday. Wednesday, May 16th will be the next allotted day. On Thursday morning, May 17th, we will debate the Pooled Registered Pension Plans Act. This bill will help Canadians who are self-employed or work for a small business secure a stable retirement. In the last election, we committed to Canadians that we would implement these plans as soon as possible. This is what Canadians voted for, and this is what we are going to do. If it has been reported back from committee, we will call Bill C31, the Protecting Canada's Immigration System Act, for a report stage debate on Thursday afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of National Defence has a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I'm rising on a point of order to clarify an answer given last night in the Committee of the Whole. In my enthusiasm to talk about the medical system, and in particular the mental health system that we have in place in the Canadian Forces, I referenced the Canadian Forces healthcare budget as having ongoing capital of 439.6 as opposed to saying including capital. And so, in fact, Mr. Speaker, I'm simply correcting the record, or to be clear, I should have said this brings the ongoing budget to $439.6 million for the Canadian Forces healthcare system. Thank you.
I'm sure the House appreciates the clarification. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on a point of order, Mr. Speaker, to bring to your attention that prior to question period, the member for Kootenay, Columbia, used his Standing Order 31 statement to launch a personal attack on me, no less on a completely baseless and false matter. This is the second time this has happened, and I raised a point of order 2 months ago on this very point. Mr. Speaker, you have repeatedly ruled that it is an inappropriate use of Standing Order 31s for members to attack other members of this House. Ironically, just today, the government House leader stood up in question period and decried the, quote, use of personal attacks on those who want to serve the public, which I presume includes members of Parliament, yet this government continues to do that very thing with Standing Order 31s every day. Hear, hear. Mr. Speaker, I ask that you uphold your own rulings and of this House and require the member from Kootenay, Columbia to withdraw his comments forthwith.
I'll certainly take a look at what was said and come back to the House after reviewing the matter. Orders of the day. Order du jour.
Orders of the day. Government orders, government bills, commons.
Resuming debate and second reading of Bill C-38, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget under the amendment by Ms. Nash.
We are on to questions and comments for the member for Vegreville-Wainwright. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Yorkton-Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened with great interest to the speech that my colleague delivered just before question period, and he was making some excellent points, and I really would appreciate it if he would take a little more time to elaborate on maybe some of the environmental implications of what he was saying. I think this House would appreciate hearing what they are. Thank you.
The honourable member for Vegreville-Wainwright.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I really appreciate that question from my colleague, Mr. Speaker, because one of the things I think I've heard most from the opposition response to our budget is the comment that somehow, because the environmental process the time government spends on the process will be shortened, that somehow the process isn't as thorough. And I did mention in my comments that, in fact, just the opposite is true. And if you look at why, I mean, if the members opposite are really serious about doing their job in critiquing this legislation, they should probably read the legislation, tie the legislation in with other legislation that's in place, and actually think about the consequences. And they would find, in fact, that what we're proposing, Mr. Speaker, is a streamlining that would allow the federal government to work with the provinces, to work with First Nations, to work with municipalities, to work with the private sector and individuals who have an interest
to work through a process side by side together where all of the information can be put together, and we'll end up with a better result, Mr. Speaker. So just the opposite to what the members are saying is true. And I wish they'd take a serious look at that and come to the realization that that's the case, Mr. Speaker.
Good point. And comments, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I say to the member in response to his answer that he just put on the table, and that is, quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, the member needs to recognize that the government is actually using the budget debate, Bill C-38, as a backdoor in which to pass significant pieces of legislation. 400, which is a precedent in itself, Mr. Speaker, over 400 pages is incorporated in the budget debate. A bill that should have had 20 pages, well over 400, of which 120 are dealing with the environment. That the acts that it is impacting, Mr. Speaker, will have a profound impact on generations of Canadians in the years ahead. That should have been brought in as separate legislation, which would have afforded this House the opportunity to debate the legislation, take it into committee on its own, to have experts from across Canada to be able to come and contribute to the debate, and then to bring it back in for third reading. That would have been due diligence. That would have been the right way of doing it. My question to the member is, why has the government used a backdoor on so many pieces of legislation that should have been brought in as separate pieces as opposed to the backdoor of a budget debate?
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Vegreville Wainwright.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's interesting that the member, he must really, Mr. Speaker, have very little to complain about when it comes to this legislation, because he focuses on process, as do so many others opposite. And quite frankly, Canadians don't care about process. What they care about is what the end result will be. What they care about is there's ample time for debate. And, Mr. Speaker, there's been a record amount of time for debate on a budget bill, a record amount. The member's quite correct in saying this is a substantial budget, and there are a lot of really important components of the budget. But the important thing isn't how we arrive at scrutinizing and ending up with a good product. It's that everyone is involved, that they sincerely become involved, and instead of complaining, Mr. Speaker, about the amount of time they've had when it's a record amount, and when one member, Mr. Speaker, from the official opposition took 11 hours in a filibuster, which would have allowed 44 members to give their speech on the budget. So instead of complaining about process, get engaged, do your homework, read the bill, tie it in with other legislation, and give some constructive input, a much more productive way to go, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, please do débat.
Resuming debate.
East York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That last comment from my colleague across the way about Canadians not being concerned about process is a keeper, I think. Democracy, Mr. Speaker, is all about process and the opportunity for public to engage in their political process. But today, Mr. Speaker, I take great pleasure in rising to speak to Bill C-38, the Trojan Horse Bill. Mr. Speaker, my riding, Beaches East York, is an urban riding, and it's through that lens of urban realities, not exclusively but primarily, that my constituents look at this Bill C-38 before the House today. And this isn't true just of my riding, Mr. Speaker. In our mind's eye, Mr. Speaker, this is a country of Great Lakes, rocky mountains, craggy coastlines, broad expanses, but about 80% of Canadians live in urban centres. We are an urban nation. This is important to recognize, Mr. Speaker, because it is this reality, not some romanticized, mythical, or historical place that the Conservatives have been elected to govern. But the urban fact of this country, Mr. Speaker, is something not at all recognized by this government, as evidenced by this budget and successive budgets and this budget implementation bill. Simply speaking, cities and the urban experience don't seem to form any part of this government's understanding of our country or its citizens. Cities have been left out of this budget, this bill, as have those who live in them. We all know by now the Federation of Canadian Municipalities' estimate of the urban infrastructure deficit. It's about $120 billion. That's an old number now, Mr. Speaker, and surely an underestimate, because so little has been done to address this deficit. So few investments have been made in our cities, And another year comes, another budget comes, and another year goes, and another budget goes, with nothing done that can be considered remotely meaningful to address the matter. No commitment to urban transit, even though many studies by many credible organizations, including the OECD, the Toronto Board of Trade, and my own city, Statistics Canada, tell us that in Toronto, at least, our lives are wasting away in traffic jams and on inadequate public transit, and our economy is losing billions annually in lost productivity because of that. No commitment to affordable housing, even though in Toronto 70,000 households, about 200,000 people in all, wait interminably on a waiting list for affordable housing. Last week, a constituent of mine, Paul Dowling, took me on a tour of 40 Oaks, a new 87-unit affordable housing project in downtown Toronto. The project has been much celebrated in the media and the community, not just because of its architectural and design features, which are wonderful and spiritual, but also because new affordable housing is so very rare, so hard to get built, and yet of such tremendous value. It took Paul and the Toronto Christian Resource Centre 8 long years and countless hours of volunteer time and fundraising to build a home for people who needed a home and a community hub for people who needed a place to be with others. There could be, should be, there needs to be, Mr. Speaker, many such buildings in our cities. But of course this isn't a government to respond to these needs, because this is a government that creates these needs. Now, blame for the state of our cities can't be laid entirely at the feet of this government. They are following a path set out by their predecessors of both Liberal and Conservative persuasion. It's all being quantified by the OECD, Mr. Speaker. Canada has the 7th greatest level of income disparity amongst 29 advanced countries. The richest 1% of Canadians saw their share of total income increase by 65% from 1980 to 2007, and the richest 0.1% of Canadians saw their total income more than double over the same period as successive Liberal and Conservative federal governments took down the very barriers we had once erected to offset income disparity. Toronto, my city, had for a long time been known as a city of neighbourhoods. It was an apt description at one time of a Toronto largely made up of mixed-income neighbourhoods. In 1970, 2/3 of Toronto's neighbourhoods were middle income. In just over a generation, our city of neighbourhoods has become, as David Holchansky describes it in his 3-city study, quote, a city of disparities. The middle has been and continues to be hollowed out. If we continue down this path, less than 10% of our neighbourhoods will be middle income in just a decade or so. There are a number of factors responsible, Mr. Speaker, for what has become of Toronto. In large part, it's the result of a dramatic change in both the number and quality of jobs available to Torontonians. Toronto has lost about 100,000 manufacturing jobs in less than a decade. The broader economic region of southern Ontario has lost about 300,000 manufacturing jobs. Many of these jobs have been lost as a result of a trade policy that establishes bilateral trade agreements with low-wage economies. The outcome, alongside the creation of ballooning current account deficit, is the destruction of good jobs, manufacturing jobs, and an expansive middle class that goes along with them. This government's commitment to pursue more vigorously such trade agreements will only hasten the decline of good jobs in Toronto and the demise of the middle class. A recent study lays out about half of these job losses at the feet of so-called Dutch disease, that is, the decline in the manufacturing sector caused by increased development of natural resources and corresponding currency escalation. This bill's savaging of environmental protections will only, again, hasten the demise of good jobs in Toronto and the demise of the middle class. In place of good jobs are jobs that all too often leave workers, yes, workers, in poverty. According to a recent Metcalfe Foundation study, as of 2005, nearly 1 in 10 workers in our city was living in poverty. But too many more can't find work, especially Toronto's youth, with an unemployment rate creeping up on 20%. And finally, and most offensively, it's into such a labour market this government proposes to force our seniors. With this budget, the government has at last decoded for us the Prime Minister's remarks in Switzerland in January about transforming our pension system. With Bill C-38, they are about to implement these changes. Effective 2023, all Canadians not yet 65 years old can anticipate having to work longer before receiving their old age security and corresponding guaranteed income supplement. As the federal budget and its implementation bill revealed, this government can't imagine Canada as anything other than resource dependent. Most Canadians, certainly the 80% of us who live in cities, have been hoping for a different future, a more promising future, for a long time. This lack of vision will be felt across urban Canada and in Toronto, most certainly. There are ways to unwind the vicious spiral that has gripped our city, but if our course won't change without adequate leadership from the federal government. In other G8 countries, governments have become major players in financial, economic, and cultural life of their cities, and it's well past time for ours to do the same. Canada's cities await the chance to be great. We await a federal government that finally understands that a city must be organized and its resources must be marshaled for the benefit of all of us who share in this space. None of us succeed, much less thrive, as citizens of Canadian cities if we don't build cities that serve us all well. With this federal budget, we are forced to wait longer for cities and their citizens to fulfill their great potential. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've seen it with this government that they don't really believe in facts and figures, and it's true that the crime bill illustrates that. There were numerous research that indicated that this wasn't the direction that we should be going. And now we see this with this omnibus bill. The government is trying to cut money, take the money away from the seniors, and then the research has shown that the PBO's office and also the government's own research indicates that these draconian measures are not needed for our OAS to be sustained. Can the member highlight where is this money going? They're taking money away from the seniors, yet they're giving it somewhere else. Can the member maybe highlight where the money is going?
The honourable member for Beaches East York.
Well, that's an interesting question, Mr. Speaker. It's not entirely clear to me, but what we do see certainly is a high level of hypocrisy on the issue of financial management and public administration. I am very familiar with the F-35 file, Mr. Speaker, where this government has disclosed a $15 billion life cycle cost for those planes, and yet has books that say it's going to be a $25 billion life cycle cost, and we still haven't heard the actual life cycle cost, the cost of ownership, Mr. Speaker. And what we find from this government is, frankly, an attack on accountability. We see attacks on auditors' offices, and we see attacks on the parliamentary budget officer. In fact, just about every independent agent of this House has been attacked. We have even heard attacks on the Environment Commissioner in recent days since the release of his report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The comments, the honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And we had a late night last night. The member from Beaches pulled a night shift last night as we had the Minister of National Defence and some of his cohorts in the chamber last night for Committee of the Whole hearing. And as frustrating as that was, I guess now we can appreciate what Kevin Page, the Parliamentary Budget Officer, is going through. And just the rhetoric that's coming off the other side. I know the comment's been made a couple times that the government has allotted more time than ever before. And just off the top of my head, I know the last Liberal budget that was presented, which was only about 120 pages. This one's, 450 or so. So it was about a quarter of the size. And the second reading of that budget, certainly of that last Liberal budget, went longer than this. But, Mr. Speaker, if I could pose to my colleague just his sense of frustration coming out of last night's Committee of the Whole. And again, the frustration that's being felt by the Parliamentary Budget Officer, who's being stifled. Opposition members have known this for a long time. Journalists have known this for a long time. But what he experienced last night with the stonewalling of this particular government on so many different aspects of the F-35 contract.
The honourable member for Beaches East York.
Well, thank you very much, my friend, for that question. Yeah, it was an interesting night last night. It was clear from the get-go, Mr. Speaker, in our Committee of the Whole on Defence Matters that it wasn't going to be a night where we made much progress in getting facts and truth out of this government. Stonewalling, as my friend, the word my friend used, is in fact a very apt description of what we confronted last night. With respect to his question on or comment on the amount of time that's been allotted, of course I have no independent verification of the House Leader's suggestion that this is the longest in a couple of decades. All I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, is it's not nearly long enough. This is a 420-page, 20-odd page omnibus bill incorporating lots of issues that aren't relevant to a budget and don't properly belong in a budget bill. They deal with environmental issues. They deal with changes to the authority of auditors, to accountability of CSIS, to the repealing of the Fair Wages and Hours of Labour Act, all sorts of things that don't properly belong in a bill related to the implementation of a budget, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, a prise de débat. The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's indeed a pleasure to be able to rise and speak on Bill C-38, the Economic Action Plan for 2012. And I do want to do a little bit of a contrast between what our Conservative government is doing in our budget and what the Manitoba NDP is doing in their provincial budget. Now, first of all, one thing I'm very glad to see in the federal budget and Economic Action Plan 2012 was the mention of further funding for Lake Winnipeg and to support our initiatives for clean water, clean air, and clean land. Overall, we've been investing for the past 4 years through the Lake Winnipeg Basin Initiative, which included the Lake Winnipeg Water Stewardship Fund, which really helped community-based projects. It assisted with a pile of science and research that looked at reducing algae, reducing nutrient loads in Lake Winnipeg, and making sure that we have less beach closures due to contamination as a result of municipal runoff, agricultural runoff, and natural nutrient loads that we see in Lake Winnipeg and throughout the entire watershed. And of course, Mr. Speaker, that watershed carries on not just immediately around Lake Winnipeg. It includes almost the entire province of Manitoba, almost all of North Dakota, half of Minnesota, a little bit of South Dakota, all of the southern prairies, including Saskatchewan and Alberta, so as well as northwestern Ontario, all flow into Lake Winnipeg. So it was a $14 million project over 4 years that really invested heavily through Environment Canada into the scientific community, working with academics at universities throughout the watershed, and made those changes. Unfortunately, you look at the Manitoba NDP provincial budget, it's completely mute on any new initiatives to protect Lake Winnipeg, to reduce those nutrient loads, and to ensure that we can move ahead for a healthy rural economy and have a good fishery in Lake Winnipeg. Now, one of the things that we have been talking about throughout Bill C-38 is the changes to the Fisheries Act, and really how those focus on improving the approval of drainage projects through rural Canada, especially those around agricultural lands. All too often, municipalities and farmers have been dealing with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, Mr. Speaker, and had seen nothing but delay after delay after delay to do things as simple as cleaning out a ditch, replacing a culvert, replacing a crossing on a provincial drain, making sure a drain is expanded to handle the excess moisture that could be falling in agriculture areas from time to time, because they always classified that as fish habitat. Well, we know it's not fish habitat because most of the year those drains and ditches and culverts are sitting dry. There isn't a fish in them. So this now removes that burden from the federal fisheries, allows them to focus on actual fish habitat, being rivers, creeks, and lakes, and making sure that any projects that are occurring in those natural habitats are done quicker in making sure that the assessments are done in an expedient process so that we can have those projects done in an environmentally sensitive manner, that we are enhancing and protecting fish habitat, and not providing over-encumbersome processes on municipalities and farmers in conducting their drainage projects. Now, my area, Selkirk Interlake, has been hit extremely hard over the past 5 years by excess moisture, and so this is a critical issue that we want to address, and we are doing it through the federal budget. Now, in Manitoba, what have they done? Well, they got enhanced permit processes happening through water stewardship, more delays happening for the things like lagoons and grey water from farmyards and farm houses, making it more difficult for people to live in rural Manitoba, and that just doesn't fly very far when I represent a rural area, and most people are getting quite perturbed by the attack on rural Manitobans that the provincial NDP have done. Now, this, of course, all relates to flood protection. I'm glad in Economic Action Plan 2012 and Bill C-38, we are increasing funding for permanent flood mitigation efforts by $99 million over the next 3 years. That's available to the provinces and territories, and particularly concentrating on making sure that we have flood mitigation in place to deal with the flooding that we experienced in 2011. So whether it was the flooding that we saw in the Richelieu Valley in Quebec, whether it was the excess flooding that we've seen in southern Manitoba and southern Saskatchewan, or the excessive flooding that we're still experiencing along Lake Manitoba in my riding, this will help the provinces and the municipalities build those permanent dikes, put in place proper controls and infrastructure to protect farmland, to protect property, and to ensure that cottage owners and people that live in those beautiful, pristine areas along our lakes and rivers have the protection that they deserve, and the same type of protection that they've been able to get if they lived in urban centers, especially like the city of Winnipeg. You know, this is an addition to all the money that we've already are going to be pouring into Manitoba through the disaster financial assistance arrangements that we have in place. We're going to be paying, you know, on the eligible expenses, you know, based upon the size of the flooding and the cost of that flood mitigation that we've seen in Manitoba. Over 90% of those costs will be coming from the federal treasury because the province of Manitoba has complained so much that they've been overburdened with the cost of the flooding. We even did a cash advance of $50 million to help them pay for those upfront costs and help mitigate and help homeowners and farmers and communities, municipalities deal with all the excess costs that they had in dealing with the flood last year. And but you know, they essentially haven't really given us any credit for doing that. They continue to complain and saying that their costs and their budget shortfall of $930 million is because of the budget, well, or because of the flood. And we know that their flooding costs have only been just over $300 million to date. It's actually been cash out of pocket for in the province of Manitoba. And their own budget this year is actually an admission of mismanagement, that they've had to hire more adjusters to go out there. It's a year after the fact, and they still haven't gone out there and finalized claims. People are still waiting for their money. Municipalities are still not paid for the damage that was done and the roads that were replaced and the dikes that were built. And it's just too little, too late from the Manitoba NDP government. Now, I do want to talk about one of the things that I'm very proud of is that over the years, since we've been government, we've been reducing the GST. We've been reduced the GST from 7% to 6% to 5%. And that has been a huge help to taxpayers, to consumers, and of course keeping the cost of everything lower because of all the mitigating increases that happen every time you put into place a tax. It just keeps snowballing out of control. But what does the provincial NDP do? Well, if you really look at what we've done on just gas, on $1.25 a litre gas, by reducing the cost of that gas by 2%, it's created a 2.5 cent per litre savings for Manitobans. But what did Stan Struthers do in the last provincial NDP government budget? Well, he's put in place a gas tax of 2.5 cents per litre. That is a tax grab, taking away that savings that we've been passing on to Manitobans and indeed to all Canadians. And really, because everybody has to drive, this is highway robbery. This is exactly what's happening in Manitoba. It's unfairly hurting seniors and those living on fixed incomes, and it's a direct attack and assault on rural Manitobans because they have to drive the farthest and the most often, and they're going to be carrying that burden. You know, the other thing I wanted to point out, Mr. Speaker, is the income tax difference. We have continued to introduce tax measures that reduce the amount of taxes Manitobans and Canadians are paying. Now, I want to look at an average income tax of $40,000. Well, in 1999, the year that the provincial NDP came to power, the federal tax at that time was 17% on the first $29,590 and 26% on the next $10,410. So the total payable federal income tax at that time was $7,736. Well, in Manitoba, the tax at that time was 48.5% of what the federal tax was. So in that case of paying $7,736, you would pay $3,752 as your provincial tax. Now, Premier Selinger, who was the Minister of Finance at the time, delinked the provincial tax from the federal tax. So if you look at last year, year 2011, the federal tax paid, we've reduced it now to 15% on personal income. The tax bracket has been moved up, so it's 15% on the entire $40,000. So you'd owe $6,000 in federal income tax. The Manitoba tax paid, though, since they've delinked it, is 10.8% on the first $31,000 you make, and 12.7% on the remaining $9,000 out of $40,000. So that's a total provincial tax due of $4,495.
The honourable member from Vaudreuil-Soulanges is raising a point.
I fail to see the relevance to Bill C-38. This member is speaking clearly about things in another house, the Manitoba legislature, I believe. That doesn't have relevance to this bill, Mr. Speaker.
As this member and others will be no doubt aware, members are routinely given latitude in terms of the issue of relevance. This is particularly true when this House is dealing with the throne speech and the budget, and I've heard there have been many references to the excuse me, to the scope of this bill, and I would encourage all members to speak of things that are related to the bill, realizing how broad it is.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate that ruling. And I know this makes the member across the way uncomfortable, but I want to talk about how Manitobans are feeling after the federal budget came down and the provincial budget, and just doing the comparison so people understand, especially in Manitoba, but right across Canada, about the dangers of an NDP government. Yep. So let's just keep moving on here. So as I said, in 2011, federal tax due would be $6,000 at a 15% personal income tax rate. The Manitoba tax is just shy of $4,500. So the taxpayer in Manitoba is actually, because of the tax reductions, just on, we're not talking about all the different tax credits we introduced, you know, whether they're getting tax reductions because of their age, or they're getting increased tax reductions because of children and education and sports. What we're talking about is just the reduction in the bracket creep, and also the reduction in the personal income tax base. So the taxpayer in Manitoba is enjoying a savings in federal income tax of $1,736. That's down 22.5%. However, they are paying $743 more in provincial income tax. That's up almost 20%. So if you look at it, so instead of enjoying a tax savings of $2,578, thanks to the Manitoba NDP in Manitoba, they're only enjoying a $993 reduction in the personal income taxes. So that's a personal tax grab of $1,585 by Stan Struthers and Premier Selinger.
Hands in your pocket.
Now, you know, we hear a lot that they need the money because they aren't getting enough money from Ottawa. Well, in this budget, we are maintaining our transfers to the province. Since we came to power, we have increased our overall contributions to the province of Manitoba by $648 million. Wow. That's an increase from under the Liberals of $2.7 billion from the federal Liberals to now what us as federal Conservatives are giving them $3.4 billion. It's a huge increase. The problem is in Manitoba, they don't have a revenue problem. They've increased taxes. They're getting more money from the federal government. They have a spending problem. Now, the reason I do this is because I want to talk about the dangers of what the NDP policies present to us and what they want to do to the federal budget. And really what I think sums it up best is that in today's Winnipeg Sun, Sean Hutton wrote a letter, and it says, for anyone out there who's crazy enough to envision a national NDP government, take a look at the disaster they've created in Manitoba. Who's crazy enough to want that? Thank you, Mr.
Speaker. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Churchill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I admire the member's across vigor when it comes to making his political points. I wish he would use a closer lens to look exactly at what his party is doing when it comes to gutting, especially the rural Manitoban economy and actually the economy in his own part of the region that he represents. I'd like him to talk about what this budget and what his government is doing with respect to the elimination of the community pastures program and what that means for ranchers in his riding, or what it means for the federal government to withdraw $10 million from the cattle enhancement program, which the federal government had committed to and just a couple months ago withdrew, or what it means to lose the Canadian Wheat Board and to allow so many and to have so many prairie farmers in Manitoba and Saskatchewan and Alberta as well that don't know what the next year is going to look like. So those seem to me some pretty severe cuts. Some pretty severe measures when it comes to gutting not just the economy, but endangering, putting at risk the livelihoods of, let's be honest, the people that he's supposed to be representing.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know that this speech I gave just now hits her pretty close and pretty personal, since her dad sits in the cabinet of the provincial NDP government. Actually, an individual that I have a lot of respect for, because he is actually reaching out and trying to work with his federal counterparts, unlike some of the other cabinet ministers who's constantly been out there attacking us rather than trying to work with us. Unfortunately, it was that while he was sitting at that cabinet table that they made the decision to intentionally raise the levels of Lake Manitoba and flood out hundreds of thousands of operations and property owners and communities around Lake Manitoba. Over 100,000 cattle had to be removed from the area because all the ranch land was flooded. People are still today, a year after the fact, are still living in communities and outside of their own area, like Winnipeg, like Pinawa, instead of being in their own First Nations, instead of being in their own municipalities, in their own communities. Houses are still underwater because they have failed to act upon developing an actual outlet for Lake Manitoba, actually failed to provide dollars to allow individuals to fix their homes and get it done in time. Like, this has just carried on way too long, Mr. Speaker. As to the agriculture, we are working for our agriculture producers. We're going to allow them to actually take control of their own PFRA pastures, their own community pastures, and have them set their own rates rather than having government dictate to them how much they're going to get charged for working in community pastures.
Questions and comments? Honourable member for Bonavista Vista Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
He extolled the badness of what is considered, I think he mentioned 2 cents a litre on gas, 2.5 cents, and the effect that that would have on the average consumer. In 2008, they promised to reduce diesel by 2 cents. What happened to that?
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake.
I guess one of the fears that I had about, I actually thought it was a great idea at first on the cusp of reducing the cost of diesel fuel by 2 cents a litre, because diesel fuel is the lifeline and the lifeblood of rural Canada. All our goods and services and food is produced using diesel. But we know that every time we vacate taxation levels, somebody else is always going to backfill it. And that's what we just experienced in Manitoba. So we've decreased the GST, which reduced the cost of fuel in Manitoba by 2.5 cents a litre. And what did the provincial NDP government do? They jumped up and increased the price of fuel 2.5 cents a litre.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to applaud my colleague for his comments. I, too, have experienced some of the devastation of the current government in Manitoba, and it's interesting that the member for Churchill would raise the issue of support for rural communities and rural parts of Manitoba, and I know that we've gone to great lengths to improve the conditions in Churchill, particularly with the port, and to improve the economic activities. And I would ask the member maybe to make a comment on it and perhaps even elaborate a little further why the member for Churchill would vote against such an opportunity for her own community.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake, a short answer, please.
Thank you. And I was really pleased to learn today that Omnitrax, the owner of the Hudson Bay Rail Line, has had their entire $50 million, the dollars that we had allocated in the budget to help offset the costs of moving grain into Churchill, to deal with the issue of whether or not the wheat board was going to be the issue of moving and pushing grain up into the Churchill port. Learned today that the entire program has been oversubscribed, meaning that over the next 5 years there's going to be more than enough grain move up into Churchill than what was there in the past. And also that Omnitrax is pursuing buying grain terminals and more marketing opportunities across the prairie so that they can be another market variable in the marketplace, allowing farmers a different place to sell and a different way to ship grain via the Churchill line.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm privileged to rise in the House today to speak on behalf of my constituents of Toronto Danforth and all Canadians who are deeply worried by the Conservative government's assault on democracy in the form of this Omnibus Budget Implementation Act. Au moins un tiers du projet.
At least 1/3 of Bill C-38 will weaken protections for environmental rules. Furthermore, this budget will introduce a series of measures that were never announced and which will decrease transparency and increase secrecy within this government. These measures include the evisceration of the Auditor General's powers. In addition to the content in the bill as such, we are opposed to its anti-democratic nature.
Are trying to hide from oversight and avoid accountability with this bill, both in terms of how it's going through the House and its content. It is inappropriate to put so many sweeping changes to so many different areas in a single budget bill. This is just purely inappropriate legislative behavior, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to touch on just some of the areas hammered by Bill C-38, starting with the environment. This week, 10 of the leading environmental organizations in Canada launched a protest campaign to raise awareness of the huge threat the Conservative budget represents to the environment. But they equally wish us all to understand the onslaught against democracy itself represented by this act. Parliamentary democracy is under assault, Mr. Speaker, by the wholesale, regressive transformation of federal environmental law without serious opportunity to debate and scrutinize. And much of the change in the budget bill is transparently intended to cripple the elements of participatory democracy that are part of current environmental law. Now, the campaign of these 10 brave groups is called Blackout, Speak Out, Silence en Parle in French, and it asks Canadians to turn their websites black, to darken their websites on June 4th as a form of collective national protest. Now, why do I say they are brave, Mr. Speaker? Because they know that members of this Conservative government have already attacked them as radical, as extremists, as money launderers. And the budget itself seeks to chill their participation in education and advocacy around the environment by encouraging Revenue Canada to go after their charitable status. They know that they will be targeted by the government and its big oil partners and front groups. In fact, the government has earmarked $8 million at least to help allow the Canada Revenue Agency to go after charities ostensibly engaging in political activity or being funded by so-called foreign sources. In the hands of a government at war with environmental and social justice organizations, this is a frightening new spending initiative, Mr. Speaker. And finally, on the theme of the environment, allow me to mention a matter close to the hearts of the people of Toronto Danforth. There is no renewal of the eco-energy home retrofits program that was very popular with Toronto residents, including those in my riding, and most importantly, very valuable as a sustainability measure. Now let me pick up on the theme of removing oversight and accountability. The Budget Implementation Act is creating a much more secretive and non-transparent government through removal and closures of oversight powers and bodies. Bill C-38 eliminates the mandatory Auditor General oversight of financial performance and reporting by 12 agencies, no less, by removing provisions that require the Auditor General to audit accounts, financial statements, and financial transactions, and this includes the Canada Revenue Agency, ironically enough. Now, as if this isn't enough, Mr. Speaker, it is also eliminating the position of the Inspector General for the Canadian Security and Intelligence Service, which will drastically reduce accountability at CSIS, especially since we know that the Inspector General's recent reports have been critical of CSIS and the government. And I think it's fair to assume that this critical scrutiny is most probably the reason the Inspector General has been eliminated as an institution. Once again, this shows that the government is dealing another, not just hammer blow, but sledgehammer blow to the core foundations of our democracy. Let me briefly speak to OAS, Old Age Security. I hope to speak later in the day on the private members' bill. I will simply say, what's the obvious? The Conservatives did not campaign on cutting OAS. Davos was the context for the Prime Minister to spring this on us. Now we know that the age of eligibility will rise over time from 65 to 67. And rise over time is the key word, because that has allowed the government to spread the disingenuous message that it's not current seniors that need to worry about this budget, but those coming afterwards who just have to plan their affairs. This is the ultimate in which politics, Mr. Speaker. Seniors who now know they are safe, in the government's terms, however, are amongst the most outraged, and I can attest to that by virtue of the most recent by-election campaign I was part of and talking to people since. They are thinking of those coming after them, unlike this government, and do not buy into the crass assumption that they won't care and that they therefore will vote for the Conservatives because they are shielded from the immediate effects. Housing. Mr. Speaker, the people of Toronto Danforth are extremely disappointed that there's nothing for affordable nor social housing in the budget bill, and this has been condemned by the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, which stated, quote, "A healthy housing sector able to meet a broad range of needs is a vital part of the economic and social well-being of any community. Local governments have been implementing an array of initiatives to increase and preserve the supply of rental and affordable housing. Municipalities are always doing their part, but they can't do it alone," unquote. Cities have clearly been left out on housing, on transit, on other fronts. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Mental Health Commission of Canada released its mental health strategy and stated the importance of affordable, secure and safe housing for people living with mental health problems and illnesses, and yet there is nothing in this budget for them. Other important cuts are buried in the bill and or indirectly created by the bill, such as cuts to CBC radio drama. As you know, all drama programming from Radio 1 has been eliminated. I've been receiving many complaints from my constituents. One wrote the following, quote, "Cutting the CBC's budget is detrimental, not only to the Canadian arts community and the listening public, but to political culture in Canada," unquote. I could not agree more. As demonstrated by an article in the Globe on April 12th by Kelly Nestruck, drama programming nurtured numerous playwrights and actors and allowed them to gain national attention while furthering the public's understanding of politics and society. Afghanida, for example, not only, quote, "was the source of employment of an astonishing number of young Canadian playwrights," unquote, but it also was the only drama to further our understanding of the causes and the legacy of the Canadian Forces mission in Afghanistan until the very recent wave of stage plays have finally rolled out. It's a shame that the government is cutting spending on areas like CBC radio drama that have had a long and culturally valuable history of informing, stimulating, and yes, indeed, entertaining Canadians. Pour conclure, Monsieur le Président.
In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, clearly the Conservatives don't understand the ties between the economy and the health of individuals. So what are we going to do? There's many changes is going through the wrong forum. These changes should not be hidden in this way. Budget bills that look like a Trojan horse should not become the norm. If this government is not afraid of being accountable, it should agree to work with us in order to divide this bill into many bills.
government has already rejected that possibility of splitting this bill into more manageable tranches for the Parliament to study. I hope there is still time for them to reconsider. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Pierre-Boucher. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to congratulate my colleague on that excellent speech. Since his arrival in the House is recent, I would like to ask him if he is disappointed with the democracy as it is currently being practiced in Canada.
Member for Toronto Danforth.
I thank my colleague, the Honourable Member from Longueuil, for the question. I think I will hold off in my judgment for just a little bit longer. I must say that I do feel like we are on the cusp of perhaps the most anti-democratic era in the history of this country. There are too many signs for us to ignore, and if we keep ignoring them, we will be in deep trouble.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Halifax West.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I congratulate my colleague on his speech, and I'd like to ask him his thoughts, in particular, on proposed changes to the OAS, where the government has talked about this supposed crisis, where the OAS, they claim, is going to be unaffordable, and yet they can't really point to any expert opinion that says that. Their own government reports say it's not going to be any jeopardy. There's no issue, really, in terms of affordability. The OECD says no issue of affordability, and yet they're going to take people who are perhaps poor, because we know that 40% of the people who receive OAS receive $20,000 in income or less each year. They're going to make them wait 2 more years, which would cost them as much as $30,000 and cost them real hardship as they are waiting to receive this assistance. I'd like my honourable colleagues' comments on this decision by the government.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you to the member for Halifax West, who did a good job in setting out some fundamental premises with which I agree. I think it's very important to know that indeed the Parliamentary Budget Officer has shown that it's not necessary to do what the government is planning to do, that OAS is sustainable, but quite apart from whether or not for a certain period of time, of 30 to 40 years, a certain percentage of the gross domestic product will have to be added to what is needed for OAS. The whole question is one of choices. We organize ourselves around that need. We know it's coming. We organize ourselves around. We don't treat this as a permanent crisis. It's also just a little bit disappointing that I've heard in the House today in question period that one of the approaches the Conservative minister has been taking is to reassure seniors now that they're not affected and emphasize how important OAS is to them. So basically, they're saying that those 10 years from now, it's going to be equally important, yet we're going after you. I don't think that's acceptable, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. A short question. The Honourable Member for Churchill.
Yeah, my question is to my honourable colleague from Toronto Danforth, who I'm thrilled is with us in the House. And I had the opportunity to visit his constituency along with him, and I met a lot of young people that are very concerned about their future. And I was wondering if he could comment about on how disastrous this budget is when it comes to Canada's young people.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Well, I think it's fair to say that youth are ignored as a specific concern in the budget. The government has taken care to say their overall motivation is to stimulate prosperity, even as they're predicting loss of jobs as part of the budget. So hopefully, if they're correct, and we all hope that they are correct, we're going to see some jobs out of this. But that's really not what youth expect right now. There's a great degree of worry and alienation amongst the youth I've spoken to, and I have to say that the environmental provisions of this bill are probably bothering the youth in my riding as much as anything. They believe, they understand they're ahead of the curve, they're ahead of the rest of us on the environment, and they are deeply, deeply disappointed about this part of the budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Brant.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to talk about how Economic Action Plan 2012, our plan for jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity, is benefiting Canada, and in particular, my area of southwestern Ontario. Southern Ontario is a region that was hard hit by the global recession, and that's why our government responded with targeted action to develop and attract the high-paying, high-skilled jobs of tomorrow. Our budget continues that good work, and in my riding of Brant, is moving in the right direction. In fact, Budget 2012 is bursting with good news for southwestern Ontario and our economy as the region continues to reposition itself for growth in the 21st century global economy. In particular, our budget will benefit many businesses in Brant, and in particular manufacturers. In our community, manufacturing has a very storied history. In fact, Brantford at the turn of the century, in the Industrial Revolution, was the third largest economy in this country, only behind Toronto and Montreal. And through the years, that manufacturing has evolved and changed. Some of it has gone to other jurisdictions. Some of it has become not relevant in today's economy. And you know, our community has survived through the years, and it's through the approaches of this particular action plan, this budget, that we will continue to look to companies to invest, to upgrade, to cut costs and enhance productivity, increase their market share, and give them a competitive advantage. And these manufacturers know that this is the goal of our government. It's to support them to create the jobs of tomorrow. We have provided unprecedented support. We have lowered business taxes to 15% to help manufacturers keep more of their own money and invest and hire more employees. We are making Canada the first major economy to be a tariff-free zone for manufacturing to boost new investment and job creation. We have introduced temporary accelerated capital cost allowance tax relief to manufacturers to become more competitive when upgrading their machinery and equipment, and we are extending that tax relief in our action plan, our 2012 action plan. We are also extending the domestic powers of Export Development Canada to provide financial support, financing to Canadian manufacturers and exporters. However, our government is not just investing so that manufacturers can create jobs today. Through unprecedented support for research, development, and innovation, our government is ensuring that our region can create and retain the jobs of tomorrow. We know the global economy is changing, and the pace of technological change is creating new opportunities every day. We also know that competition for the brightest minds is intensifying. To secure our long-term competitiveness, Southern Ontario must lead in the knowledge economy, and we must foster global competitive businesses that innovate and create high-quality jobs. Our government realizes this reality. That is why we have already provided almost $8 billion in new funding to support science, technology, and the growth of innovative firms. And that is why we continue to invest. Budget 2012 provides another $1.1 billion in direct support for research, development, and innovation. This funding builds on our government's technology strategy, which emphasizes the importance of ensuring that federally supported research contributes to the commercialization of new products, processes, and services. And this funding acts on key recommendations of the Jenkins Report by investing to make it easier for entrepreneurs to access venture capital. It's all about supporting Canadian innovation from the idea phase to commercialization and distribution. Our commitment to research and innovation will benefit our students, families, and businesses for years to come. And our commitment in this regard has not gone unnoticed. Here's what Stephen Topp, chairman of the Association of Universities and Colleges of Canada Board of Directors, had to say, and I quote, "In the face of tough fiscal decisions, the government showed leadership by continuing its investments in research, innovation, research infrastructure, and university private sector collaborations. These investments will build a stronger future for our society and economy." AUCC President Paul Davidson went on to note that We're also pleased the budget recognizes the importance of deepening international education and research linkages. Recently, I had the privilege of joining the AUCC on a mission to Brazil. And while there, it was announced by the Brazilian president that 12,000 Brazilian students will be fully funded to study in Canada. A superb example of how our government is moving forward to have the best minds, the best students graduating from our institutions on an international basis so that we can collaborate with our international partners in making sure we can compete in the global economy. And many of these individuals who will receive these scholarships will end up having connections to businesses. They'll have experience in apprenticeships and with Canadian companies, and they'll have the ties to create the linkages to businesses of the future. This budget, our 2012 budget, takes the long-term view for Canada's prosperity. It's prosperity that will last for generations as we go forward. Mr. Speaker, in my riding and others like it did, we did experience the hardship in the wake of the global economic downturn, and our local economy is turning the corner. Local companies are recognizing new opportunities in the global economy and taking action to capitalize on these opportunities. Our businesses are forging those strategic partnerships with our blossoming post-secondary institutions, and our municipalities are attracting new investments and highlighting the benefits of locating or expanding in our region. You know, for many years, my community suffered with high rates of unemployment because of the evolution of manufacturing and the fact that the new knowledge economy was replacing, in many ways, the manufacturing of the past, the older manufacturing of the past. And we are survivors and have survived it. But we must recognize that business, Canadian business, to compete globally, must have a competitive advantage. And one of the great advantages that we see in the future is investing in the brightest and the best in the areas that our country needs expertise to move us forward. Mr. Speaker, this budget is long-term thinking. It's one that I have heard so much positive feedback from different sectors, the educational sector, the business sector, as the right way to go at this time for our country. Mr. Speaker, I encourage all parliamentarians to support this budget. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Yes, I'd like to have my colleague explain why this government can't be accountable. Why can't it be transparent? In tabling this omnibus bill, Bill C-38, the Conservatives had said in 2011 election promises that they would not reduce transfers to individuals or provinces for essential things like pensions, education, and health care. On June 11, 2011, the Prime Minister in the House of Commons said that this government was quite clear: we will not reduce pensions. So my question is this, for my dear colleague: why are there so many inconsistencies that are quite unacceptable regarding these statements? So I'd like my colleague opposite to explain why they misled Quebecers and Canadians.
Grant. Well, I thank my honourable colleague for his question, but nothing can be further from the truth as far as inconsistencies go. This has been a consistent thread of our government's budget policies for the last 6 years. And I might mention to him that in actual fact, if he cares to look at the actual expenditures of government through the budgets, we have increased the funding to provinces and territories over the last 6 years consistently and have said, we will increase your budgets. Now, we are responsible as the federal government to make sure long-term funding is in place. In fact, in my province of Ontario, it's at record levels. It's just under $20 billion of of funding that we have provided in this last fiscal year to our province. And the province, of course, takes on their responsibilities and decides what they are going to do with that money. The actual fact and the record shows we have been funding provinces and territories far beyond any government previously.
Here, here.
Questions and comments? Honourable Minister of State for Science and Technology.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable friend here for an excellent speech. He is absolutely correct. The budget 2012 is a plan for economic growth and long-term prosperity, which is a unique position for Canada, being the strength of our economy now. We can look forward 5 years out, decades out. My question centers around innovation and the support for science and technology, which we have consistently seen grow from this government over the past, well, actually every single budget we've ever had. My concern to the member is that we do hear some concerns from the opposite side about how big the budget is. Of course, it's big. We have an opportunity in Canada to take advantage of. We are leading many of the industrialized nations. We have an opportunity that in 20 years we would be ashamed of ourselves if we didn't take it. I believe we should vote yes for this budget because it signifies a change and an innovation. Would the member agree?
The honourable member for Brant.
Well, that was an excellent description of exactly what we are intending to do and have staged in actual subsequent budgets leading into this one, the opportunity that is ahead for the next generations, for my children and for my grandchildren. Creating the platform now will give them the prosperity in the future that makes this the greatest country in the world. And I think we have at times undersold the kind of greatness that we have in terms of the resources that we have, and our best resource is our people resources. So rewarding the best and the brightest now will pay dividends for many generations to come.
Here, here.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today I'd like to join my voice to that of many colleagues to oppose this legislative monster Bill C-38. This omnibus bill of more than 420 pages seeks firstly to implement Budget 2012, but it goes well beyond that with measures that were never announced to Canadians. C-38 is a direct attack on transparency, both in content and in the way the government is imposing its ideological vision of this country to Canadians by attempting to gag and discredit any opposition to their dogma. First of all, the Conservatives are restricting the time allocated to allow opposition parties to examine and debate this particularly massive and pernicious bill. They know the devil's in the details, and they don't want us to have an opportunity to alert Canadians to what they're trying to do. The short amount of time allocated to members to analyze this bill carefully makes it impossible to truly identify the consequences that C-38 will have on the lives of citizens. This way of doing things is unacceptable and shows the contempt that this government has towards Parliament and our institutions. The Conservatives also have a tendency to ridicule those who oppose their vision and their way of doing things, and that would be more appropriate in an autocracy than in the Parliament of Canada. The opponents to Bill C-38, be they parliamentarians or ordinary citizens, are often described by the members opposite as people who try to divide Canada or simply don't understand what the government is trying to do. Opponents are described as big bad socialists who are manipulating public opinion in the media and that are trying to impose their will on Canadians at all costs without any notion of the common good. That's a typically conservative way of talking about their opponents, and it's an insult to the intelligence of Canadians. The debacle of the Wild Rose Party apparently taught them nothing about this type of generalization. In my riding, I even met Canadians who were members of the Conservative Party who sent their card back to the party to contest the way they're doing things. They approve their ideas, but they refuse to endorse this lack of democracy and this way they have of shoving down the throats of Canadians opinions they don't share.
Canadians have a right to be informed correctly and honestly about what the government is doing on their behalf. This government campaigned by promising a transparent and responsible government, but that's not what we've seen since the beginning of their mandate. On the contrary, Bill C-38 is more evidence that the Conservatives cannot be trusted. Canadians hesitated for a long time before giving this government a majority because they were afraid of their hidden agenda, and they were right to be afraid. As I mentioned earlier, this Budget Implementation Act goes far further than that and contains a large number of changes that were never announced during the election campaign nor after the election. It will change Canadian society forever, and it will be far from for the greater good. At least one-third of this bill seeks to weaken or almost annihilate environmental assessment and regulation, which protects our fauna, our waterways, and our ecosystems in order to allow for exploitation of our natural resources like in the old days of Duplessis. They have no strategy for renewable energy and reducing the use of fossil fuels. Pipeline projects will be imposed on Canadians to export our natural resources abroad. The dark ages are back with this government. Moreover, C-38 greatly reduces the powers of oversight of the Auditor General by removing 12 government agencies from compulsory audits. Given the monumental fiasco of the F-35 acquisition and this government's efforts to hide the real costs of this purchase, I can understand why they don't want the Auditor General to have a look at this. This legislative Trojan horse also increases eligibility age for the OAS and the GIS from 65 to 67.
Now, this change won't affect many members of Parliament who are here, but my generation, it will. And it will have an impact on vulnerable seniors. The Prime Minister knows full well that the current system is sustainable for many years to come, and that these drastic cuts are not necessary. The government would save more money if it stopped wasting money through its mega prison program, its program for dubious military procurement. It should not be punishing future generations as it is currently doing. We understand why the government wanted to exile himself to Switzerland to make that announcement instead of making it here. Now, Mr. Speaker, I could spend a great deal of time, hours in fact, talking about the devastating impact of this budget on Canadian society and institutions. But now I'd like to talk about the impact that it will have on the people in my riding of Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Contrary to what the Conservatives seem to believe, not all citizens in this country share their vision and agree with the way they govern. Every day, people come to see me, they come to tell me just how ashamed they are of this government, ashamed of our image abroad, ashamed of the absence or lack of conscience regarding the environment shown by the Conservatives. The people of Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier don't see in this government a government that shares their values. They're being abandoned by the Conservatives, who are simply governing to the benefit of their friends. The government keeps stating that this budget is focused on job creation. However, the Parliamentary Budget Officer has stated that 43,000 jobs will be lost, including 19,000 in the public service. This budget will therefore see a rise in unemployment, a rise, as I said. This government's logic is quite difficult to follow. How could that be perceived as good news for the people of Jacques-Neuf-Cartier? The first wave of cuts at CFB Valcartier has come. There are some 160 support jobs that have been lost, and that's all we know for the time being. These job losses at CFB Valcartier, with the 7,000 people who work there, represents the largest employer in the region, and this will have a serious impact on the economy of the region. In addition to affecting the lives of hundreds of roughly 100 families in my riding, it's clear that neighboring municipalities and businesses will also be affected. Their profits will go down, and the local population will be in less of a position to buy their products and keep the economy rolling. It's inconceivable that the Conservative members from the Quebec City region can endorse these measures that will hinder the economy of their own ridings. If we combine these cuts to the military with cuts, direct cuts to the offices of Veterans Affairs, we can see that there will be a huge impact in the region for Canadian Forces members in Jacques-Cartier, Port-Neuf-Jacques-Cartier. In addition, there's absolutely nothing to help the forestry sector workers in my riding. Plants are closing and people are losing their jobs without finding replacement work. There are no investments in the forestry sector. The Conservatives are boasting about helping the manufacturing sector, but where are the results? Where are the jobs for the people in my riding? People in Port-Neuf-Jacques-Cartier are very concerned about the major changes this government will be making to the environmental assessment system for the benefit of large oil companies. Didn't the Conservatives learn anything about from the past? This week, the Commissioner of the Environment announced the existence of dozens, in fact thousands, of contaminated federal sites that require decontamination. One of the sites is Shannon, which is well known to all Quebecers. The tragic story of the contaminated water table is something that is ongoing today, and the government must take action quickly to deal with these affected sites. Steps must be taken to prevent toxic substances from ending up in the ecosystem. Before a new natural resources project is announced, there needs to be an assessment. We should never be limited to, in fact, what the government is currently imposing. The people of Port-Neuf-Jacques-Cartier, especially the people in Shannon, know all too well the devastating effect of contaminated water and land. They don't want that to happen elsewhere. How can this government justify jeopardizing the lives of Canadians this way with Bill C-38? This is absolutely inconceivable. In closing, I know that I have very little time left. I'd like to congratulate the Honourable Member for Parkdale Hyde Park, who introduced an excellent motion to amend this bill, because C-38 is currently unacceptable in its current form. I'd like to congratulate her on her work on this issue. It's very logical. It makes good sense. The solutions being put forth are very good, and my colleagues and I will continue to work together on this important issue. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. I want to start by congratulating my colleague who's made an excellent presentation on the hidden agenda contained in this budget. I'd like to ask her to go back over a point that she commented on, the raising of the retirement age to 67. Now, I know of someone who worked his entire life in a factory, and when he finished at age 65, he was completely burnt out. This was my father. He's a firefighter, in fact. My father is a firefighter, and at age 67, I can hardly imagine him climbing up a ladder to save someone. I'd like to have the Honourable Member comment on that. There are people in a host of areas who are doing difficult physical labor, who are doing other jobs as well. They simply slow down. We're looking for greater productivity in Canada, so I find it somewhat paradoxical. The Honourable Member for Port-Neuf-Jacques-Cartier. Well, I thank the Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord for his pertinent question. Workers in more physical professions who need to lift loads, who need to work like that, can't necessarily work until the age of 67. It's extremely difficult for them. They are productive members of our society. They're not taking advantage of unemployment insurance or anything. No, they're productive members. They are involved, and it's up to the government to ensure that they can retire in dignity. That measure, which will be imposed by the government to raise retirement age to 67, will not provide the necessary support to those people who deserve to have this assistance at a point when they can no longer work.
It's the Honourable Member for Palliser.
Thank you, Chair. Just a comment on the comment, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman said it would affect his father, the change in the pension plans. If your father's 54 years of age or over, there will be no change in his plan. I'm a little I don't quite understand where those numbers came from. Maybe the presenter or the commenter could share that with us.
Point of order.
On a point of order, the member opposite is referring to something that I didn't say. I'd like us to look to the remarks that I made, but that is not what I said.
The chair will look at the comments that have been made and bring this back before the House if there's a need to. L'honorable député de Portneuf.
The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Well, I could perhaps offer some explanations to the member opposite if he's paying attention. Now, based on what I understood, given the job that my colleague's father did at the time, if the changes would have been put in place, he would have suffered those consequences. I see that my colleague is applauding there, so that's the clarification. So it's the fact that those are the facts. The NDP listened to the facts, contrary to what members opposite have said. The facts are, our positions are based on fact, and so I hope that this good influence could be spread to the other side of the House as well. Questions and comments, the honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. I'd like to thank my colleague for her excellent remarks. She is doing a good job, contrary to the colleagues opposite, in situating the debate. We keep hearing about long-term growth, about our grandchildren, our children. In Laurentides-Labelle, thousands of people will be affected and are currently affected by the forestry crisis. The government hasn't done anything in that area. In all of the measures that have been stuffed into C-38, I'm wondering if there isn't something concrete for people today who are facing these difficult realities today. I'd remind the honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Well, there are perhaps measures for people living in the conservative reality, but yes, but I'm not sure there is much that will really help the rest, especially not in the forestry sector. I have the same problem in my riding. I raised the issue. I touched upon it in my remarks. Many people in the municipalities in my riding are affected by the forestry crisis. They're not receiving any assistance from the government, maybe because of free trade limits that they've imposed themselves. That might be something to think about. That might be something to consider during future negotiations that are similar in nature. But when we talk about the manufacturing sector, yes, that's important. The forestry sector is important too, and it's not just because it's in Quebec it should be neglected. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it's my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
On employment, the honourable member for London Fanshawe on employment insurance,
and the honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue on national defence.
Debate, the honourable member for Oxford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate this opportunity today to stand up in support of C-38, the Jobs, Growth and Long-Term Prosperity Act, and highlight some of the key initiatives in Economic Action Plan 2012 that it legislates. When our Conservative government introduced Canada's Economic Action Plan in January 2009, it was designed to fight the effects of the worst global recession since the Great Depression. Mr. Speaker, it did so by providing significant stimulus to safeguard jobs and protect incomes while making important productive investments that contribute to Canada's long-term economic prosperity. It worked as those prudent decisions allowed Canada to emerge from the global recession in a position of strength. Now, Mr. Speaker, nearly 700,000 more Canadians are working today than in July of 2009. This is the best job growth record in the entire G7. Last March alone, Canada's economy added 82,000 net new jobs, the single biggest monthly jump in national job creation since September of 2008. Canadians are looking to our government to build on that success, and that is exactly what we're doing with Economic Action Plan 2012, a plan that has been praised by some of Canada's top economists. This is what Avery Schanfeld, CIBC World Markets Chief Economist, had to say about it and Canada's economy. Budget 2012 makes sense in a world economy that is still not what we would like it to be. Relative to what anybody else is doing, we still come out with flying colors. Or listen to Craig Alexander, TD Economics Chief Economist, who declared, when combined, the various measures included in Budget 2012 are aimed at improving productivity and boosting private sector growth. In addition to being fiscally prudent in the medium term, the government is taking action to pursue fiscally sound policies for the long run. Mr. Speaker, even in Southern Ontario, we have heard great support for Economic Action Plan 2012. Just listen to what Peter White of London Economic Development had to say, and I quote, "The plan includes several points of good news, including research and development dollars, venture capital dollars for public-private partnership, and skills training for young people. Indeed, the measures in today's Act focus on the drivers of growth, innovation, business investment, and people's education and skills, as others on this side of the House will highlight." Mr. Speaker, what I would like to focus on today is how our ongoing commitment to keeping taxes low and responsibly managing the tax dollars of Canadians underpins all of the measures in today's Act. Lower taxes support businesses by allowing them to keep more of their hard-earned money to invest, grow, undertake innovative research, and hire more Canadians. Canada's reputation for low taxes to create jobs is something we take great pride in. Indeed, Notice Business magazine, Forbes said recently, Canada was the best place in the world to do business. Today's Act builds on actions taken by our government by continuing to keep taxes low. Mr. Speaker, in order to keep taxes low, the tax system must be upheld. Canadians expect their government will take action to protect its fairness and integrity. That's why since 2006, our Conservative government has closed over 40 tax loopholes to improve the fairness and the integrity of the tax system. Economic Action Plan 2012 takes further action on this front through the introduction of a number of additional initiatives. To be clear, our Conservative government is committed to take aggressive steps to close tax loopholes that allow a few businesses and individuals to take advantage of hard-working Canadians who pay their fair share of tax. By broadening and protecting the tax base, these actions also help to keep Canadian tax rates competitive and low for all Canadians, thereby improving incentives to work, save, and invest. We understand Canadians willingly and honestly provide a portion of their hard-earned income to fund health care, social programs, and other vital services, asking only in return that governments both manage their tax dollars wisely and that governments ask no more from them than their fair share. For our government, this is a solemn responsibility and one that we take very seriously. We are committed to managing the hard-earned tax dollars of Canadians. It is in the spirit of fairness that the government and the Governor-General have agreed that the income tax exemption for the Governor-General's salary should end, and that the Governor-General's salary should be subject to tax in the same manner as the salary of other Canadians. This historic exemption, likely unknown to most Canadians, has been in place since the introduction of income tax in Canada. It is an exception to the general rules and principles of the income tax system. As is often the case, however, traditions change over time. Recently, other Commonwealth countries, such as Australia and New Zealand, have implemented legislation to make the salary of their Governor-Generals subject to income tax. Now, this may be a small measure in comparison to the significant tax reduction measures our government has introduced since 2006, but to us, it's a principled one. In the words of the noted Winnipeg Sun columnist, Tom Broadbeck, Governors-General of Canada will no longer enjoy tax-free status on a portion of their salaries. The Queen's representatives will have to pay taxes just like the rest of us. I didn't even know they had tax-free status. Good. Mr. Speaker, I would be remiss if I close without quickly mentioning one other important initiative in Economic Action Plan 2012, the elimination of the penny. Forgotten pennies take up too much space on our dressers and far too much time for small businesses trying to grow and create jobs. An independent study estimated the economic cost of maintaining the penny amounted to $150 million. The penny has lost its purchasing power over the years, and now most are hoarded resulting in useless expenses for Canadian taxpayers. Now, Mr. Speaker, taxpayers pay 1.6 cents for each new penny made now. This costs the government about $11 million a year. And after hearing strong support from consumers, retailers, and small business, a recent public study by a Senate committee recommended eliminating the penny. In recent years, more and more countries, like Australia, New Zealand, the Netherlands, and more, have removed their penny from circulation without any impact on consumers. Following these successful examples, Canada will no longer distribute pennies. The penny's elimination will have no negative impact on consumers. Pennies can still be used indefinitely. They will continue to retain their full value for payments and can be redeemed at banks. Prices will continue being set at 1 cent increments, and payments by check or credit card will not change. Our Conservative government is also actively working with and encouraging charities and communities across Canada to organize fundraising activities to benefit from the elimination of the penny. Indeed, in Southern Ontario, we are already seeing local penny drives. For instance, Habitat for Humanity, Middlesex, Oxford, and Elgin, a great charity, Mr. Speaker, is looking to collect 1 million pennies to help those in need. To quote Jeff Duncan from Habitat in the area, "I know $100,000 is a lot of pennies, but this is a grassroots thing, and Habitat was founded on a grassroots principle. We thought this was a fun way to engage kids. We need the whole community to help." In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, Economic Action Plan 2012 sets out a comprehensive agenda to bolster Canada's fundamental strengths and address the important challenges confronting the economy over the long term, all the while keeping taxes low and managing tax dollars responsibly. This provides an opportunity for the government to take significant actions today that will fuel the next wave of job creation and position Canada for a secure and prosperous future. And, Mr. Speaker, that is why I encourage the House to support the measures in today's Act. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Broome-Missisquoi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask my honourable colleague. He talked about the penny. I imagine that he was talking about food cuts, the food safety inspection cuts. Clearly, there are benefits from the elimination of the penny that will be achieved, except that the health and safety of Canadians is in danger elsewhere. And I would like to ask my honourable colleague, is a scandal like Walkerton, which happened a couple of years ago, could it not happen again now?
Honourable Member for Oxford.
I wish my colleague across the floor, Mr. Speaker, really knew the story of Walkerton instead of reading something that someone has provided for him. The Walkerton story may not be as he perceives it to be, but it was a provincial matter, and in fact, when he talks about the cuts to the food inspectors federally, that's not really true. And if my colleague would spend a little time talking to my good friend, the Minister of Agriculture, he would make it clear to him that those suggestions that are being promoted are not accurate in any way, shape, or form. That, in fact, we've added food inspectors to CFIA over the years and continue to. So I have every faith, number one, in the community of Walkerton to monitor its water supply, but more importantly, I have every faith in the Minister of Agriculture that our food supply is safe and secure. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to ask my colleague from Oxford, just south of my riding, this question because he does such a good job of representing that area. And he mentioned in his speech a couple things about the tax rates being low. And, Mr. Speaker, you understand that currently a family of four is paying $3,500, roughly less in taxes than they were when we took office. And I get a lot of appreciation for that in my area. And as well, the seniors are commenting about the pension splitting and how that benefits their bottom line. But the thing that I noticed in my colleague's speech was he talked about the research and development and innovation agenda of our government. And I have the honor of having Conestoga College in my riding, where they're partnering with industry to have industry have research done at the college so the college can help industry actually innovate and get commercialization of some of their new ideas. And I'm wondering if my colleague would comment on the importance of the innovation and research and development that our colleague from Cambridge, the Honourable Minister of for science and technology has made some incredible investments in that. So I'd like him just to comment on that. Thank you, Mr.
The honourable member for Oxford.
Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for asking the question because it is one of the certain pillars to our economy is the research and development as we go forward. And Conestoga College and Fanshawe College, both in my area, I'm fortunate to represent a riding that has campuses for both in my riding. And as my colleague says, the innovations, the money that has been flown through from the federal government to them has been of great benefit in many respects, not only in industry, in the automotive industry, which is, I have 2 automotive plants, both a Toyota and a General Motors plant in my riding, but it's also been well received by the agricultural community, which is a real cornerstone of Oxford. So this government knows where the future is. It is in the future of our young people, and it's in research and development, and I would say that this is the finest minister we've had in science and technology in this House. But, you know, at the same time, Mr. Speaker, I'd have to say this finance minister is the finest finance minister we've had in the last 15 or 20 years.
Time for a very short question. The honourable member for Bonavista Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Yeah, about that. Okay, about that comment about the finance minister. He's probably the first, if not, no, not you, sir. I'm talking about the finance minister who actually put us into a deficit before the recession came in. Perhaps you'd like to comment on that.
The honourable member for Oxford, a short comment, please.
It's quite an interesting comment coming from the Liberal side of the House. You know, Mr. Speaker, before this worldwide recession hit, this government had paid off nearly $50 billion of debt that the former Liberal government had helped us get into. So I don't know. I mean, he kind of played the straight man to the question. This finance minister has done a wonderful job, and as we go forward and see the steady hand, it would be like saying that my friend was the finest weatherman that we've had in the House in a long time.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Halifax West.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much. I'm pleased to have a chance to rise and debate on Bill C-38. And I have to say that I have to agree with at least the last point my last colleague made, that the member for Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor was, in fact, an outstanding weatherman, and he's an outstanding member of Parliament as well. Although he has told me, although members might want to talk to him sometime about some of the stories he has, about perhaps some bloopers he may have experienced during his time as a weatherman. There are some interesting, maybe on YouTube, as a matter of fact, I'd have to ask. But when my honourable colleague praises the current Minister of Finance, I find it rather humorous and remarkable. Because when you consider the fact that this was a finance minister and a government that inherited a $13 billion surplus. And in fact, by April and May of 2008, 6 months before the recession began, the government was already in deficit. Now, you may not believe that. And if you doubt it, I ask anyone, I invite them to Google, okay, deficit April, May 2008, and you will find stories dated June 25th of 2008 pointing that out, both by CBC and Reuters pointing that out. You can probably find more about that later. And further, that fall, there was a further deficit. And in fact, we also, you have a lot of the Conservatives have been trying to claim for a while that the deficit really we have today, it's a result of the recession and the stimulus spending. Well, first of all, the fact is that there was a deficit for that fiscal year of 2008-2009, and the budget, the stimulus budget that the government brought in, was not even announced until the end of January of 2009, and it was for the 2009-10 fiscal year. So it didn't start until well after the deficit was in place. If you had a deficit for the year of 2008-2009, and their stimulus budget was for the year 2009-10, how can they claim that earlier deficit was caused by the later budget? And in fact, Mr. Speaker, if you look at articles that came even in December of 2009, they talk about how the stimulus money was just getting going. There are articles there about how municipalities were complaining about how long it was taking for that stimulus spending to get started. It took a long time. So to claim that the deficit is a result of the recession is an outrage. To claim that this was one of the greatest finance ministers, Mr. Speaker, there's no basis for it. This is a minister who, through increasing spending dramatically, 3 times the rate of inflation, put this country back into deficit before the recession began. That's the context that we're in when we come to this budget. That's the history of this government, and it's an outrage. It's an outrageous claim to make by this government that this was in any way a good finance minister. It's ludicrous, Mr. Speaker. But let me talk about Bill C-38. I mean, we have even conservatives, well-known conservatives, who are criticizing this bill. Here are some comments from Andrew Coyne. Not exactly a liberal voice in Canada. He's a well-known, respected commentator. But what does he say about this? He says, the bill runs to more than 420 pages. It amends some 60 different acts, repeals half a dozen, and adds 3 more, including a completely rewritten Canadian Environmental Assessment Act. It ranges far beyond the traditional budget concerns of taxing and spending, making changes in policy across a number of fields, from immigration to telecommunications to land codes on native reservations. So this, he says, is not remotely a budget bill, despite its name, and it utterly eviscerates the committee process, until now regarded as one of the last useful roles, he says, left to MPs. He says, how can one committee, in this case finance, properly examine all these diverse measures with all of the many areas of expertise they require, especially in the time allotted to them? How indeed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Coyne has made some very good points about this budget, and my honourable colleagues across the way would do well to take note of the comments from this conservative commentator about their own budget bill. But let's look at this budget. And what did we expect from this? What were they looking to this government for in this budget bill? After Canada experienced 0 job growth during the last 6 months, I think Canadians expected this job to have one focus: jobs and job creation and helping our economy to be strengthened. Instead, what does it have? It has dozens of disconnected themes that will do nothing to grow jobs or address Canada's skills shortage. In fact, Mr. Speaker, speaking of, I think of jobs, I think of the issues of foreign investment and what's happened there. This bill is, in fact, a complete abandonment of the industry minister's promise of a serious review of the Investment Canada Act. Pardon me. In fact, in the bill, and of course it has so many parts, it's 425 pages long, and Part 4, Division 28, just to give you a sense of how big this bill is for those who haven't read it, haven't looked through it, Part 4, Division 28 does authorize the minister to communicate or disclose certain information in relation to foreign investments. But it does nothing to prevent Canada from a repeat of the Potash Corp takeover fiasco, which the government mishandled so badly and provided really no explanation, no advanced understanding of how it would handle matters like this, and no explanation for its decision. The Conservatives, in fact, pledged in late 2010, after abruptly killing the BHP Billiton hostile bid for Potash Corporation of Canada, to undertake a serious review of the Investment Canada Act. And in fact, the minister talked about having the committee do this. Instead, we get a few lines in a 425-page omnibus bill. And the Industry Committee will not even study this measure. And, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to see that happen. I put a motion before the committee to have that happen. Now, of course, as we know with this government, everything that involves this sort of a decision about what the committee will study, the government insists on doing in camera, behind closed doors, so the media and the public can't follow it. And so I can't talk about what might have happened to that motion, but I can say, Mr. Speaker, that it's no longer before the committee. So I think people can draw their conclusions about if I put forward a motion and it's no longer available to be discussed and it hasn't been adopted, what might have happened to that motion. and what the government, having the majority, of course, the Conservatives, decided to do. So what happened to the promise to clarify the key test used to judge foreign takeovers, the so-called net benefit determination? This is a promise the Minister of Industry made. Another promise relegated to the trash bin. The same with the minister's public statements in June of 2011 that he would ask the House of Commons Industry Committee to review the Investment Canada Act. Where is it? Why is it that Conservative members wouldn't be anxious to do this, considering that their own minister was talking about it nearly a year ago and asking for it to be done? Well, perhaps he's not so keen anymore, because we do know that that members on the Conservative side tend to do what they're told by the Prime Minister's office and by the ministers. And this hasn't happened despite several attempts from opposition members calling for a review of the Act by the committee. Instead, the industry minister gets new powers to disclose a little more information about takeovers without betraying commercial secrets. It's all well and good, but it's too bad there's no such commitment to prevent ministers from betraying their own promises, as was made in this case. You know, the fact is that we need in this country to modernize the situation in terms of our foreign investment policies, and it's too bad that instead of moving on significant change, we get half measures buried in a budget bill that makes it very clear this government is more intent on maintaining its ability to insert its political bias into these decisions than it is on focusing on doing what's best for the Canadian economy and Canadian jobs. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Yeah, that was really good. Yeah. How's that for a profound speech on an afternoon like this? You like that, eh? Yeah. No, they keep bugging me about doing the weather. Mr. Speaker, for the record, I decided to leave the weather business. I got tired of lying for a living, so I got in politics. So I'm going to get angry emails from meteorologists. I appreciate that, but nonetheless. Anyway, we're talking about the budget. I would like for him to comment on this. I get a lot of calls. I'm inundated with calls from seniors and income security. And the pattern is very simple, and that is that they're trying to struggle to stay above the poverty line with a combination of old age security and the GIS payments. It's a type of thing where a lot of them still live in larger homes. They're difficult to heat. The extra money that's being put into the OAS program, of course, is not sufficient enough to cover off the costs for things like rising heat, gas in case they need for their car to get to the hospital or places or visit family. I'd like for my colleague to comment on two things about that. One, how this is going to, raising the age from 65 to 67 is going to affect seniors, and how big of a burden, this is an extra burden this is going to be on the provinces who have to provide those social welfare services to help these people cope through extreme poverty.
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague from Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor, particularly for his glowing and effusive comments about my speech. He went on at such great length. But having said that, he makes a very important point about the old age supplement and the changes in this budget bill. And in fact, I'm looking forward to the debate later this afternoon, this evening if you're in Newfoundland or Nova Scotia, on motion 307, which concerns the old age security program, because I do have more I'd like to say about that. But you know, it's what's being done there by increasing the age at which people would receive the OAS is a bit similar. The government's attitude to that is similar to its attitude toward the CAP program, the Canada Access program, whereby you can get use of a computer. The attitude is, in fact, in the other place, in the Senate, the government House leader there, the minister of the government, was asked about this and said, well, they can use their iPhones. I don't know if they're going to call her Marjorie Antoinette for that, but you know, there's not really showing much sensitivity to the real problem of people who are facing hardship, not having access to the internet, and people who have a need for OAS and GIS and are going to be cut off by this government.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, or rather Longueuil Pierre Boucher. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for my colleague with regard to the Community Access Program. When he talked about it, we could cry, really, that they could use their iPhones. What a comment. It's incredible to hear that kind of comment. In his opinion, the people who use the Community Access Program, what's the proportion of those people who might have an iPhone?
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for that question. I can't imagine that it's a very great number of people. I can imagine, in fact, that there's a very low ratio, perhaps a few, who would have an iPhone, who would need that program. But I think that because I've spoken to people who manage these programs, these regions where there are these programs, and there are a number of people there with low incomes and who often need these programs and need to use these computers to have access to government programs, to look for a job, or for many other things. And so I think it's terrible that that decision was made. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kitchener-Waterloo.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in support of our Conservative government's Economic Action Plan 2012, implemented through today's legislation, Bill C-38, the Jobs, Growth and Long-Term Prosperity Act. This is a positive plan that will ensure Canada's economy continues to emerge from the global economic recession better than nearly all other industrialized countries. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, Canada has seen nearly 700,000 net new jobs created since July 2009, the strongest job growth among all G7 countries. And the even better news, Mr. Speaker, is that 90% of those jobs have been full-time jobs. What's more, both the independent IMF and the OECD are forecasting that Canada will be at the head of the pack for economic growth in the G7 in the years ahead. Clearly, these are all positive signs that we're on the right track for Canada's economy and for Canadian families. Little wonder, a recent Wall Street Journal editorial praised Canada's economic leadership, saying, quote unquote, that Canada is focused on private economic growth and also pointed out our quote unquote sound policies as a model for the world to follow. Yet our Conservative government recognizes that we still have considerable global economic turbulence, especially in Europe. We see that that continues. And too many Canadians, Mr. Speaker, are still looking for work. That's why Economic Action Plan 2012 takes responsible action to support the economy now and over the long term, while also keeping taxes low and returning to balanced budgets in the medium term. And despite what the NDP and others would have you believe, this plan, Economic Action Plan 2012, has been warmly greeted throughout Canada, and especially in my region and my riding of Kitchener-Waterloo. I'd like to share with the House and Canadians who are watching some of the positive feedback that has come from my region. First, from the Kitchener-Waterloo Chamber of Commerce, and this is what they had to say, and I quote, "We are pleased that the Finance Minister has extended the program that allows small business to receive a credit of up to $1,000 against employment insurance premium increases. This extension will provide an incentive for additional hiring. The Chamber of Commerce, strongly supports measures proposed to restrain government spending and return the federal budget to a balanced position by 2015-2016. Other positive measures include no tax increases, no cuts in transfers to the provinces, which are critical for health care and other social services. Overall, the government wants the private sector to step forward, create jobs, and compete on global markets." And here's what Ian Klugman had to say. Ian is the Chief Executive Officer of Communitech. which is a local technology association, and he said, "I'm really encouraged to see the focus on job creation, innovation. I see a real acknowledgement of the importance of business commercialization." I couldn't agree with Ian anymore. And Kitchener Mayor Carl Zaire, who was, and I quote, encouraged by the fact that they, the federal government, have yet again confirmed a commitment to have an infrastructure plan in place when the Building Canada Fund expires in March of 2014. Or as one last example, listen to what the Waterloo Region Record editorial declared, and I want to quote this at length. Economic Action Plan 2012 is an intelligent and visionary plan to preserve a progressive, prosperous Canada in a global landscape filled with both upheaval and promise. And for this reason, it is the most ambitious and important federal budget in a generation. Underlying it all is an astute recognition of how this nation and the world around it are changing. The budget envisions a scaled-back government that leaves people free to do more in their lives and with more of their own money. But it will still be an active government that aims to grow Canada's economy with generous venture financing and research and development funding for businesses. End quote. Clearly, Economic Action Plan 2012 sets out a comprehensive agenda to bolster Canada's fundamental strengths and address the important economic challenges confronting the economy over the long term. And I'm pleased to have the opportunity today to spotlight a handful of the measures in today's Act that will accomplish that and play a significant role in securing the well-being of Canadians today and in the future. Mr. Speaker, the first area I'd like to focus on is targeted reforms to the Employment Insurance Program, or EI. EI, as we know, is Canada's single largest labour market program, providing income replacement to help individuals and their families, as well as training and other labour market support to help Canadians return to employment. Today's Act makes a number of targeted changes that make EI a more efficient program, one that promotes job creation and quickly connects people to jobs that improve their quality of life and Canada's economy. Our Conservative government recognizes that Canadians want sustainable EI premium rates and a transparent rate-setting mechanism. And that's why we will ensure predictability and stability with the EI premium rate. Over the next few years, we will limit annual rate increases to 5 cents until the EI operating account is balanced. And once the account is returned to balance, the EI premium rate will be set annually on a 7-year break-even rate to ensure that EI premiums are no higher than needed to pay for the EI program itself. And after the 7-year rate is set, annual adjustments to the rate will be limited to 5 cents. And along with sustainability, matching workers with available jobs is critical to supporting economic growth and productivity. In the words of the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, the CFIB, who applauded our reform in this area, and I quote, "There was some major progress on employment insurance. There was early action on changing the EI rate-setting process. Any future increases will be capped at 5 cents for employees and 7 cents for employers, which will provide a great deal more certainty to job-creating small businesses. Also, EI rates will be allowed to break even on a 7-year basis, which will help keep rates smooth and avoid the creation of large surpluses. But there is more in Economic Action Plan 2012, including a $21 million investment to connect EI claimants with the necessary skills with available jobs in the same local area, including through targeted information and compliance sessions. Along with providing relevant and timely job information, the government will strengthen and clarify what is required of claimants who are receiving regular EI benefits and who are looking for work. Through our measures, our government is helping Canadians who are looking for work. But we realize that true success only occurs when they can find work with minimal delay. The evidence backs that up, as EI claimants who stay active in the labour market find permanent jobs faster than those who don't stay active. And that's why our government will invest $74 million, Mr. Speaker, in a new national EI pilot project to ensure claimants are not discouraged from accepting work while receiving EI benefits. This new pilot project will cut the current earnings clawback rate in half to 50% of earnings and apply to all earnings while on claim. Mr. Speaker, these three amendments will keep our economy strong, and I'm sure the opposition, if they're predictable, they perhaps will vote against it yet again. After all, that's what they've done in the past. Every time our government moves to protect jobs, the NDP and the Liberals oppose it. Like when they opposed extending the EI hiring credit to help over 500,000 employers defray the cost of new hiring. So in that spirit, Mr. Speaker, I urge all members to vote in favour of today's act, which will help Canadian families, businesses and the Canadian economy grow and help fuel more job creation. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
I hope to make this quick, Mr. Speaker. He talked about EI and the way it's fundamentally going to change by moving people who are on EI into that permanent workforce. I'd like to paint for him a scenario, and perhaps he can yes or no how this is going to work. Let's assume for one moment you have a seasonal worker, let's say in Newfoundland and Labrador, who works, claims EI for part of the year, but the other part of the year works at a fish plant, making a wage of between $15 and $20 per hour. They've been doing this for about 20, 25 years, where seasonal work and this fish plant is the mainstay of this particular community. Will that person be forced to work at a local retail outlet at half the wage, but it is full-time, not seasonal? Would that person be pushed to go or encouraged to go or forced to go from that fish plant to the retail outlet? I hope that illustration comes through.
The honourable member for Kitchener-Waterloo.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for that question, and I congratulate him on the career change and the conversion that came to him some years ago. Mr. Speaker, as I explained, we are proposing to make changes to the EI program because we want EI to be an incentive to work, not a disincentive to not work. And that's why we're making these changes. We also want to ensure that workers who are finding themselves unemployed are better matched because of their skills, better matched with available jobs and occupations. At the end of the day, this is about ensuring that Canadians can have the fulfillment of employment.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague, my neighbour in the Waterloo region for the great speech and for specifically outlining the improvements to the EI system. I think these are crucial and have been a long time coming and certainly will be welcomed by Canadians from sea to sea. I would wonder if my colleague would care to highlight some of the initiatives that our government has taken in terms of research and development. He has the honour of having two post-secondary educational institutions in his riding, University of Waterloo and Wilfrid Laurier, and I have Conestoga College, and we've seen many examples of partnerships between industry and these post-secondary education institutions as it relates to research and development, and then specifically to the commercialization of that research and development. I'm just wondering if you could comment on the the forward-looking aspect of this in terms of future jobs and growth for the graduates of our post-secondary education institutions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kitchener-Waterloo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from the riding next door of Kitchener-Conestoga for that stunningly excellent question. Both he and I are very proud to represent Waterloo Region, which of course is the centre of innovation in Canada. And there are a number of excellent initiatives in Economic Action Plan 2012 which will support science, technology, research and development, the knowledge economy of the future. In fact, it's a major theme of Economic Action Plan 2012. Mr. Speaker, over $1 billion dedicated from the budget to advance research, science and technology. For example, a doubling of IRAP, which I hear consistently from SMEs and high-tech companies in my riding of Kitchener-Waterloo, that IRAP is a particularly valuable program. We heard what they had to say, we listened, and we are acting. $400 million, Mr. Speaker, to help the venture capital industry in this country to create the next research in motion down the road.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise today to speak on our Conservative Government's Economic Action Plan 2012, Jobs, Growth and Long-Term Prosperity. In March, the Minister of Finance introduced our government's pragmatic and prudent vision for the future of Canadians, one that looks forward to not only the next few years, but also to the next generation. Since 2006, our government has worked to build a strong economic foundation for Canadians. While the effects of the economic downturn of 2008 were felt in the homes and businesses across the country, it was through the steady leadership of the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance, as well as the rest of our Conservative government, that ensured the Canadian economy emerged from the recession well ahead of every major developed economy in the world. We have delivered for Canadians, and our strong record speaks for itself. The creation of over 700,000 net new jobs since July of 2009, a 3.9% increase in a year-over-year growth in manufacturing output, a reduction for personal income taxes and cuts to the GST, income splitting for seniors' pensions, the creation of the landmark tax-free savings account, and lower taxes on Canadian businesses, with Canadians having the lowest tax rate on new business investments among major advanced economies. Our banking system is regarded as the most stable in the world. Our net-to-GDP ratio remains the lowest in the G7. The OECD and IMF predict Canada's economy to be one of the international leaders over the coming years. Mr. Speaker, when you sift through the partisan rhetoric and inaccurate numbers and figures thrown about by the opposition colleagues, our government's strong economic record is laid to bear. While there is work to be done going forward, Canadians voiced confidence in the direction that we've taken when they voted for a strong, stable, Conservative majority government in May 2011, ultimately providing us with the mandate to continue our pragmatic economic agenda. During the election, we committed to remain focused on job creation and economic growth, and with Economic Action Plan 2012, we're doing just that. We're continuing our job creation agenda, and we're focused on the long-term prosperity of the Canadian economy for all Canadians. As a country, however, we must remain cognizant of the many challenges and uncertainties that are still confronting the Canadian economy. The recovery is not complete, and too many Canadians are still looking for work. One only needs to look to the recent elections in Europe to recognize that the global economy still remains fragile. Canada does not want to become the next Greece or Ireland. Canadian businesses face increasing competition from countries with emerging fast-growth economies, and our aging population will put pressures on public finances and social programs. Economic Action Plan 2012 takes important steps to highlight these structural challenges and ensuring that the changing demographics do not harm Canada's public finances and social programs for the future. My constituents in Simcoe Grey elected me to be a strong voice here in Ottawa for them, to ensure that I work to bring jobs to our riding, to ensure that our government creates a climate where businesses can thrive without the burden of bureaucratic red tape, to ensure that our seniors are taken care of so they can receive the respect that they've earned through their decades of contribution to our country, to ensure that our agricultural sector is supported in a manner that allows them to grow and be profitable, and to ensure that our healthcare system is protected by continuing our government's stable healthcare funding to the provinces. My constituents don't want government handouts or a government that throws money at the creation of more bureaucracy. They want a government that will lower taxes and create a pro-business environment while continuing to support Canadians by maintaining transfers for healthcare, education and social programs to the provinces. This is the surest way to create jobs and stimulate economic growth, and they represent the fundamentals of our conservative economic approach. This is why our government campaigned on. This is the economic agenda that I promoted in my riding in Simcoe Grey, and this is what our Conservative government has delivered on in Economic Action Plan 2012. Our government is committed to sustainable social programs and the secure retirement of all Canadians, now and for future generations. The facts on OAS are clear. The number of Canadians over the age of 65 will increase from 4.7 million to 9.3 million over the next 20 years. The OAS program was built when Canadians were not living the longer, healthier lives they are today. Consequently, the cost of OAS will increase from $36 billion per year in 2010 to $108 billion in 2030. Meanwhile, by 2030, the number of taxpayers for every senior will come down to 2, down from the 7 in the 1970s and from 4 in 2010. In order to ensure the sustainability of OAS, the age of eligibility will gradually be raised to 67, starting in 2023 and fully implemented in 2029. We've ensured that the changes that are being made have substantial notice and an adjustment period. These changes will not affect current retirees and those close to retirement, and they will give people plenty of time to adjust to the changes and plan for their own retirement. Our changes will ensure OAS is put on a sustainable path so that it's there when Canadians need it in the future. Economic Action Plan 2012 takes action to create jobs now and provide more opportunities to Canadians. To create jobs now, we'll extend our one-year hiring credit for small businesses, a practical, proven measure which encourages businesses to hire more workers. For example, Rick and Susan Lloyd in my riding of Simcoe Grey can utilize this program for their small business, Smart Flowers, and continue to grow their business. We will make new investments in local infrastructure through the Community Infrastructure Improvement Fund. Already, our government has made significant investments in infrastructure, particularly in my riding of Simcoe Grey, where mayors in my riding, like Mayor Linda Collins and Mayor Sandra Cooper in Collingwood, have praised our government for helping create opportunities in their municipalities and for our constituents in Simcoe Grey. Moreover, we'll provide more opportunities to Canadians. We'll continue to help older workers transition to new jobs and new opportunities. One way we're going to achieve this is through the government support of the Third Quarter Project, an innovative approach to help employers find experienced workers who are over the age of 50 who want to utilize their skills still in the workforce. We are increasing funding for skills training and career experiences for young Canadians and for Canadians with disabilities. This is building on investments our government has made already in my riding. For example, most recently I announced an almost $500,000 announcement for Trax Employment in Collingwood, where more than 40 students will benefit from an initiative to provide them the skills they need in order to enter into the workforce, supported by the government's youth employment strategy. Our government is also making improvements to the EI program to ensure that it's fair, continues to meet the needs of Canadians, and is responsive to local labour market demands, both now and in the future. Our focus is on the long-term prosperity of Canadians. As we face unprecedented labour shortages, it will be critical that we work directly to help Canadians find available jobs more quickly. We are providing support to Canadians to help them find those jobs through more timely and relevant labour market information, as well as earlier access to skills training and job searches. With our government's focus on jobs and economic growth, we'll also introduce changes on how to calculate EI benefits to better align them with local labour market conditions. Mr. Speaker, Canadians want to return to work, and we're enhancing the tools to support them in doing so. Budget 2012 presents itself as a historical opportunity for Canadians. It allows us to position our country in a way that will protect and strengthen the Canadian economy and continue our job creation agenda. Economic Action Plan 2012 will help create high-value and good-paying jobs by investing in entrepreneurship, innovation, and world-class research. It supports jobs and growth through responsible resource development. And it invests in training, infrastructure, and opportunities to create jobs while providing new opportunities to young Canadians, seniors, new immigrants, and Canadians with disabilities. These are the types of initiatives that our country needs, and they will continue to ensure the long-term prosperity of the Canadian economy. I'm proud to be part of a government that's delivered for Canadians, and I would like to commend the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance for tabling this historic budget. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Halifax West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague her thoughts on the performance of the Finance Minister in the fall of 2008, at a time when the government had been in this deficit, had received, of course, it had inherited a budget back in 2006, a budget surplus in 2006 of $13 billion, and it put Canada in deficit by the beginning of that 2008-9 fiscal year. This recession, of course, as we all know, started in the fall of 2008. By September, October, it was pretty clear we were in it. But in November, when it was very, very clear, the Finance Minister brought forward a fiscal budget update suggesting that nothing was wrong, that there was no need for any stimulus measures, no need to react to this global recession that was developing. What sort of a Finance Minister is it who fails to recognize a problem and has to be forced into taking the measures that he now claims so much credit for?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, you know, this Finance Minister did such a fabulous job that in 2009 he was voted as the best Finance Minister in the world. His decisions and those of this Prime Minister were to inject $63 billion of targeted stimulus money through Canada's Economic Action Plan to protect Canada during the worst global recession since the 1930s. And what did that do? That put Canada on a footing that in the last number of months, we've had a record number of net new jobs, over 690,000 net new jobs. Canada has been #1 with the strongest fiscal position in the G7, reported by Fitch Ratings, Moody's, Standard & Poor's. This government has been focused on jobs and the economy and the long-term prosperity of this country. This Finance Minister, the Finance Minister of this government, has been the leadership to make that happen.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
I'm finding this quite amusing when the fact that, you know, the basis by which that the Finance Minister receives this award was things like strong banking system, good fiscal structures, and that sort of thing, set down prior to when he arrived, which was certainly around the time of Paul Martin and Jean Chrétien. I mean, to say that this current Finance Minister is the best Finance Minister is hold your applause. To say that he is the best Finance Minister is the same as say, well, Milli Vanilli won a Grammy, for goodness sake. And that, too, was based on someone else's work. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'm not really sure if there was a question in that, but that's perfectly fine. It gives me a great opportunity to reiterate what I said before. You know, it wasn't just the Conservatives on this side of the House that stated that the Minister of Finance was the best Finance Minister in the world. This was an award provided to him by the international community. And that's because this government, our Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance, moved forward quickly and effectively to make sure that the Canadian economy was protected in 2009 and have continued to do so. So in Economic Action Plan 2012, we've moved forward with even more initiatives to protect and grow the jobs market in this country. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague from Simcoe Grey for an excellent speech. And I know she's been very supportive of our jobs and growth strategy, particularly with our manufacturing sector. She lives in Ontario as well as I do, and she has automotive interests as I do. And in Ontario, we're getting hit with a double whammy. First, we have the radical Liberal government that put in an energy program with this feed-in tariff where they actually have solar panels where they're paying, I believe it's 80 cents per kilowatt hour, and when there's excess, they are selling it for 5 cents per kilowatt hour. And how they've come up with a business plan, how that works, I'm not sure. But how it's affecting me, Mr. Speaker, is serious. Our manufacturers, our business community is really concerned about doing business in Ontario because of the cost of energy. And now we have the NDP who wants to bring forth a program where they're having a carbon tax added to the price of energy. And I was wondering if the Parliamentary Secretary could contrast our sensible strategy for jobs and growth and the radical plan that the NDP and the left in this country has, and how it affects her in Ontario and the fears of
Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, short answer, please.
Well, I want to thank my colleague from Oshawa for his question. It gives me an opportunity to speak to the manufacturing industry in our country and what the Conservative government has done to support them. You know, since 2006, the Conservative government has proudly supported manufacturing across this country. So whether that be lowering business taxes to 15% or eliminating the job-killing corporate surtax, this government has been focused on aiding the manufacturing company, unlike our opposition colleagues who only want to raise taxes.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Minister of State for Science and Technology will have their 2 minutes remaining in government orders today.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to this amazing budget. Budget 2012 yet again builds on the foundation that this government has worked over the last number of years to create a country here that is the envy of most of the industrialized nations around the world. In fact, not only do we have some of the strongest growth and some of the best employment indicators, we are the envy in terms of our banking system. One of the things that we have the opportunity to do here, Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, now I see, is to in fact build a budget of the future. We obviously have had great success under previous budgets in creating jobs, as has been indicated by many of my colleagues. Almost 700,000 net new jobs created. And around the world, leaders around the world are looking to Canada and saying, boy, I wish we would have put in place those kinds of budgets for our country, the kinds of budgets that have put Canadians in really good position financially, securing their futures. But of course, the NDP and the opposition have voted against those budgets time and time again. One would think after making that many mistakes, you wouldn't buy the same stock a fifth time. So we encourage the NDP to look at this budget as the next step in Canada's prosperity. This budget has more investments for science and technology and innovation, the kinds of things that will create the positive job opportunities of the future. So we've already done a great job creating jobs right now, as you can tell. I know you voted against it, but we're trying to encourage you to change your ways and understand the positive nature of creating not only jobs today, Madam Speaker, but the good quality, high-paying jobs of tomorrow as well. That's what this budget's about.
I regret to interrupt the honourable member. He will have 8 minutes left when this debate resumes. And of course, 5 minutes of comments or questions and answers. It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business. Resuming consideration of M307, Old Age Security, in the name of Mr. Casey.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Halifax West.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm very pleased to rise and debate on motion M307. It's a subject, in fact, that I think is very important to my constituents. In fact, in judging from the correspondence that my office has been receiving from people in Halifax West, it's an issue which is very much on the minds of Canadians. Let me begin, Madam Speaker, by thanking the member from Charlottetown for introducing motion 307, which addresses the issues surrounding old age security. I'd also like to note the determined and continued work of the honourable member for York West, the Liberal Party critic for pensions, and a champion for thousands and thousands of Canadians on this very important file. Now, Madam Speaker, I'm reminded that this motion, M307, is the result of a petition signed by tens of thousands of Canadians who believe that this neoconservative government is trying, in fact, to disenfranchise them. Many Canadians believe their country is now in the hands of a mean-spirited government intent on punishing the very seniors who spent their lives building this country. I'm sure that many Conservative backbenchers feel the same way, but they're afraid to voice their true feelings for fear of invoking the wrath of the minions over at PMO. Now, I don't know what lines they're feeding the folks back home, Madam Speaker, but I do know what my office has been hearing from Canadians. And let me share a few of the heartfelt sentiments I have heard, and I hope that my honourable colleagues will listen carefully and take seriously these comments from real people, people who are going to experience the real impacts of this budget. One says, quote, moving the age to 67 would have a real impact on my mom, as she's a single woman and a low-income earner, unquote. That's a real sentiment. It's a real Canadian with a real concern. Another one says, quote, I became a widow at the age of 40. I'm on disability and do not have much money in RSPs. I find it difficult to pay my bills now. I don't know how I'll manage with a 2-year interruption of income. This is a very scary situation, unquote. That's a real problem, Madam Speaker. Some people express confusion and anxiety over the OAS changes. Says one of them, quote, there is a concern because I am currently on Canadian pension disability. I need to know if that will continue until I am 67, unquote. Now, Madam Speaker, perhaps in this debate, members on that side would, if they're going to claim that they are as a response to this, let them spell it out. Let them tell us what section it is, if they can point to a section in the bill that deals with this in some fashion, or a section that deals with the people who are currently on social assistance or other provincial programs. What section is there that will provide provincial governments with the funds they will need to provide that kind of assistance for 2 more years when they're already hard-pressed in terms of their finances? Another person notes, and I quote, I have spent my entire working life paying into CPP, only to hear at this point in my life that my retirement goals are not aligned to the Conservative government's fiscal agenda. I am fortunate enough to hold a good job, and I will work harder to prepare, but I can only imagine the panic of individuals who are not employed or minimally employed. What will these Canadians do? And how many more impoverished seniors does there need to be for the Prime Minister to get the message? Shame, unquote, Madam Speaker. So I think this is a very important point about people who are not employed or minimally employed, who are relying on a variety of social programs. I think of people who have work that is very physical or very difficult. I think of women who've worked their whole lives, 35 years perhaps, in fish plants, standing on concrete floors with their hands in cold water all day long. And this government feels it's no problem for them to work 2 more years after they're 65. That's not a problem. There's nothing to worry about there. We shouldn't be concerned about those kind of people. Is that really a government that is considering reality, that is considering the reality that people are living in this country every day, especially people who are older in our society? I'm reminded of the old adage, a society should always be judged on how it treats the weakest members of its society. History will indeed judge this government and this Prime Minister appropriately. A government that is always there to assist its rich and powerful friends contributors, but tells the rest of the people to fend for themselves. Bootstrappers, you might call them. People say, you can look after yourselves. A Prime Minister who a year ago made the following promise, quote, we're not going to cut the rate of increase to transfers for health care, education, and pensions. That's job number 1, unquote. Those are not my words, Madam Speaker. That is the line the Conservative leader fed Canadians in the last election. That was the election where he also said that he had a contract to buy F-35 attack jets, and they would only cost $16 billion. That's what he told Canadians.
This is the same Prime Minister who also promised seniors he would never tax income trusts, but quickly broke his word, broke faith with Canadian seniors, and imposed a tax on income trusts, totally contrary to what he had promised. A Prime Minister who was hanging out with his rich, elite pals in Switzerland when he decided to drop a bombshell on seniors and wipe out the dreams of thousands. One of my constituents, describing the chaos and confusion of the initial OAS announcement, what it caused, said the following in an email to my office, quote, "We struggle with trying to understand how we are in this state of confusion over the OAS. We struggle to find a balance in our day-to-day lives despite the chaos. All this information came to us via the media with minimal reassurance from the Prime Minister who started all this fuss while grandstanding in a foreign country." Unquote. That's not me, Madam Speaker. That's a person in my riding who wrote to me concerned, worried, frustrated, confused, asking why on earth would a Prime Minister of Canada make an announcement about pensions for Canadian seniors in Switzerland at a meeting with the richest people in the world, the most powerful people in the world. What was that about? Was he trying to show off and saying, look what we're doing? You guys, you're going to love this one. Was that it? So, Mr. Speaker, you can see why, Madam Speaker, pardon me, you can see why I appreciate having a few minutes today to talk about the Old Age Security Program. I urge all members to look into their hearts and do the right thing and support this motion. Tell this government that it should, A, recognize the contributions the baby boom generation has made in building Canada, B, affirm its support for the Old Age Security Program, C, commit to maintaining the 65-year qualifying age contained in Section 3 of the Old Age Security Act, and D, recognize that old age security and the Guaranteed Income Supplement are both programs designed to help low-income seniors, are inextricably linked and ensure that they continue to have identical ages of eligibility. That's what we're asking, Madam Speaker, with this motion. Those are reasonable requests if you're thinking about the future of the country, if you're thinking and if you're concerned about the future of our seniors, especially those low-income seniors. You know, Madam Speaker, 50% of the people who receive OAS are earning less than $25,000 a year. 40% are under $20,000. That's who we're talking about here. Those are the people not making big money, not in easy jobs often, that are being asked by this government to work 2 more years, to wait 2 more years, to do without for 2 more years. What kind of a government is that? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise tonight to speak to this motion. Let me make our position clear. We could have been in favour of motion 307 as we agree with many of the points in the motion. However, Madam Speaker, we cannot agree with the text that calls for the age of eligibility for OAS to remain at 65, as such a move would threaten the sustainability of this program. Our government attempted to reach a compromise with the member opposite to amend this motion, but the member opposite expressed no interest in negotiating with us on this matter. Unfortunately, the opposition continues to play political games with this most serious of matters. Our government will not be so irresponsible, Madam Speaker. We have introduced changes to the OAS program that will gradually increase the age of OAS eligibility from 65 to 67 years of age starting in 2023. We have witnessed the spectacle of the opposition members trying to scare current OAS recipients into believing their benefits will be affected. I can assure all current OAS recipients and all Canadians over the age of 54 as of March 31 of this year that their benefits will not be affected and they will see no change to their OAS eligibility. The opposition seems to still, after many hours of debate on this topic, to not understand the facts of the situation or choose not to understand the facts. The OAS program is the single largest program the Government of Canada has. It was established in 1952 at a time that was quite different from the one we're now facing. All of this needs to be reviewed, viewed, and looked at in this context. In the 1970s, there were 7 working-age Canadians for every senior. Currently, there are 4 working-age Canadians per retired senior, and in 20 years, Madam Speaker, there will only be 2 working-age Canadians for every senior. It would seem obvious that some action and that something needs to be done. How does the member opposite believe this program is sustainable on its current path, Madam Speaker? Is it fair to Canadian workers 20 years from now who will see serious job-killing increases in taxes to pay for the short-sightedness of previous generations? Or will that future worker see other government services cut to the bone to pay for an ever-increasing expensive OAS? What kind of legacy do we want to leave to those who come after us? In 1970, Madam Speaker, the average 65-year-old could expect to live to 81. Today, that has increased by 4 years. With people living longer, they are collecting OAS benefits for an increasing number of years. Put that all together, Madam Speaker, and the cost of the OAS program, if left unchanged, would grow from approximately $38 billion in 2011 to $108 billion in 2030. So something had to be done to ensure that the OAS is sustainable in the face of demographic realities. A responsible government does not shirk from its duty in the face of such a challenge, Madam Speaker. Even if it is difficult or uncomfortable to act, the responsibility is there to act. A responsible government acts in the best interests of Canadians, including those who will come after us. And that is why we have announced specific steps in our last budget. The age of eligibility for old age security pension and the guaranteed income supplement will be gradually raised from age 65 to 67, starting in April 23, with full implementation by January 2029. And given that life expectancy has been increasing, even with the increase in the OAS eligibility age to 67, people who turn 65 in 2030 can expect to receive OAS benefits for about the same number of years over their lifetime as seniors who turn 65 today. The Economic Action Plan will ensure that the OAS program is on a sustainable path to ensure that it will be there for future generations. Our government will also ensure that certain federal programs, including those provided by Veterans Affairs Canada and Aboriginal Affairs and Other Development Canada, currently providing income support benefits until age 65, will be aligned with changes in the OAS program. Our government will discuss the impact of the changes to the OAS program on CPP disability and survivor benefits with provinces and territories who are joint stewards of the CPP during the next triennial review of the CPP. We will also compensate the provinces for the net additional costs they may face resulting from increasing the age of eligibility for OAS benefits. Starting on July 1, 2013, we'll give people the flexibility to voluntarily defer receiving their OAS pension for up to 5 years in exchange for a higher actuarially adjusted pension. This will give Canadians a choice of taking up their OAS pension at a later time if they decide that it is better for their individual retirement plans. Madam Speaker, we have taken steps to make these changes gradually to OAS. The increase in the age of eligibility of OAS and GIS benefits will not affect anyone who is 54 years of age or older as of March 31, 2012. The increase in the age of eligibility of allowance and allowance for survivor benefits will not affect anyone who was 49 years of age or older as of March 31, 2012. The 11-year notification and the subsequent 6-year phase-in period will allow those affected by these changes ample time to make adjustments to their retirement plans. As you can see, Madam Speaker, we're allowing Canadians the time needed to plan for their retirement. Many other countries have recently increased or announced plans to increase the eligibility ages of their public pension plans. These include Australia, the United Kingdom, the United States, France, Germany, the Netherlands, Japan, and Korea. As David Dodge, the former Governor of the Bank of Canada and Deputy Minister of Finance, said recently in an interview, We're at least 15 years late in getting started in raising the age of entitlement for OAS. We can't wait any longer to make these changes. Inaction is not an option in this situation. He makes a good point, Madam Speaker, that is shared by many. The cost of the OAS program is poised to soar as baby boomer generation retires. In fact, the first of the baby boomers started to turn 65 in 2011. Madam Speaker, in summary, it is the responsibility of the federal government to think of the future and to act in the long-term interests of Canadians. Sadly, the opposition have refused to acknowledge the realities of our aging population in order to play political games. Private sector economists, financial institutions, and former Bank of Canada governors have confirmed that we must act now to make OAS programs sustainable. Our goal is to strengthen the financial security of Canadian workers and families over the next few years and over the next generation. The OAS program was a great step forward in 1952. We now need to take another step forward and bring it into the 21st century. We want to position Canada as one of the world's advanced economies, a country that looks after its own and builds towards its future. That is why I'm asking the member for Charlottetown to cooperate with us and all members of this House to ensure the sustainability of the Old Age Security Program. Madam Speaker, I hope the opposition members, particularly the member of Charlottetown, have been persuaded by these arguments, and I would therefore ask them and give them another opportunity to do the right thing and work with our government in the interest of future generations. Madam Speaker, in closing, I move that this motion be amended by substituting the word of subpoint C with the words commit to maintaining the sustainability of the OAS program instead of the original wording of commit to maintaining the 65-year qualifying age contained in Section 3 of the Old Age Security Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, I will ask the page to get it.
Je ne sais pas si l'amendement est en point. Si l'amendement est... J'ai pas vu l'amendement. Est-ce que c'est... Faudrait le regarder. On va voir si j'ai juste entendu un amendement. J'ai pas entendu ce que c'était. Mais il faut que ça soit... Il faut que ça...
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to move this motion? Pardon me, I apologize, not the unanimous consent, the consent of the sponsor of the motion. The Honourable, there is no consent, therefore we will resume debate. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this matter has obviously been before this House, motions by the official opposition on at least two other occasions since we had this announcement from the government. Post-election announcement, I would point out, that...
Please, I regret to interrupt the Honourable Member. I would like some order in the House. The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh has the floor. The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I said, the NDP, the official opposition, has already had forced two votes on this motion in the House. And I want to say to my colleague, just finished his speech, where he said it was sad that we were opposing this. I want to be very clear that on behalf of our party, we're very proud of the fact that we have fought against this change. We are going to fight against this change, and when we take government after the next federal election, we will reverse this decision by the federal government. When I first heard, Madam Speaker, that the Prime Minister had been in Davos with his buddies, his rich buddies, and trying to satisfy the international monetary community with this kind of an endeavor, it reminded me of a battle that we fought within the labor movement through the 60s and 70s to try and lower the age when people in the auto manufacturing centers would be able to receive pensions at an earlier age, earlier than 65. And there was a caption for it. It was 30 and out. That is, if you worked for 30 years, no matter what age you started, after 30 years, you would have a pension, and a pension that was quite substantive enough, Madam Speaker, for individuals to finish raising their families and live in significant dignity in this country. Madam Speaker, the thrust, the push for that was this fact. Up until that point, you had to be 65 before you received any pension benefits from the auto manufacturers. And the analysis that we had done, the economists for the labor movement at that time had done, was that the average retiree, the average laborer retiring in the auto sector at age 65 received their pension for just slightly more than 12 months before they died. And that image struck me very hard when, again, I heard Prime Minister outside the country making this announcement, this decision. Because, Madam Speaker, that is still a factor we have to consider in raising the age of retirement. It's National Nursing Week this week. Nurses work very hard. They work very hard from a physical labor standpoint. And yet we're saying to them, you're going to have to wait 2 more years to receive this benefit. One that they've contributed to, Madam Speaker, very clearly by their tax dollars that they've paid all of their careers. We have to recognize the forestry worker, the farmer, the fisher, all of those people who work very hard lives, very difficult, back-bending, back-breaking labor is a great deal of their lives. And, Madam Speaker, I couldn't help but think, and I hear this from the Jack Mints of the world and the economists. They've got a picture of people, Madam Speaker, perhaps like you and I, who have not worked. Perhaps I'm speaking out of hand on your behalf, but I know on my behalf. I've been a lawyer all my professional career and then a politician. I've not done that heavy labor work. But that's the image that the Conservative Party, this government, have. It's this person, it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. They can go a couple of more years. They can work a couple of more years. And that's probably true, again, Madam Speaker, I think of you and of myself, and a lot of the members of this House, most members of this House by far. But there are a lot of Canadians where that doesn't apply. Think of the waitress who spent her whole career working, slugging, heavy trays. And you can just go down the list of people. The majority of Canadians still work a heavy workload, a physically demanding heavy workload. And we're saying to them, you've got to do it 2 more years. Madam Speaker, you could say, well, if you'd have done better planning, if you'd have saved more. But we know, Madam Speaker, that that's not the reality of the Canadian economy. We know that the private pension plans have been a gross failure in terms of providing sufficient incomes for people to retire. And that so many of Canadians, when they retire, if they're going to retire above the poverty line, need to have the OAS, need a better CPP. We need massive reforms in the CPP. Again, this party, my party, has been the leading party in terms of pushing that issue in the country. So, Madam Speaker, when you look at the thrust of this government, again, the previous speaker was talking, well, all these other countries have done it. But if they'd have done any kind of an analysis, what those countries have also done have provided very clearly for alternative plans In the vast majority of cases, those countries have provided for alternative plans for people who can't continue to work or for people who are at very marginal levels. The other thing is interesting, Madam Speaker, if we look at those other countries, the vast majority of those other countries, their pension benefits are substantially better than Canadian ones are, substantially better. He was right when he said we're 15 years behind, but not about raising the age. We're 15 years behind in providing adequate pension benefits from public sources, not from private sources, so that the average Canadian can retire in dignity. We're way behind the rest of the world, certainly the rest of the developed world, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, when we have this kind of motion, we're quite happy to support it, even though it's coming from one of the other parties, the other opposition party, quite happy to support it. And we're proud, Madam Speaker, that we're going to continue this battle. Madam Speaker, I see I still have a couple of more minutes. Let me just go to the other reforms that we need to make. We fought in advance of the last election, this government. We had very concrete proposals as to how much we needed to increase the guaranteed income supplement. This government, both before the election and then subsequently when they implemented it at a level that was less than half that was going to be required to move people above the poverty line, or at least to the poverty line. And these were primarily women, elderly women, women 65 years of age and older, who didn't have any other pension benefits, and in a lot of cases didn't even qualify for the CPP, only had the OAS and the GIS. And so they've made this one increase, Madam Speaker, and of course they tout it all over the country and in this House constantly. But the reality, Madam Speaker, is those people who are eligible only for the OAS and the GIS are living below the poverty line in this country today, and they will continue to do so as long as the figures remain at that level. So there's a significant increase that has to be paid by this country to honor our elderly citizens when they retire, to make sure that they can live above the poverty line or at least at the poverty line, whichever one you're going to choose, Madam Speaker. And similarly, Madam Speaker, their proposal that they have coming with regards to this pooled pension, the RSP has been a colossal failure in terms of dealing with people who have adequate incomes to provide for private pensions, personal private pensions. It simply hasn't worked. We can go through the figures of how few people have used it and how few people have ever used it to its maximum. And now what they're talking about is doing a collective one. RSP has failed in that regard. A pooled pension plan is not going to do any better. In fact, it's probably going to do even more poorly. So, Madam Speaker, yes, we do need reform in our pension system, in our public pension plans. We need it quite badly, and we need it fairly soon. But increasing the age is simply a mechanism by this government to be able to continue to give tax breaks to the oil and gas industry, to the big financial institutions where most of those tax breaks go, to the very wealthy in this country, and they're taking it out by increasing these 2 years of non-payment for the OAS. They're taking it out of the hands, out of the pockets, on the backs of those who are really poor in this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Cape Breton Council.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm very happy to join in the debate today and support the motion put forward by my colleague from Charlottetown. It's a very important motion, and it's one that's really seized many from my own riding and many across this country. Madam Speaker, Canada enjoys one of the lowest senior poverty rates in the world. A large part of this success was the introduction of the old age security and guaranteed income supplement and Canada Pension Plan by Liberal governments in the 50s and 60s. The Conservative government's plan to increase the OAS eligibility from 65 to 70 is a regressive move at a time when low-income senior rates in Canada are on the rise. In fact, they have doubled between 2007 and 2009. This move will force thousands of poor, vulnerable seniors including women and disabled, who depend on OAS and GIS to keep them out of poverty, to wait 2 more years and forego over $30,000 in payments. Seniors groups, poverty groups, and disability groups have all taken issue with the OAS change and how it will adversely affect the poorer people they represent. The Canadian Council for People with Disabilities point out that Canadians with disabilities disproportionately live in poverty. Between 45 and 60% of those living on provincial social assistance programs are persons with disabilities. Increasing the entitlement age for OAS and GIS will keep these people living in poverty for 2 years longer than necessary. Women also will be disproportionately affected. They receive less Canada pension benefits than men, leaving them with less income at 65. StatsCan reports that 18% of women living alone over the age of 65 are indeed living in poverty. A 2009 report prepared by Human Resources Department was very clear that stating that over 35% of women between 65 and 69 would fall below the poverty line without OAS or GIS. These facts should be telling the government we have to do more, not less, to assist low-income seniors. Maybe this government will silence its critics and release a national poverty strategy that will ensure low-income seniors, like women and disabled, that they don't fall between the cracks with the change in this eligibility. Could it be that they'll finally implement some strategies and recommendations made by a number of reports on poverty in the last few years, including the Senate's report, and I quote the title, Madam Speaker, "In from the Margins, a Call to Action on Poverty, Housing and Homelessness," or the House's own report, the Federal Poverty Reduction Plan, working in partnership towards reducing poverty in Canada. Both very well-respected reports, Madam Speaker. Or maybe the National Council on Welfare's own report, The Dollars and Cents of Solving Poverty. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, I have to say no. Their response to these reports is disregard, discredit, and then dismiss them. And in the case of the National Council of Welfare, they just did away with that organization completely. This Conservative government has used nothing but false and misleading claims for their reason to change the eligibility. They say the program is unsustainable, but do not say what is sustainable. They say they need to increase the age of eligibility to save OAS, but will not say how much the move will save. No information, no debate on an issue that will affect every Canadian that will be born from this day forward, every Canadian under the age of 54. Does this sound reasonable? Is this what you would expect from a government that claims to be open and accountable for their actions? From a reasonable government, yes. From this Conservative government, no. Killing debate, silencing opponents, shredding the truth, and using propaganda to create fact from fiction is just par for the course, and it's no different with the OAS than it is with the F-35 scandal. This government declares a crisis, paints an apocalyptic picture of OAS bankrupting the country if something's not done. So you would expect, Madam Speaker, they would introduce the age change immediately. No, Mr. Speaker, in the face of this supposed impending crisis, this financial apocalypse, this government is going to wait 18 whole years before fully implementing the change. The Minister of Human Resources Development has said, and I quote, "What we are going to do is make sure that people have the time to prepare for our own retirement," end of quote. This may sound reasonable and sensible, but I would argue it's neither. The OAS crisis, the government argues, is because the baby boomer generation will be a bulge that will cost the system progressively between now and 2030. However, what doesn't make sense is that the peak of this bulge is predicted to be, ironically, at almost the same time the OAS change will take full effect in 2031. By that time, the cost train was already left the station. The relative cost of OAS will actually start to decline soon after. In fact, OAS's cost to GDP is projected to be lower by 2060 than it is today. So the measure will be largely ineffective. No crisis, just politics and fear-mongering. The delay in full implementation is also completely unreasonable to low-income people who the Conservatives are basically saying you need to save more for your own retirement or go on provincial welfare when you reach 65. How insulting to the over 500,000 working Canadians who live below the poverty line. How do the Conservatives expect these people who barely get by week to week to save an additional $30,000 in savings? If you are poor, knowing that you need to save and having the ability to save are two completely different things. The Conservatives cite the fact that Canadians are living longer. What they fail to realize is that the human body can only work at physically demanding jobs for so long. So it's not that people working in these jobs don't want to work past 65. It will be many people aren't able to do this physically. As well, in 2006, the government's chief actuary found that the average life expectancy at 65 of people receiving GIS is much shorter than the life expectancy of those too rich to receive OAS. He found that for men, poorer seniors are dying 4.5 years earlier than the rich. For women, the difference is 3.5 years. So reducing effective retirement years by 2 will be far more punishing on the poor than the rich. Although the government has not produced any evidence that OAS is unsustainable, independent experts have studied the issue and reported that it is. The Parliamentary Budget Officer, Kevin Page, in his report earlier this year, and I quote, he said, "The federal fiscal structure now has sufficient room to absorb the cost pressures arising from the impact of population aging on the federal elderly benefits program," end of quote. A recent report prepared by OECD, the analysis suggests that Canada does not face major pension challenges or financial sustainability with its public pension schemes, and there is no pressing financial or fiscal need to increase pension ages in the foreseeable future. The Conservatives say other countries are raising their retirement, so we must, a sort of monkey-see, monkey-do approach. They cite many countries have raised their plan to retirement age. What they fail to mention is that several of these countries are increasing their retirement age to below or equal to Canada's current age. For example, France is increasing minimum age from 60 to 62. As well, some of these countries allow for early retirement at reduced benefits. The United States allows early retirement at 62. And finally, countries like the United States and UK, although, and I think this is critical, this particular part, Madam Speaker, although they have a higher retirement age, their public pension systems cost relatively more now than Canada's system will ever cost over the next 50 years. According to a 2011 OECD report on pensions, the U.S. system in 2007 cost 6% of their GDP, and the UK system costs 5.9%. Ours is 2.34. Madam Speaker, I see you're getting uneasy in your seat, which would indicate to me that it's time to wrap up. Madam Speaker, this change makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. This is just yet another attack on those most vulnerable in our society, those most vulnerable Canadians, and I very much support the motion put forward by my colleague from Charlottetown, and I'll be voting in favour of this motion.
The resuming debate, the honourable member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I find it unfortunate that the member for Charlottetown did not see fit to work cooperatively with the government to ensure the sustainability of the old age security program. Given the clear facts regarding the demographic realities our country is facing, I had hoped that the opposition would be interested in a more than short-sighted political rhetoric, and apparently this is not the case. It is particularly hypocritical as it was the Liberals who, in the mid-90s, first floated the idea of addressing the sustainability issues facing the old age security program. It was their then Finance Minister, Paul Martin, who attempted to bring forward necessary changes to the old age security program. Unfortunately, the Liberals lacked the principle to do the right thing at that time. And I'm hopeful that they will see that the time is now to correct that inaction and to join with us in making these common sense and reasonable changes. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear on the government's proposed changes to the old age security program. Current recipients of OAS and those aged 54 and older as of March 31st of this year will not be affected by these changes. Starting in 2023, which is 11 years away, we will gradually raise the age of eligibility from 65 to 67. We are making these changes to the OAS because we want it to be there not only for the baby boomers who are mentioned in the motion, but the generations to follow, people just like me. Since we announced an increase in the age of eligibility, we have been very straightforward in telling Canadians why we are making this change. This government is taking action now to ensure that the OAS will be there for future generations before it is too late. And we are doing this without impacting current or near seniors and without putting an undue tax burden on younger generations. Madam Speaker, we agree with this motion in recognizing the contributions that the baby boom generation and the positive impact that they have made in building Canada. The opposition by using the term baby boom generation imply that they know something about demographics, which is why it continues to amaze me that the opposition do not accept the reality that demographics will challenge the sustainability of this program. Let's put this in perspective. In the 10 years from 1946 to 1956, the population of Canada increased by an unprecedented 20%. The baby boomers were economic drivers from the time of their birth. During the good times that followed, baby boomers themselves contributed to building a country that enjoys one of the healthiest economies in the world, as well as freedom and democracy. And that's something we should be grateful for and proud of. Today, boomers form our largest demographic group, and the first of them started turning 65 in 2011. This has significant implications for our country. Canadians are living longer, healthier lives. In 1970, the average 65-year-old could expect to live to 81. Today, that has increased by 4 years. At the same time, Canada's birth rate is much lower than during the immediate post-war era. This shift has had an impact on our labour market. In the 1970s, there were 7 working-age Canadians for every person over the age of 65. In 20 years, there will only be 2 working-age Canadians for every senior. This means there will be fewer workers to take the place of baby boomers when they retire. Over the next 20 years, the number of Canadians over the age of 65 will jump from 4.7 million to 9.3 million. This is a staggering increase in a relatively short period of time, and it comes with a high price tag. The annual cost of the OAS program is expected to triple between 2010 and 2030, from $36 billion to $108 billion. At the same time, as our seniors' population is rising, the ratio of workers to retirees will be falling. Unlike the Canada Pension Plan, the OAS is financed entirely from tax revenue workers pay that year. Canada is changing rapidly, and the Old Age Security Program must change with it to remain affordable. That's why we announced that the age of eligibility for OAS and the GIS will gradually increase from 65 to 67, starting in April 2023. These changes will be fully implemented by January 2029. The changes to the eligibility age for the OAS pension and the GIS will not affect anyone who was 54 or older as of March 31st. For the allowance and the allowance of the survivor, anyone who was 49 years of age or older as of March 31st will be unaffected. So let's put this into perspective. People are living longer and therefore collecting OAS benefits longer. A 65-year-old today can expect to receive OAS benefits for 20 years compared with 16 years in 1970. And by 2030, people who start receiving OAS benefits at 67 would also receive them for about 20 years. Many OECD member countries have recently planned or announced increases to the age of eligibility for their public pension programs, including the United States. Madam Speaker, let me be absolutely clear. The increase in the age of eligibility to the OAS will not affect current seniors. The 11-year advance notification and the subsequent 6-year phase-in period will give those who are affected ample time to make adjustments to their retirement plans. All Canadians can find a wealth of information on the Service Canada website regarding planning for retirement. It's about making sure a program that has served Canadians for generations will be there for generations to come. Madam Speaker, we owe a lot to our seniors. They built our country and they deserve a secure and dignified retirement. Our government is determined to take responsible, fair and prudent action to ensure that the OAS program remains sustainable. It is the responsibility of the federal government to think of the future and to act in the long-term interests of all Canadians. Sadly, the opposition have refused to acknowledge the realities of our aging population. The opposition parties have chosen the low road. Their baseless fear-mongering and willful ignorance of the need for change does not serve the interest of Canadians. We will not follow the opposition approach of sticking our head in the sand and pretending we are oblivious to the coming challenges. I ask all members of this House to consider our duty to our constituents and to this great nation, to rise above petty partisanship, to reflect on the actions that need to be taken to ensure the fiscal sustainability of our cherished social programs. As such, I ask all members of this House to reject this opposition motion and support the actions our government is taking. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Churchill, and I should let her know she may not have all her time because I will need to give the honourable member for Charlottetown right of reply.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm honoured to rise in the House to talk about such an important an issue, and of course, as our party has outlined, a motion that we in the NDP will be supporting. This issue, of course, we know has been in, at the forefront of our attention for quite some months. But it really hit home last week when I was in my office in one of the communities I represent in the PA, and I was meeting a man who's in his he's in his 50s, and he's disabled. And he's a leader when it comes to fighting for disability services for people who's living with disabilities in his community, a northern community where there remain many challenges still remain. And he was talking about his own personal challenges to be able to make do with the little money that he received as a result of his disability payments. And while he started telling us what every day was like for him and the kind of financial decisions he made, he said, "I can't wait till I can start collecting OAS." And when we asked him when his birthday was, we found out that he came right under the cutoff. So this man, who gives all the energy he has to making life better for his community, for people that live with immense challenges, including himself, doesn't have a federal government to turn to, a federal government that has been there to work with Canadians to be able to ensure that at the age of 65 and onward, that they can live in the dignity that they deserve. And that is the story of what this government is doing. I find it pretty rich that we've heard from government members today, but in other days, that we should calm down because this isn't coming about until later on in 2023. What does that change? How does that change anything? The changes that we know will be destructive when it comes to the well-being, to the standard of living that seniors in Canada deserve, are going to come. And the worst part is that they have created this argument that changes are needed based on a completely factless message, a message of crisis, of fear-mongering, a message that they know how to deliver very well, and a message that is completely void of fact. In 2012, just a few months ago in February, the Parliamentary Budget Officer noted in his report that the cost of the OAS is manageable, that there is no fiscal reason to raise OAS. Mr. Page's findings were similar to another report prepared for Finance Canada in 2009 that found Canada's retirement obligations were sustainable and that there was no pressing need to raise the retirement age. And yet here we are. What I'd like to specifically note is that the impact of changing the age in terms of the OAS will have a disproportionate impact on women as well. OAS and GIS is the only income for many women in Canada, where they're guaranteed to receive the same amount as men, regardless of their labour force history. For women between the ages of 65 and 69, OAS and GIS make up about 38% of their total income. For men of the same age, it's 26%. For women between the ages of 65 and 69, OAS and GIS reduce poverty by 21%. For men of the same age, it's a 15% drop. It is clear that rolling back the age of OAS is not gender neutral and will impact senior women who already live in poverty in larger numbers even more. But perhaps even more egregious is how this legislation brought forward by the Conservative government will have a disproportionate impact on my generation. And we heard a long and extensive speech about baby boomers and how great things are and so on. But the reality is that things aren't great for my generation. Study after study, in fact, there was an article that came out just recently that talked about the lower standard of living that my generation now has compared to their parents at the same age. And what could be more basic than the ability to have a pension security, retirement security to count on? And that is something that, unfortunately, this Conservative government is taking away from Canada's young people. And that, I believe, is the greatest shame. This is following in a pattern, whether it's in terms of cuts to environmental regulations, whether it's Canada's failure to stand up and protect the environment, whether it's in terms of the lack of investment in education and training, while we see costs to get an education is increasing, whether it's the refusal to enforce a national housing strategy that would allow young people to be able to afford a home, something that their parents could do in a much bigger way if you look back in our recent history. Whether you look at the way that women's rights, half of the Canadian population, have rolled back, and for Canadian young women, the challenges that we will now have. This is the story of a government that fails to look to the future, and most importantly, fails to look out for the future of next generations. That's why, Madam Speaker, I am proud to be part of a party that has always been at the forefront of fighting for pensions, for dignified retirement, for proper security for our seniors. But in saying so, that we fight for young people and the future. And I am proud to stand up and not just support this motion, but also oppose this government's measures every step of the way. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Charlottetown for his 5-minute right of reply.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to close the debate today on my motion to protect old age security. I first want to thank my colleagues from Halifax West and Cape Breton-Canso for their speeches here today, and also my NDP colleagues from Churchill and from Windsor-Tecumseh. I know they care about protecting old age security. And now, Madam Speaker, I'd like to address a couple of the points that were raised by the government members that spoke here today. One of the points that was raised by the members of the Conservative Party is that this is happening in other countries. There are other countries that are raising their age of eligibility for old age security. Well, Madam Speaker, what they haven't said is that in Canada right now we spend 2.5% of GDP on old age security and GIS. At the height of the bubble, it will be 3.18%. Now, we heard lots about what OECD countries are spending. The average for OECD countries for old age security is 7%. And at the height of the bubble, will be at 3.18%. So the international comparisons, quite frankly, Madam Speaker, do not hold water. What I also heard tonight is that the member from Charlottetown is being uncooperative in not going along with the government in their efforts to ensure the sustainability of old age security. Simply not true. Madam Speaker, in fact, when my motion was initially presented back in March, I received a letter from the Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development proposing an amendment, the very amendment that was presented here tonight. And that amendment essentially removed any reference to the increase in the age. So to suggest that I'm not being cooperative because I won't agree to have my motion gutted is quite simply fallacious. Madam Speaker, I'm sorry to have to say this, but the Conservative government is not telling the truth on the matter of old age security. In fact, old age security is not in crisis, and yet the contrary has been repeated and repeated and repeated by obedient Conservative backbenchers. The old adage is if you repeat a lie often enough, it takes on the character of truth. Now, Madam Speaker, a little over a year ago, during the election, the Prime Minister made a solemn promise, and here's what he said. We're not going to cut the rate of increase to transfers for health care, education, and pensions. That is job number one. But about 4 months ago, the Prime Minister announced in Switzerland, of all places, as we're fond of saying, from his alpine perch, that he intended to institute massive changes to old age security in Canada. Think about this, Madam Speaker. About a year ago, during an election, the Prime Minister told Canadians he wouldn't touch pensions. 4 months later, he announces wholesale changes to old age security predicated on a falsehood. The Conservatives know there's no crisis, but the facts don't matter. All that matters is blind, mindless loyalty to the leader. Madam Speaker, there is no OAS crisis. Experts on pensions have said that there is no need to make changes. We've heard in debate earlier tonight the view of Edward Whitehouse of the OECD. Jack Mintz, the government's own research director for the Working Group on Retirement Income, said this past January, the overall view that was taken about our pension system in total, when you look at old age security and the guaranteed income supplement, as well as the Canada Pension Plan, was that it was relatively financially sustainable. Finally, Madam Speaker, it is simply not true for the Conservatives to stand in the House and say there is a crisis in old age security, and because there is a crisis, we need to fix it. There is no crisis. There's nothing to fix, and the Conservatives know it. I hope that next week at least some of the Conservatives will escape the whip and do what is right and vote to protect pensions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The question is as follows. Mr. Casey, seconded by Mr. Scarpaleggia, move that in the opinion of the House, the government should A, recognize the contributions that the baby boom generation has made in building Canada, affirm its support for the old age security program, s'engager à maintenir à 65
commit to maintaining the 65-year qualifying age contained in Section 3 of the Old Age Security Act, and D, recognize that old age security and the Guaranteed Income Supplement, a program destined to help low-income seniors, are inextricably linked, and ensure that they continue to have identical ages of eligibility.
To adopt this motion. Que tous ceux qui appuient.
All those in favor of the motion will please say yay.
All those who oppose this motion, please say nay. I believe the nays have it, in my opinion. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, May the 16th, 2012, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Scarborough South West. Il n'est pas ici. Okay. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I rise in the House today to talk about the important employment insurance issues in my riding. London has been hard hit by the downturn in the economy and the collapse of the auto sector. The manufacturing sector, in particular, has been devastated in London and region. And it's not just in London. Statistics Canada reports that automotive parts manufacturing lost more than 1/4 of its employees from 2004 to 2008, while motor vehicle manufacturing lost 1/5. Parts manufacturing saw job numbers go from 139,300 to 98,700, which completely canceled the strong growth from 1998 to 2004. For their part, motor vehicle manufacturers lost 15,900 jobs between 2004 and 2008, following a rather modest job growth of about 5% from 1998 to 2004. Madam Speaker, Canada has lost nearly 400,000 manufacturing jobs since this government took office in 2006, and we lost over 40,000 manufacturing jobs in the last year alone. We're currently at an historic low in terms of manufacturing jobs, going back to when statistics were first gathered in 1976. And I'd like to note at this point that this low is quite significant because both our labour force and population has grown significantly over that same period. In other words, Madam Speaker, there are fewer manufacturing jobs in Canada now than there were in 1976. In my own community of London, we've been particularly hard hit. The city's manufacturing sector has been shrinking at a rapid rate, and the auto sector jobs, as I've mentioned, have all but disappeared. Electromotive diesel was one of those few plants in London offering good jobs that was in operation as late as December of last year. And they were good-paying jobs, jobs that help support a family, jobs that can support an entire community. And to add insult to injury, the plant is gone now, the jobs lost, families devastated, and yet orders are rolling in for that same diesel engine that was built at the Oxford Street plant. These orders are coming from Canada, but the locomotives will be made in the state of Illinois. It's frustrating to note that the company maintained it needed $30 million out of workers' pockets to keep the plant open, but they spent $38 million to close it and then gave a $15 million bonus to the CEO. The workers in London were left waiting for EI payments to kick in and left feeling violated by the company and by their own government. Members opposite like to talk about job creation, yet no one stood up in defense of the good jobs that we already had at Electromotive Diesel, jobs that were shipped across the border. The only support that remains for these auto workers and EMD workers is employment insurance. With the cuts made to Service Canada, there are fewer frontline workers who can process claims in a timely fashion and help my constituents and others struggling to navigate through the system. Madam Speaker, these are families just like yours and mine, people who had their income revoked suddenly because their job got shipped to a plant in Indiana. Madam Speaker, I want to repeat my question of March 7th. Why did the Conservatives raise billions on corporate tax giveaways instead of supporting out-of-work Canadians and the services they need? Tax cuts, I should add, don't guarantee a single job. I want to know why this government didn't help to reinvest in Canada.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to respond to the member from London Fanshawe on the layoff situation of Electromotive Canada and the support Service Canada is providing. Je peux affirmer
I can confirm in this House to Canadians that Service Canada has worked in close cooperation
helping workers understand how to access employment insurance and are providing the required information and assistance to establish claims. Our thoughts are with the 465 workers who have been put out of work by the closure of the plant. We are focused on helping the workers make the transition. This means making sure workers, if eligible, receive employment insurance benefits to support them as they seek alternative jobs. Following the plant closure, the employer advised that a settlement had been reached with the union on the payment of separate monies. The records of employment were delivered to the Service Canada Centre and entered within a week of receipt.
I won't go into details of the agreement other than saying that it includes payments for separation, other amounts, salaries, vacation pay, and so on.
Service Canada workers have been working with laid-off employees on how to separate monies which have been affected by their EI benefits. Individual letters will be sent to each claimant detailing the impact. Service Canada has provided information sessions to the employees and will continue to work with them. General information on other applicable Government of Canada resources, such as income supports, skills development training, and market information, as well as provincial programs and services, are also being provided to the laid-off workers. Madame la Présidente, je peux assurer
I can assure this House that Service Canada is in charge of the situation.
To helping Canadians get back to work. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I have to say, the hearts that go out don't move my heart. Where was this government when 465 workers were being told to take a 50% cut in pay, to lose their benefits, to lose their pensions? And in terms of Service Canada workers in London, Ontario, they are magnificent, Madam Speaker. They work hard, they do their job, and they are committed to helping people in my community. The problem is there aren't enough of them because too many have been laid off. And it's women in particular who have difficulty in accessing EI. Many of them waited weeks to get employment insurance. And in terms of women who work part-time or have caregiving obligations, employment insurance is simply not there for them. There are more hurdles to accessing it than I can begin to describe here. People are left without the money that they need. There are too many restrictions, and this government sits and has the audacity to say all is well. Well, all is not well, Madam Speaker. All is not well, and it's up to this government to make amends and to fix it.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Service Canada is working to ensure that those who have been laid off through no fault of their own do get access to the benefits to which they are entitled just as quickly as possible. Service Canada works closely with affected workers when there are massive layoffs. We provide workers with assistance to fill out applications forms for EI and ensure documentation is available, such as records of employment. Madame la Présidente,
Madam Speaker,
90,000 net new jobs since the dark days of the recent recession in July 2009. Canadian businesses continue to create jobs. When it comes to supporting workers, our government has delivered. Through our Economic Action Plan, we've offered a wide range of supports, such as extending the targeted initiative for older workers. We've provided unprecedented funding for training through the provinces and territories to help those who have lost their jobs and to get the skills they need for new jobs today and tomorrow. I just wonder why the NDP continue to not vote for these initiatives. Thank you very much.
Now the Honourable Member for Scarborough Southwest.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On February 17th, I rose in this House and asked when the government would finally help Toronto families, help them deal with rising inflation and higher gas prices, help them to make ends meet. I asked specifically about when the government will come up with a real jobs plan, a plan that will provide jobs that will help support families instead of low-wage, part-time jobs many families depend on. The government has not created jobs in Toronto. The people of my riding in Scarborough Southwest know and live it every single day. There are fewer and fewer good jobs in Toronto, and therefore more and more families continue to struggle. When I asked the question of the government, Madam Speaker, I received back a glib, meaningless, puerile response from the Minister of State for Finance. The citizens of Scarborough Southwest, Torontonians, and indeed all Canadians deserve much more respect from the member for Macleod and indeed from any member of Cabinet in the Canadian government. Like the Parliamentary Secretary actually paying attention to a question when it's being posed to her, which she failed to do last night. Madam Speaker, we need the member for Macleod and in fact the whole Conservative government to take the needs of Canadian families seriously. The Conservative government has no jobs plan. Canada is losing quality jobs under the Conservatives. Since they took office, we've lost over 400,000 good manufacturing jobs, and since September alone, we've lost 60,000 more full-time jobs. Unemployment now stands at 1.4 million Canadians, and three-quarters of the new jobs being created since May 2008 have been part-time. And now, with the cuts coming as a result of the recent federal budget, 102,000 more may be added to the ranks of the unemployed. This is shameful, and this government should indeed be ashamed. Yet the Conservatives are sticking with their failed approach, a blind, unconditional tax cuts for profitable corporations. They aren't creating jobs, and too many multinational companies are taking their tax breaks and then turning around and shipping good jobs overseas, as the member for London Fanshawe was mentioning with Caterpillar in London, as they closed the 450-job electromotive plant. New Democrats have a practical, affordable plan to create good, full-time jobs, offering targeted tax credits for new hires, implementing investments to help businesses that create jobs, investing in job-creating infrastructure, ensuring foreign investment keeps good jobs here in Canada. The job situation is getting worse under the Conservatives, not better. Their policies have failed Canadian workers and to create Canadian jobs. And now, Madam Speaker, the Conservatives have introduced a budget which will do nothing to create jobs, but will, according to journalist Don Martin, has everything but the kitchen sink in it, and believe me, we've looked at it and we found the kitchen sink in Bill C-38. And frankly, the bill is just an end run around accountability and transparency from the very Conservative government that made commitments to govern better than the Liberals and to be accountable to Canadians. Thank you.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I did receive the question for this evening's debate and response. Yesterday, as the member opposite may recognize, the question was surprisingly almost exactly the same as the question this evening that was presented to us at the government. So surprisingly, I'm sure very surprisingly for the member opposite, our position has actually not changed since yesterday evening. Hear, hear. So I asked the member opposite to refer to that answer. He can have the opportunity to do that, and that will be my comment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Southwest.
Well, Madam Speaker, it would seem that the member wants to refer to an answer that she gave last night when she wasn't even paying attention while the question was being posed. She was a little busy chatting with a colleague. The question was about jobs, and the parliamentary secretary got up and gave an answer about early childhood education. And then tonight says to refer back to that answer. Has she absolutely no respect for Canadians or for Parliament? Give a real answer.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The question that was posed, I know, was provided to yourself. It was the same yesterday evening as it is this evening. I will answer that question as I did yesterday, but my answer is quite simple. I asked the member opposite to please refer to the answer I provided yesterday in response to his question that he provided to the House. Thank you.
Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Following my question that I asked on February 15th concerning the government's Plan B on the F-35s, I am still waiting for an answer. Of course, the debate has evolved in the House, and yet there remains a whole series of contradictions without answers. When we talk about contradictions, we're asking simple questions as to why there's no Plan B and when we'll get the planes. First of all, I'd like to say that the government has said from the beginning that we have to replace the aging CF-18s in 2022. We're fine with that. There's no problem there. They say they're too old to fly after 2020, and the costs would be astronomical. Furthermore, the government wants to make sure that the F-35s will be able to take over from the CF-18s, therefore not leaving our Canadian forces without a fighter jet. One of the criteria is that it has to be operational by 2020 based on what has been said. What we see with the F-35s, and we've seen this since 2010, is that the government expects to have an operational fleet for 2020, and yet we see the delays that have occurred over the last 2 years, and the government still hasn't changed the date of delivery. On April 11th, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence said that no contract would be signed before 2017-2018. I think that the delivery deadline seems a bit tricky there if they will only sign the contract in 2017 and 18, and yet we expect to have 65 operational planes that are suitable for the Canadian Forces needs by 2020. Furthermore, in the Committee of the Whole, my colleague asked if the government thought it would keep the CF-18s operational till 2025, and the Associate Minister of Defence has said, Madam Speaker, we are developing plans and various decisions will have to be made when we have more information. Work is underway. So my first question is as follows. When will the government get these planes, and when will we be able to take receipt of them? When will the Canadian Forces be able to have new fighter jets, and when will the CF-18s be retired? Another question that we don't have an answer to is how many planes, the cost of the F-35s. Since the beginning, the government, in fact, for months, the government has said that $9 million would be provided for the purchase. Now we're talking about the $9 billion amount that was frozen. The government is saying studies were done to determine that our Canadian forces needed 65 planes. Yesterday, my colleague asked if there could be confirmation with regard to the 65 F-35, and the minister said, we need fighter jets. So now we have no more figures from the government. The parliamentary budget officer said that 80 fighter jets was probably a reasonable number. So I would like to know how many fighter jets the government wants to purchase, how much it will cost, and if the $9 billion will remain the same envelope, how many planes will we be able to purchase with that amount of money? And I'd like to know if the government could give clearer information regarding these figures now. We don't know either where the money will go. We know that this program is not meeting traditional standards with regard to industrial benefits, regional benefits to the country. Normally when contracts are signed, this contract is included. So there are guarantees that are hypothetical. So I would like to know what the government's plan is in this regard. What will it do to ensure that our Canadian companies and employees will get benefits if it's not negotiated in the contract as such. And I'd like to know if they've begun negotiations with Lockheed Martin to ask for industrial benefits. So what can Canadian workers expect? I must interrupt the Honourable Member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise in this House and talk to you and my honourable colleague who never stops being interested in this very important file for the future of the Canadian Forces, particularly when it comes to the Royal Air Force. And she's asking very relevant questions that we have to consider this file very seriously. And I greatly appreciate the opportunity to respond to these questions as to when will we have the fighter jets to replace the CF-18s. It's impossible, Madam Speaker, and this is a very honest answer here. It's too early to say now. Why? Because we're still far from purchasing these jets to replace the CF-18s, because in fact we have a plan that has been mentioned many times in this House that will govern our actions for the months and years to come before, no matter what expenditure it is, will be made to purchase a plane to replace the CF-18s. We are being very prudent in this regard. We are extremely aware of how complex this file is, and we know how complex the development of high-tech planes is with 8 other partners where development is not yet completed. Yes, there's a lot of success to date, but it's not yet complete. And no decision has yet been made, as all the honourable members of this House know full well, with regard to the successor to the CF-18s, and that is why, following the Auditor General's spring report, that we launched a new plan, a plan that is stronger, an expanded plan to govern our actions when it comes to replacing the CF-18s. The Honourable Member probably knows the points contained in the plan. There are 3 key out of 7 elements. First of all, there will be no decision without the costs, and not just the costs, cost estimates in general, but rather the life cycle costs, the full life cycle costs of the aircraft are known. And they will be presented to Parliament, not just presented to the House, but verified by an independent authority retained by a Treasury Board. This is part of our plan and our commitment, and we will keep that promise. Second, we will continue to compare. The various options for Canada. Of course, we're taking part in the F-35 development program. We have been doing so since 1997, for 15 years. Then, since the honourable member was a child, or perhaps she was already a member of the Canadian Forces, or perhaps before she had started that career. So 15 years is a long time. We have some experience, some expertise, but this does not mean, even today, that the F-35 is absolutely going to be Canada's choice. We have to follow the points in our plan before this decision is made, and we will compare the F-35s with the other options. A third thing, which is extremely important, is to make sure that these apply, or rather procurement process respects Canadian legislation with regard to military procurement. There is legislation in this regard. The Minister of Public Works. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So So if I understand correctly, before we weren't being told the truth and we were being given information that perhaps wasn't verified, and now at least perhaps we have evolved somewhat and we're being told the truth, but the truth is that we no longer have any answers. So I don't know if this is an evolution or not, and I would like to come back to a final question that I have, and that is which plane. In July 2010, the government announced the purchase of 65 F-35s. Until the beginning of this year, they said that only the F-35s were able to meet the operational requirements. We learned that for now, the F-35s don't respect all of those operational requirements, particularly with the 360-degree vision. I don't know if they'll be able to meet that requirement one day. So since then, the rhetoric has changed. The ministers say that no choice has yet been made, and yet we're in 2012. So I think that if the government wants to have an operational fleet by 2020, I hope that it is very seriously considering the possible choices. So I would like to know if the government has Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, we have not given up on any of the options, nor for the F-35 development program. This is a different program that will govern the replacement of the CF-18s. We know the costs of replacing the CF-18s. We've talked about it a lot in committee and here. We'll have to look at the options to replace the CF-18s. How many aircraft? We don't know yet. We have a budget. We will keep this budget as is, but really we'll have to verify the cost before giving any clear answers in this regard. And Madam Speaker, we mustn't say that the benefits for Canadian industry are hypothetical. I know that they are to the Leader of the Opposition, who has denied that there were jobs in Montreal or in other regions of the country that had a connection with the F-35. These jobs are already real. We've invested more than $300 million. Order. This is a debate that no doubt will continue at another time. A motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.